A unique story of a marvelous career, Life of Honorable Phineas T. Barnum. By Joel Benton. Chapter 1. In the beginning. Among the names of great Americans of the 19th century there is scarcely one more familiar to the world than that of the subject of this biography. There are those that stand for higher achievement in literature, science and art, in public life and in the business world. There is none that stands for more notable success in his chosen line, none that recalls more memories of wholesome entertainment, none that is more invested with the fragrance of kindliness and true humanity. His career was, in a large sense, typical of genuine Americanism, of its enterprise and pluck, of its indomitable will and unfailing courage, of its shrewdness, audacity and unerring instinct for success. Like so many of his famous compatriots, Phineas Taylor Barnum came of good old New England stock. His ancestors were among the builders of the colonies of Massachusetts and Connecticut. His father's father, Ephraim Barnum, was a captain in the War of the Revolution, and was distinguished for his valor and for his fervent patriotism. His mother's father, Phineas Taylor, was locally noted as a wag and practical joker. His father, Philo Barnum, was in turn a tailor, a farmer, a storekeeper, and a country tavern keeper, and was not particularly prosperous in any of these callings. Philo Barnum and his wife, Irena Taylor, lived at Bethel, Connecticut, and there, on July 5, 1810, their first child was born. He was named Phineas Taylor Barnum, after his maternal grandfather. And the latter, in return for the compliment, bestowed upon his first grandchild at his christening the title deeds of a landed estate, 5 acres in extent, known as Ivy Island, and situated in that part of Bethel known as the Plum Trees. Of this, more anon. In his early years the boy led the life of the average New England farmer's son of that period. He drove the cows to and from the pasture, shelled corn, weeded the garden, and did up chores. As he grew older he rode the horse in plowing corn, raked hay, wielded the shovel and the hoe, and chopped wood. At 6 years old he began to go to school, the typical district school. The first date, he once said, I remember inscribing upon my writing book was 1818. The ferule, or the birch rod, was in those days the assistant schoolmaster, and young Barnum made its acquaintance. He was, however, an apt and ready scholar, particularly excelling in mathematics. One night, when he was 10 years old, he was called out of bed by his teacher, who had made a wager with a neighbor that Barnum could calculate the number of feet in a load of wood in 5 minutes. Barnum did it in less than 2 minutes, to the delight of his teacher and the astonishment of the neighbor. At an early age he manifested a strong development of the good old Yankee organ of acquisitiveness. Before he was 5 years old he had begun to hoard pennies and fourpences, and at 6 years old he was able to exchange his copper bits for a whole silver dollar, the possession of which made him feel richer than he ever felt afterward in all his life. Nor did he lay the dollar away in a napkin, but used it in business to gain more. He would get 10 cents a day for riding a horse before the plow, and he would add it to his capital. On holidays other boys spent all their savings, but not so he. Such days were to him opportunities for gain, not for squandering. At the fair or training of troops, or other festivity, he would peddle candy and cakes, homemade, or sometimes cherry rum, and by the end of the day would be $1 or $2 richer than at its beginning. By the time I was 12 years old, he tells us, I was the owner of a sheep and a calf, and should soon, no doubt, have become a small Croesus had not my father kindly permitted me to purchase my own clothing, which somewhat reduced my little store. At 10 years of age, realizing himself to be a landed proprietor, through the christening gift of his waggish grandsire, young Barnum set out to survey his estate, which he had not yet seen. He had heard much of Ivy Island. His grandfather had often, in the presence of the neighbors, spoken of him as the richest child in the town, since he owned the whole of Ivy Island, the richest farm in the state. His parents hoped he would use his wealth wisely, and do something for the family, when he entered upon the possession of it, and the neighbors were fearful lest he should grow too proud to associate with their children. The boy took all this in good faith, and his eager curiosity to behold his estate was greatly increased, and he asked his father to let him go thither. At last, says Barnum, he promised I should do so in a few days, as we should be getting some hay near Ivy Island. The wished-for day arrived, and my father told me that as we were to mow an adjoining meadow, I might visit my property in company with the hired man during the nooning. My grandfather reminded me that it was to his bounty I was indebted for this wealth, and that had not my name been Phineas I might never have been proprietor of Ivy Island. To this my mother added, "Now, Taylor, don't become so excited when you see your property as to let your joy make you sick, for remember, rich as you are, that it will be 11 years before you can come into possession of your fortune." She added much more good advice, to all of which I promised to be calm and reasonable, and not to allow my pride to prevent me from speaking to my brothers and sisters when I returned home. When we arrived at the meadow, which was in that part of the plum trees known as East Swamp, I asked my father where Ivy Island was. "Yonder, at the north end of this meadow, where you see those beautiful trees rising in the distance." All the forenoon I turned grass as fast as 2 men could cut it, and after a hasty repast at noon, one of our hired men, a good-natured Irishman, named Edmund, took an axe on his shoulder and announced that he was ready to accompany me to Ivy Island. We started, and as we approached the north end of the meadow we found the ground swampy and wet and were soon obliged to leap from bog to bog on our route. A misstep brought me up to my middle in water, and to add to the dilemma a swarm of hornets attacked me. Attaining the altitude of another bog I was cheered by the assurance that there was only a quarter of a mile of this kind of travel to the edge of my property. I waded on. In about 15 minutes more, after floundering through the morass, I found myself half drowned, hornet-stung, mud-covered, and out of breath, on comparatively dry land. "Never mind, my boy," said Edmund, "we have only to cross this little creek, and you'll be upon your own valuable property." We were on the margin of a stream, the banks of which were thickly covered with alders. I now discovered the use of Edmund's axe, for he felled a small oak to form a temporary bridge to my island property. Crossing over, I proceeded to the center of my domain. I saw nothing but a few stunted ivies and straggling trees. The truth flashed upon me. I had been the laughingstock of the family and neighborhood for years. My valuable Ivy Island was an almost inaccessible, worthless bit of barren land, and while I stood deploring my sudden downfall, a huge black snake, one of my tenants, approached me with upraised head. I gave one shriek and rushed for the bridge. This was my first and last visit to Ivy Island. My father asked me how I liked my property, and I responded that I would sell it pretty cheap. The year 1822 was a memorable one in his childhood's history. He was then about 12 years old. One evening, late in January, Daniel Brown, a cattle drover, of Southbury, Connecticut, arrived at Bethel and stopped for the night at Philo Barnum's tavern. He had with him some fat cattle, which he was driving to the New York markets, and he wanted both to add to his drove of cattle and to get a boy to help him drive them. Our juvenile hero heard him say this, and forthwith made application for the job. His father and mother gave their consent, and a bargain was quickly closed with the drover. At daylight next morning, Barnum himself has related, I started on foot in the midst of a heavy snowstorm to help drive the cattle. Before reaching Ridgefield I was sent on horseback after a stray ox, and, in galloping, the horse fell and my ankle was sprained. I suffered severely, but did not complain lest my employer should send me back. We arrived at New York in 3 or 4 days, and put up at the Bull's Head Tavern, where we were to stay a week while the drover disposed of his cattle. It was an eventful week for me. Before I left home my mother had given me $1, which I supposed would supply every want that heart could wish. His first outlay was for oranges. I was told, he says, that they were 4 pence apiece, and as 4 pence in Connecticut was 6 cents, I offered 10 cents for 2 oranges, which was of course readily taken, and thus, instead of saving 2 cents, as I thought, I actually paid 2 cents more than the price demanded. I then bought 2 more oranges, reducing my capital to 80 cents. 31 cents was the charge for a small gun which would go off and send a stick some little distance, and this gun I bought. Amusing myself with this toy in the barroom of the Bull's Head, the arrow happened to hit the barkeeper, who forthwith came from behind the counter and shook me, and soundly boxed my ears, telling me to put that gun out of the way or he would put it into the fire. I sneaked to my room, put my treasure under the pillow, and went out for another visit to the toy shop. There I invested 6 cents in torpedoes, with which I intended to astonish my schoolmates in Bethel. I could not refrain, however, from experimenting upon the guests of the hotel, which I did when they were going in to dinner. I threw 2 of the torpedoes against the wall of the hall through which the guests were passing, and the immediate results were as follows: 2 loud reports, astonished guests, irate landlord, discovery of the culprit, and summary punishment, for the landlord immediately floored me with a single blow with his open hand, and said, "There, you little greenhorn, see if that will teach you better than to explode your infernal firecrackers in my house again." The lesson was sufficient if not entirely satisfactory. I deposited the balance of the torpedoes with my gun, and as a solace for my wounded feelings I again visited the toy shop, where I bought a watch, breastpin and top, leaving but 11 cents of my original $1. The following morning found me again at the fascinating toy shop, where I saw a beautiful knife with 2 blades, a gimlet and a corkscrew, a whole carpenter shop in miniature, and all for 31 cents. But, alas! I had only 11 cents. Have that knife I must, however, and so I proposed to the shop woman to take back the top and breastpin at a slight deduction, and with my 11 cents to let me have the knife. The kind creature consented, and this makes memorable my first swap. Some fine and nearly white molasses candy then caught my eye, and I proposed to trade the watch for its equivalent in candy. The transaction was made, and the candy was so delicious that before night my gun was absorbed in the same way. The next morning the torpedoes went off in the same direction, and before night even my beloved knife was similarly exchanged. My money and my goods all gone, I traded 2 pocket handkerchiefs and an extra pair of stockings I was sure I should not want for 9 more rolls of molasses candy, and then wandered about the city disconsolate, sighing because there was no more molasses candy to conquer. During that first visit to the metropolis the boy doubtless many times passed the corner of N Street and Broadway, where, in after years, his famous museum stood. After a week in town he returned to Bethel, riding with Brown in his sleigh, and found himself a social lion among his young friends. He was plied with 1,000 questions about the great city which he had visited, and no doubt told many wondrous tales. But at home his reception was not altogether glorious. His brothers and sisters were disappointed because he brought them nothing, and his mother, discovering that during his journey he had lost 2 handkerchiefs and a pair of stockings, gave him a spanking and put him to bed. A settled aversion to manual labor was strongly developed in the boy as he grew older, which his father considered simple laziness. Instead of trying to cure him of his laziness, however, the father decided to give up the farm, and open a store, hoping that the boy would take more kindly to mercantile duties. So he put up a building in Bethel, and in partnership with one Hiram Wheat opened a general store, of dry goods, hardware, groceries, etc., and installed young Phineas as clerk. They did a cash, credit and barter business, and the boy soon learned to drive sharp bargains with women who brought butter, eggs, beeswax and feathers to exchange for dry goods, and with men who wanted to trade oats, corn, buckwheat, axhelves, hats and other commodities for 10-penny nails, molasses or New England rum. It was a drawback upon his dignity that he was obliged to take down the shutters, sweep the store and make the fire. He received a small salary for his services and the perquisites of what profit he could derive from purchasing candies on his own account to sell to their younger customers, and, as usual, his father insisted that he should clothe himself. There was much to be learned in a country store, and principally, as he found, that sharp tricks, deception and dishonesty are by no means confined to the city. More than once, in cutting open bundles of rags, brought to be exchanged for goods, he found stones, gravel or other rubbish wrapped up in them, although they were represented to be all pure linen or cotton. Often, too, loads of grain were brought in, warranted to contain so many bushels, but on measuring them they were found 5 or 6 bushels short. In the evenings and on stormy days the store was a general meeting place for the idlers of the village, and young Barnum derived much amusement from the storytelling and joke-playing that went on among them. After the store was closed at night he would generally go with some of the village boys to their homes for an hour or two of sport, and then, as late, perhaps, as 11 o'clock, would creep slyly home and make his way upstairs barefooted, so as not to wake the rest of the family and be detected in his late hours. He slept with his brother, who was sure to report him if he woke him up on coming in, and who laid many traps to catch Phineas on his return from the evening's merrymaking. But he generally fell fast asleep and our hero was able to gain his bed in safety. Like almost everyone in Connecticut at that time he was brought up to go regularly to church on Sunday, and before he could read he was a prominent member of the Sunday school. His pious mother taught him lessons in the New Testament and Catechism, and spared no efforts to have him win one of those rewards of merit, which promised to pay to the bearer 1 mil. 10 of them could be exchanged for 1 cent, and by securing 100 of them, which might be done by faithful attendance and attention every Sunday for 2 years, the happy scholar could secure a book worth 10 cents. There was only one church or meeting house in Bethel, and it was of the Presbyterian faith, but everyone in town attended it, whatever their creed. It was a severely plain edifice, with no spire and no bell. In summer it was comfortable enough, but in winter it was awful. There was no arrangement for heating it, and the congregation had to sit in the cold, shivering, teeth chattering, noses blue. A stove would have been looked upon as a sacrilegious innovation. The sermons were often 2 hours long, and by the time they were ended the faithful listeners well deserved the nickname of blueskins, which the scoffers gave to them. A few of the wealthier women carried foot stoves from their homes to their pews. A foot stove was simply a square tin box in a wooden frame, with perforations in the sides. In it was a small square iron dish, which contained a few live coals covered with ashes. These stoves were usually replenished just before meeting time at some neighbors near the meeting house. After many years of shivering and suffering, one of the brethren had the temerity to propose that the church should be warmed with a stove. His impious proposition was voted down by an overwhelming majority. Another year came around, and in November the stove question was again brought up. The excitement was immense. The subject was discussed in the village stores and in the juvenile debating club, it was prayed over in conference, and finally in general society's meeting, in December, the stove was carried by a majority of 1 and was introduced into the meeting house. On the first Sunday thereafter 2 ancient maiden ladies were so oppressed by the dry and heated atmosphere occasioned by the wicked innovation that they fainted away and were carried out into the cool air, where they speedily returned to consciousness, especially when they were informed that owing to the lack of 2 lengths of pipe no fire had yet been made in the stove. The next Sunday was a bitter cold day, and the stove, filled with well-seasoned hickory, was a great gratification to the many, and displeased only a few. During the Reverend Mr. Lowe's ministrations at Bethel he formed a Bible class, of which young Barnum was a member. They used to draw promiscuously from a hat a text of Scripture and write a composition on the text, which compositions were read after service in the afternoon to such of the congregation as remained to hear the exercises of the class. Once Barnum drew the text, Luke 10:42, "But one thing is needful, and Mary hath chosen that good part which shall not be taken away from her." Question: What is the one thing needful? His answer was nearly as follows. This question, what is the one thing needful, is capable of receiving various answers, depending much upon the persons to whom it is addressed. The merchant might answer that, the one thing needful, is plenty of customers, who buy liberally, without beating down, and pay cash for all their purchases. The farmer might reply that, the one thing needful is large harvests and high prices. The physician might answer that, it is plenty of patience. The lawyer might be of opinion that, it is an unruly community, always engaging in bickerings and litigations. The clergyman might reply, it is a fat salary, with multitudes of sinners seeking salvation and paying large pew rents. The bachelor might exclaim, it is a pretty wife who loves her husband, and who knows how to sew on buttons. The maiden might answer, it is a good husband, who will love, cherish and protect me while life shall last. But the most proper answer, and doubtless that which applied to the case of Mary, would be, the one thing needful is to believe on the Lord Jesus Christ, follow in his footsteps, love God and obey his commandments, love our fellow man, and embrace every opportunity of administering to his necessities. In short, the one thing needful, is to live a life that we can always look back upon with satisfaction, and be enabled ever to contemplate its termination with trust in him who has so kindly vouchsafed it to us, surrounding us with innumerable blessings, if we have but the heart and wisdom to receive them in a proper manner. The reading of a portion of this answer occasioned some amusement in the congregation, in which the clergyman himself joined, and the name of Taylor Barnum was whispered in connection with the composition, but at the close of the reading Barnum had the satisfaction of hearing Mr. Lowe say that it was a well-written answer to the question, "What is the one thing needful?" Chapter 2. Early Years at Bethel. In August, 1825, the aged grandmother met with an accident in stepping on the point of a rusty nail, which shortly afterwards resulted in her death. She was a woman of great piety, and before she died sent for each of her grandchildren, to whom she was devoted, and besought them to lead a Christian life. Barnum was so deeply impressed by that deathbed scene that through his whole life neither the recollection of it, nor of the dying woman's words, ever left him. The elder Barnum was a man of many enterprises and few successes. Besides being the proprietor of a hotel, he owned a livery stable, ran a sort of an express, and kept a country store. Phineas was his confidential clerk, and, if he did not reap much financial benefit from his position, he at least obtained a good business education. On the 7th of September, 1825, the father, after a 6 months' illness, died at the age of 48, leaving a wife and 5 children and an insolvent estate. There was literally nothing left for the family. The creditors seized everything. Even the small sum which Phineas had loaned his father was held to be the property of a minor, and therefore belonging to the estate. The boy was obliged to borrow money to buy the shoes he wore to the funeral. At 15 he began the world not only penniless but barefooted. He went at once to Grassy Plain, a few miles northwest of Bethel, where he managed to obtain a clerkship in the store of James S. Keeler and Lewis Whitlock, at the magnificent salary of $6 a month and his board. He had chosen his uncle, Alanson Taylor, as his guardian, but made his home with Mrs. Jerusha Wheeler and her 2 daughters, Mary and Jerusha. He worked hard and faithfully, and so gained the esteem of his employers that they afforded him many opportunities for making money on his own account. His small speculations proved so successful that before long he found himself in possession of quite a little sum. "I made," says Barnum, "a very remarkable trade at one time for my employers by purchasing, in their absence, a whole wagon-load of green glass bottles of various sizes, for which I paid in unsaleable goods at very profitable prices." How to dispose of the bottles was then the problem, and as it was also desirable to get rid of a large quantity of tinware which had been in the shop for years and was considerably shop-worn, I conceived the idea of a lottery, in which the highest prize should be $25, payable in any goods the winner desired, while there were to be 50 prizes of $5 each, payable in goods, to be designated in the scheme. Then there were 100 prizes of $1 each, 100 prizes of 50 cents each, and 300 prizes of 25 cents each. It is unnecessary to state that the minor prizes consisted mainly of glass and tinware. The tickets sold like wildfire, and the worn tin and glass bottles were speedily turned into cash. Mrs. Barnum still continued to keep the village hotel at Bethel, and Phineas went home every Saturday night, going to church with his mother on Sunday, and returning to his work Monday morning. One Saturday evening Miss Mary Wheeler, at whose house the young man boarded, sent him word that she had a young lady from Bethel whom she desired him to escort home, as it was raining violently, and the maiden was afraid to go alone. He assented readily enough, and went over to Aunt Rashia's, where he was introduced to Miss Charity, Cherry, for short, Hallett. She was a very pretty girl and a bright talker, and the way home seemed only too short to her escort. She was a tailoress in the village, and went to church regularly, but, although Phineas saw her every Sunday for many weeks, he had no opportunity of the acquaintance that season. Mrs. Jerusha Wheeler and her daughter Jerusha were familiarly known, the one as Aunt Rashia, and the other as Rashia. Many of the store customers were hatters, and among the many kinds of furs sold for the nap of hats was one known to the trade as Russia. One day a hatter, Walter Dibble, called to buy some furs. Barnum sold him several kinds, including beaver and coney, and he then asked for some Russia. They had none, and as Barnum wanted to play a joke upon him, he told him that Mrs. Wheeler had several £100 of Russia. "What on earth is a woman doing with Russia?" said he. Barnum could not answer, but assured him that there were £130 of old Russia and £150 of young Russia in Mrs. Wheeler's house, and under her charge, but whether or not it was for sale he could not say. Off he started to make the purchase and knocked at the door. Mrs. Wheeler, the elder, made her appearance. "I want to get your Russia," said the hatter. Mrs. Wheeler asked him to walk in and be seated. She, of course, supposed that he had come for her daughter, Russia. "What do you want of Russia?" asked the old lady. "To make hats," was the reply. "To trim hats, I suppose you mean," responded Mrs. Wheeler. "No, for the outside of hats," replied the hatter. "Well, I don't know much about hats," said the old lady, "but I will call my daughter." Passing into another room where Russia, the younger, was at work, she informed her that a man wanted her to make hats. "Oh, he means Sister Mary, probably. I suppose he wants some ladies' hats," replied Russia, as she went into the parlor. "This is my daughter," said the old lady. "I want to get your Russia," said he, addressing the young lady. "I suppose you wish to see my sister Mary, she is our milliner," said young Russia. "I wish to see whoever owns the property," said the hatter. Sister Mary was sent for, and, as she was introduced, the hatter informed her that he wished to buy her Russia. "Buy Russia," exclaimed Mary, in surprise, "I don't understand you." "Your name is Miss Wheeler, I believe," said the hatter, who was annoyed by the difficulty he met with in being understood. "It is, sir." "Ah. Very well. Is there old and young Russia in the house?" "I believe there is," said Mary, surprised at the familiar manner in which he spoke of her mother and sister, who were present. "What is the price of old Russia per pound?" asked the hatter. "I believe, sir, that old Russia is not for sale," replied Mary, indignantly. "Well, what do you ask for young Russia?" pursued the hatter. "Sir," said Miss Russia the younger, springing to her feet, "do you come here to insult defenseless females? If you do, sir, our brother, who is in the garden, will punish you as you deserve." "Ladies," exclaimed the hatter, in astonishment, "what on earth have I done to offend you? I came here on a business matter. I want to buy some Russia. I was told you had old and young Russia in the house." Indeed, this young lady just stated such to be the fact, but she says the old Russia is not for sale. Now, if I can buy the young Russia I want to do so. But if that can't be done, please to say so, and I will trouble you no further. "Mother, open the door and let this man go out, he is undoubtedly crazy," said Miss Mary. "By thunder! I believe I shall be if I remain here long," exclaimed the hatter, considerably excited. "I wonder if folks never do business in these parts, that you think a man is crazy if he attempts such a thing. Business! Poor man," said Mary soothingly, approaching the door. "I am not a poor man, madam," replied the hatter. "My name is Walter Dibble, I carry on hatting extensively in Danbury, I came to Grassy Plain to buy fur, and have purchased some beaver and coney, and now it seems I am to be called crazy and a poor man because I want to buy a little Russia to make up my assortment." The ladies began to open their eyes. They saw that Mr. Dibble was quite in earnest, and his explanation threw considerable light upon the subject. "Who sent you here?" asked Sister Mary. "The clerk at the opposite store," was the reply. "He is a wicked young fellow for making all this trouble," said the old lady, "he has been doing this for a joke." "A joke?" exclaimed Dibble, in surprise, "have you no Russia, then?" "My name is Jerusha, and so is my daughter's," said Mrs. Wheeler, "and that, I suppose, is what he meant by telling you of old and young Russia." Mr. Dibble, without more words, left the house and made for the store. "You young villain! he cried, as he entered, "What did you mean by sending me over there to buy Russia?" "I didn't," answered the young villain, with a perfectly solemn face, "I thought you were a widower or a bachelor who wanted to marry Russia." "You lie," said the discomfited Dibble, laughing in spite of himself, "but never mind, I'll pay you off some day." And gathering up his furs he departed. On another occasion this sense of humor and love of joking was turned to very practical account. Among the customers at the store were a half a dozen old revolutionary pensioners, who were permitted to buy on credit, leaving their pension papers as security. One of these pensioners was a romancing old fellow named Bevins, more commonly known as Uncle Bibbins. He was very fond of his glass, and fonder still of relating anecdotes of the Revolution, in which his own prowess and daring were always the conspicuous features. His pension papers were in the possession of Keeler and Whitlock, but it was 3 months before the money was due, and they grew very weary of having him for a customer. They tried delicately suggesting a visit to his relatives in Guilford, but Uncle Bibbins steadily refused to take the hint. Finally young Barnum enlisted the services of a journeyman hatter named Benton, and together they hit on a plan. The hatter was inspired to call Uncle Bibbins a coward, and to declare his belief that if the old gentleman was wounded anywhere it must have been in the back. Barnum pretended to sympathize with the veteran's just indignation, and finally fired him up to the pitch of challenging the hatter to mortal combat. The challenge was promptly accepted, and the weapons chosen were muskets and ball, at a distance of 20 feet. Uncle Bibbins took his second, Barnum, of course, aside, and begged him to see that the guns were loaded only with blank cartridges. He was assured that it would be so, and that no one would be injured in the encounter. The ground was measured back of the store, the principals and seconds took their places, and the word of command was given. They fired, Uncle Bibbins, of course, being unhurt, but the hatter, with a fearful yell, fell to the ground as if dead. Barnum rushed up to the frightened Bevins and begged him to fly, promising to let him know when it was safe for him to return. The old fellow started out of town on a run, and for the next 3 months remained very quietly at Guilford. At the end of that time his faithful second sent for him, with the assurance that his late adversary had not only recovered from his wound but had freely forgiven all. Uncle Bibbins then returned and paid up his debts. Meeting Benton on the street some days later, the two foes shook hands, Benton apologizing for his insult. Uncle Bibbins accepted the apology, but, he added, "You must be careful after this how you insult a deadshot." Chapter 3. Business Life. In the fall of 1826, Oliver Taylor, who had removed from Danbury to Brooklyn, induced Barnum to leave Grassy Plain, offering him a clerkship in his grocery store, which offer was accepted, and before long the young man was entrusted with the purchasing of all goods for the store. He bought for cash, going into lower New York in search of the cheapest market, frequenting auction sales of merchandise, and often entering into combines with other grocers to bid off large lots, which were afterward divided between them. Thus they were enabled to buy at a much lower rate than if the goods had passed through the hands of wholesale dealers, and Barnum's reputation for business tact and shrewdness increased. The following summer he was taken ill with smallpox, and during his long confinement to the house his stock of ready money became sadly diminished. As soon as he was able to travel he went home to recover his strength, and while there had the happiness of renewing the acquaintance, so pleasantly begun, with the pretty tailoress, Charity Hallett. His health fully restored he returned to Brooklyn, but not to his old position. Pleasant as that had been, it no longer contented the restless, ambitious Barnum. He opened a porter home, but sold out a few months later, at a good profit, and took another clerkship, this time at 29 Peck Slip, New York, in the store of a certain David Thorpe. He lived in his employer's family, with which he was a great favorite, and where he had frequent opportunities of meeting old friends, for Mr. Thorpe's place was a great resort for Bethel and Danbury hatters and comb-makers. At this time Barnum formed his first taste for the theatre. He went to the play regularly and soon set up for a critic. It was his one dissipation, however. A more moral young fellow never existed. He read his Bible and went to church as regularly as ever, and to the day of his death was wont to declare that he owed all that was good in his character to his early observance of Sunday. In the winter of 1898 his grandfather offered to him, rent-free, his carriage house, which was situated on the main street, if he would come back to Bethel. The young man's capital was $120, 50 of this was spent in fixing up his store, and the remainder he invested in a stock of fruit and confectionery. Having arranged with fruit dealers of his acquaintance in New York to receive his orders, he opened his store on the 1st of May. In those times known as training day. The first day was so successful that long before noon the proprietor was obliged to call in one of his old schoolmates to assist in waiting on customers. The total receipts were $63, which sum was promptly invested in a stock of fancy goods, pocketbooks, combs, knives, rings, beads, etc. Business was good all summer, and in the fall oysters were added to the list of attractions. The old grandfather was delighted at the success of the scheme, and after a while induced Barnum to take an agency for lottery tickets on a commission of 10%. Lotteries in those days were looked upon as thoroughly respectable, and the profit gained from the sale of the tickets was regarded as perfectly legitimate by the agent. His views on the subject changed very materially later on. The store soon became the great village resort, the center of all discussions and the scene of many practical jokes. The following scene, related by Barnum himself, makes a chapter in the history of Connecticut, as the state was when blue laws were something more than a dead letter. To swear in those days was according to custom, but contrary to law. A person from New York State, whom I will call Crowfoot, who was a frequent visitor at my store, was equally noted for his self-will and his really terrible profanity. One day he was in my little establishment engaged in conversation when Nathan Seeley, Esq., one of our village justices of the peace, and a man of strict religious principles, came in, and hearing Crowfoot's profane language he told him he considered it his duty to fine him $1 for swearing. Crowfoot responded immediately with an oath, that he did not care a damn for the Connecticut blue laws. "That will make $2, said Mr. Seeley. This brought forth another oath. $3, said the sturdy justice. Nothing but oaths were given in reply, until Esquire Seeley declared the damage to the Connecticut laws to amount to $15. Crowfoot took out a $20 bill and handed it to the justice of the peace, with an oath. $16, said Mr. Seeley, counting out $4 to hand to Mr. Crowfoot as his change. "Oh, keep it, said Crowfoot, "I don't want any change, I'll damn soon swear out the balance." He did so, after which he was more circumspect in his conversation, remarking that $20 a day for swearing was about as much as he could stand. About this time Barnum appeared, on at least one occasion, in the role of lawyer. A man charged with assault and battery was brought before the justice of the peace, Barnum's grandfather, for trial. A medical student, Newton by name, had volunteered to defend the prisoner, and Mr. Couch, the grand juryman, in irony, offered Phineas $1 to represent the state. The court was crowded. The guilt of the prisoner was established beyond a doubt, but Newton, undaunted, rose to make his speech. It consisted of a flood of invective against the grand juryman, Couch. The court listened for 5 minutes, and then interrupted a magnificent burst of eloquence by informing the speaker that Mr. Couch was not the plaintiff in the case at all. "Not the plaintiff," stammered Newton. "Well, then, Your Honor, who is?" "The state of Connecticut," was the answer. The young man dropped into his seat, speechless, and the prosecuting attorney arose and in an elaborate speech declared the guilt of the prisoner shown beyond question, adding that he was astonished that both the prisoner and his counsel had not pleaded guilty at once. In the midst of his soarings the grandfather interrupted with, "Young man, will you have the kindness to inform the court which side you represent, the plaintiff or the defendant?" The orator stared helplessly at the justice for a moment, and then sat down. Amid peals of laughter from the spectators the prisoner was bound over to the county court for trial. But Phineas did not often come out so ingloriously in encounters with his grandfather. The old gentleman was always ready to lend his grandson any of his turnouts except one, and this one Phineas especially desired one day for a sleighing party, in which he was to escort the fair Charity Hallett. So he boldly went to the grandfather and asked if he might take Arabian and the new sleigh. "Oh, yes," said the old man, jokingly, if you have $20 in your pocket. Really? Yes, really. Whereupon Phineas showed the money, and putting it back in his pocket, remarked, "You see, I am much obliged for the sleigh." Of course, the grandfather had meant to ask an impossible price for the horse and sleigh. But being caught up so suddenly, there was nothing to do but to consent, and Phineas and Cherry had the finest turnout of the party. There was a young fellow in the town, Jack Mallet, whose education was rather deficient, and who had been somewhat unsuccessfully paying his addresses to a fair but hard-hearted maiden, named Lucretia. One Sunday evening she cruelly refused to accept his escort after church, and added insult to injury by walking off before his very eyes with another man. Accordingly, he determined to write her a letter of remonstrance, and enlisted the aid of Phineas and another young blade known as Bill Shepherd. The joint effort of the three resulted in the following. Bethel, in the year 1800-something. Miss Lucretia, I write this to ask an explanation of your conduct in giving me the mitten on Sunday night last. If you think, madam, that you can trifle with my affections, and turn me off for every little whipper-snapper that you can pick up, you will find yourself considerably mistaken. We read thus far to Mallet, and it met his approval. He said he liked the idea of calling her madam, for he thought it sounded so distant, it would hurt her feelings very much. The term little whipper-snapper also delighted him. He said he guessed that would make her feel cheap. Shepherd and myself were not quite so sure of its aptitude, since the chap who succeeded in capturing Lucretia, on the occasion alluded to, was a head and shoulders taller than Mallet. However, we did not intimate our thoughts to Mallet, and he desired us to go ahead and give her another dose. You don't know me, madam, if you think you can snap me up in this way. I wish you to understand that I can have the company of girls as much above you as the sun is above the earth, and I won't stand any of your impudent nonsense nohow. This was duly read and approved. Now, said Mallet, try to touch her feelings. Remind her of the pleasant hours we have spent together, and we continued as follows. My dear Lucretia, when I think of the many pleasant hours we have spent together, of the delightful walks which we have had on moonlight evenings to Fenner's Rocks, Chestnut Ridge, Grassy Plain, Wildcat and Puppy Town, of the strolls which we have taken upon Shelter Rocks, Cedar Hill, the visits we have made to Old Lane, Wolfpits, Toad Hole and Plum Trees, when all these things come rushing on my mind, and when, my dear girl, I remember how often you have told me that you loved me better than anybody else, and I assured you that my feelings were the same as yours, it almost breaks my heart to think of last Sunday night. Can't you stick in some affecting poetry here, said Mallet. Shepherd could not recollect any to the point, nor could I, but as the exigency of the case seemed to require it, we concluded to manufacture a verse or two, which we did, as follows. These were the euphonious names of localities in the vicinity of Bethel. Lucretia, dear, what have I done, that you should use me thus and so, to take the arm of Tom Beer's son, and let your dearest true love go? Miserable fate, to lose you now, and tear this bleeding heart asunder. Will you forget your tender vow? I can't believe it, no, by thunder. Mallet did not like the word thunder, but being informed that no other word could be substituted without destroying both rhyme and reason, he consented that it should remain, provided we added 2 more stanzas of a softer nature, something, he said, that would make the tears come, if possible. We then ground out the following. Lucretia, dear, do write to Jack, and say with Beers you are not smitten, and thus to me in love come back, and give all other boys the mitten. Do this, Lucretia, and till death I'll love you to intense distraction, I'll spend for you my every breath, and we will live in satisfaction. That will do very well, said Mallet. Now I guess you had better blow her up a little more. We obeyed orders as follows. It makes me mad to think what a fool I was to give you that finger ring and bosom pin, and spend so much time in your company, just to be flirted and bamboozled as I was on Sunday night last. If you continue this course of conduct, we part forever, and I will thank you to send back that jewelry. I would sooner see it crushed under my feet than worn by a person who abused me as you have done. I shall despise you forever if you don't change your conduct towards me, and send me a letter of apology on Monday next. I shall not go to meeting tomorrow, for I would scorn to sit in the same meeting house with you until I have an explanation of your conduct. If you allow any young man to go home with you tomorrow night, I shall know it, for you will be watched. There, said Mallet, that is pretty strong. Now, I guess, you had better touch her feelings once more, and wind up the letter. We proceeded as follows. My sweet girl, if you only knew the sleepless nights which I have spent during the present week, the torments and sufferings which I endure on your account. If you could but realize that I regard the world as less than nothing without you, I am certain you would pity me. A homely cot and a crust of bread with my adorable Lucretia would be a paradise, where a palace without you would be a Hades. What in thunder is Hades? Inquired Jack. We explained. He considered the figure rather bold, and requested us to close as soon as possible. Now, dearest, in bidding you adieu, I implore you to reflect on our past enjoyments, look forward with pleasure to our future happy meetings, and rely upon your affectionate Jack in storm or calm, in sickness, distress or want, for all these will be powerless to change my love. I hope to hear from you on Monday next, and, if favorable, I shall be happy to call on you the same evening, when in ecstatic joy we will laugh at the past, hope for the future, and draw consolation from the fact that the course of true love never did run smooth. This from your disconsolate but still hoping lover and admirer, Jack Mallet. P.S. On reflection I have concluded to go to meeting tomorrow. If all is well, hold your pocket handkerchief in your left hand as you stand up to sing with the choir, in which case I shall expect the pleasure of giving you my arm tomorrow night. J. M. The effect of this letter upon Lucretia was not as favorable as could have been desired. She declined to remove her handkerchief from her right hand, and she returned the ring and bosom pin to her disconsolate admirer, while, not many months after, Mallet's rival led Lucretia to the altar. As for Mallet's agreement to pay Shepherd and Barnum 5 pounds of carpet rags and 12 yards of broadcloth lists for their services, owing to his ill success, they compromised for 1/2 the amount. Chapter 4. Trying Many Ventures. About this time Barnum, with a Mr. Samuel Sherwood, of Bridgeport, started for Pittsburgh, where they proposed to open a lottery office. On reaching New York, however, and talking over the scheme with friends, the venture was abandoned and the two men took, instead, a pleasure trip to Philadelphia. They stayed a week, at the end of which time they returned to New York, with exactly 27 cents between them. Sherwood managed to borrow $2. Enough to take him to Newark, where he had a cousin, who obligingly loaned him $50. The two friends remained in New York on the strength of their newly acquired wealth for several days, and then went home considerably richer in experience at least. Barnum now went into the lottery business exclusively, taking his uncle, Alanson Taylor, into partnership. They established a number of agencies throughout the country, and made good profits from the sale of tickets. Several of the tickets sold by them took prizes and their office came to be considered lucky. The young man was prospering also in another direction. The fair Tayloress smiled on him as sweetly as ever, and in the summer of 1827 they became formally engaged. In the fall Miss Hallett went on a visit to her uncle, Nathan Beers, in New York. A month later her lover followed, to buy goods, and on the 8th of November, 1829, there was a wedding in the comfortable house at No. 3, Allen Street. Having married at the age of 19, Barnum always expressed his disapproval of early marriages, although his own was a very happy one. Returning to Bethel, Mr. and Mrs. Barnum, after boarding for a few months, moved into their own house, which was built on a 3-acre plat purchased from the grandfather. The lottery business still prospered, but it was mostly in the hands of agents, in Danbury, Norwalk, Stamford and Middletown, and Barnum began to look around for some field for his individual energies. He tried traveling as a book auctioneer, but found it uncongenial and quit the business. In July, 1831, with his uncle Alanson Taylor, he opened a grocery and general store, but the venture was not particularly successful, and in the fall the partnership was dissolved, Barnum buying his uncle's interest. The next enterprise was an important one, it being the real beginning of Phineas T. Barnum's public career. In a period of strong political excitement, he wrote several communications for the Danbury weekly paper, setting forth what he conceived to be the dangers of a sectarian interference which was then apparent in political affairs. The publication of these communications was refused, and he accordingly purchased a press and types, and October 19, 1831, issued the first number of his own paper, the Herald of Freedom. I entered upon the editorship of this journal, says Mr. Barnum, with all the vigor and vehemence of youth. The boldness with which the paper was conducted soon excited widespread attention and commanded a circulation which extended beyond the immediate locality into nearly every state in the Union. But lacking that experience which induces caution, and without the dread of consequences, I frequently laid myself open to the charge of libel, and 3 times in 3 years I was prosecuted. A Danbury butcher, a zealous politician, brought a civil suit against me for accusing him of being a spy in a Democratic caucus. On the first trial the jury did not agree, but after a second trial I was fined several $100s. Another libel suit against me was withdrawn. The third was sufficiently important to warrant the following detail. A criminal prosecution was brought against me for stating in my paper that a man in Bethel, prominent in church, had been guilty of taking usury of an orphan boy, and for severely commenting on the fact in my editorial columns. When the case came to trial, the truth of my statement was substantially proved by several witnesses and even by the prosecuting party. But, the greater the truth, the greater the libel, and then I had used the term usury, instead of extortion, or note shaving, or some other expression which might have softened the verdict. The result was that I was sentenced to pay a fine of $100 and to be imprisoned in the common jail for 60 days. The most comfortable provision was made for me in Danbury jail. My room was papered and carpeted, I lived well, I was overwhelmed with the constant visits of my friends. I edited my paper as usual and received large accessions to my subscription list, and at the end of my 60 days term the event was celebrated by a large concourse of people from the surrounding country. The courtroom in which I was convicted was the scene of the celebration. An ode, written for the occasion, was sung, an eloquent oration on the freedom of the press was delivered. And several hundred gentlemen afterwards partook of a sumptuous dinner followed by appropriate toasts and speeches. Then came the triumphant part of the ceremonial, which was reported in my paper of December 12, 1832, as follows. P.T. Barnum and a band of music took their seats in a coach drawn by 6 horses, which had been prepared for the occasion. The coach was preceded by 40 horsemen, and a marshal, bearing the national standard. Immediately in the rear of the coach was the carriage of the orator and the president of the day, followed by the committee of arrangements and 60 carriages of citizens, which joined in escorting the editor to his home in Bethel. When the procession commenced its march amidst the roar of cannon, 3 cheers were given by several hundred citizens who did not join in the procession. The band of music continued to play a variety of national airs until their arrival in Bethel, a distance of 3 miles, when they struck up the beautiful and appropriate tune of Home, Sweet Home. After giving 3 hearty cheers, the procession returned to Danbury. The utmost harmony and unanimity of feeling prevailed throughout the day, and we are happy to add that no accident occurred to mar the festivities of the occasion. The editorial career continued as it had begun. In 1830 the Herald of Freedom was sold to Mr. George Taylor. The mercantile business was also sold to Horace Fairchild, who had been associated with it as partner since 1831, and a Mr. Towsey, who formed a partnership under the name of Fairchild and Company. Barnum had lost considerable money in this store. He was too speculative for ordinary trade, too ready, also to give credit, and his ledger was full of unpaid accounts when he finally gave up business. In 1835 he removed his family to New York, taking a house in Hudson Street. For a time he tried to get a position in a mercantile house, not on a fixed salary, but so as to derive a commission on his sales, trusting to his ability to make more money in this way than an ordinary clerk could be expected to receive. Failing in this he acted as a drummer for several stores until spring, when he was fortunate enough to receive several $100s from his agent at Bethel. In May he opened a private boarding house at 52, Frankfort Street, which was well patronized by his Connecticut acquaintances as often as they visited the metropolis. This business not occupying his entire time, he bought an interest in a grocery store at 156 South Street. Although the years of manhood brought cares, anxieties, and struggles for a livelihood, they did not change Barnum's nature, and the jocose element was still an essential ingredient of his being. He loved fun, practical fun, for itself and for the enjoyment which it brought. During the year he occasionally visited Bridgeport, where he almost always found at the hotel a noted joker, named Darrow, who spared neither friend nor foe in his tricks. He was the life of the barroom, and would always try to entrap some stranger in a bet and so win a treat for the company. He made several ineffectual attempts upon Barnum, and at last, one evening, Darrow, who stuttered, made a final trial, as follows. "Come, Barnum, I'll make you another proposition, I'll bet you hadn't got a whole shirt on your back." The catch consists in the fact that generally only one half of that convenient garment is on the back, but Barnum had anticipated the proposition. In fact he had induced a friend, Mr. Hoff, to put Darrow up to the trick, and had folded a shirt nicely upon his back, securing it there with his suspenders. The barroom was crowded with customers who thought that if Barnum made the bet he would be nicely caught, and he made presents of playing off and at the same time stimulated Darrow to press the bet by saying, "That is a foolish bet to make, I am sure my shirt is whole because it is nearly new, but I don't like to bet on such a subject." "A good reason why," said Darrow, in great glee, "it's ragged." "Come, I'll bet you a treat for the whole company you hadn't got a whole shirt on your back." "I'll bet my shirt is cleaner than yours," Barnum replied. "That's nothing to do with the case, it's ragged, and you know it." "I know it is not," Barnum replied, with pretended anger, which caused the crowd to laugh heartily. "You poor ragged fellow, come down here from Danbury, I'm sorry for you," said Darrow tantalizingly. "You would not pay if you lost," Barnum remarked. "Here's $5 I'll put in Captain Hinman's, the landlord's, hands. Now bet if you dare, you ragged creature, you." Barnum put $5 in Captain Hinman's hands, and told him to treat the company from it if he lost the bet. "Remember," said Darrow, "I bet you hadn't got a whole shirt on your bob back." "All right," said Barnum, taking off his coat and commencing to unbutton his vest. The whole company, feeling sure that he was caught, began to laugh heartily. Old Darrow fairly danced with delight, and as Barnum laid his coat on a chair he came running up in front of him, and slapping his hands together, exclaimed, "You needn't take off any more clothes, for if it ain't all on your back, you've lost it." "If it is, I suppose you have," Barnum replied, pulling the whole shirt from off his back. Such a shriek of laughter as burst forth from the crowd was scarcely ever heard, and certainly such a blank countenance as old Darrow exhibited it would be hard to conceive. Seeing that he was most incontinently done for, and perceiving that his neighbor Hoff had helped to do it, he ran up to him in great anger, and shaking his fist in his face, exclaimed, "Hoff, you infernal rascal, to go against your own neighbor in favor of a Danbury man. I'll pay you for that some time, you see if I don't." All hands went up to the bar and drank with a hearty goodwill, for it was seldom that Darrow got taken in, and he was such an inveterate joker they liked to see him paid in his own coin. Never till the day of his death did he hear the last of the whole shirt. Chapter 5. Beginning as a showman. Barnum was now satisfied that he had not yet found his proper level. He had not yet entered the business for which nature had designed him. There was only a prospect of his going on from this to that, as his father had done before him, trying many callings but succeeding in none. He had not yet discovered that love of amusement is one of the strongest passions of the human heart. This, however, was a lesson that he was soon to learn. And he was to achieve both fame and fortune as a caterer to the public desire for entertainment. Philosophizing on this theme in later years, Mr. Barnum once said, "The show business has all phases and grades of dignity, from the exhibition of a monkey to the exposition of that highest art in music or the drama which entrances empires and secures for the gifted artist a worldwide fame which princes well might envy. Men, women and children, who cannot live on gravity alone, need something to satisfy their gayer, lighter moods and hours, and he who ministers to this want is in a business established by the author of our nature. If he worthily fulfills his mission, and amuses without corrupting, he need never feel that he has lived in vain. In the summer of 1835, Mr. Barnum was visited by Mr. Coley Bartram, of Reading, Connecticut, who told him that he had owned an interest in a remarkable Negro woman, who was confidently believed to be 161 years old and to have been the nurse of Washington. Mr. Bartram showed him a copy of an advertisement in the Pennsylvania Inquirer for July 15, 1835, as follows. Curiosity. The citizens of Philadelphia and its vicinity have an opportunity of witnessing at the Masonic Hall one of the greatest natural curiosities ever witnessed, viz., Joyce H.E.T.H., a negress, aged 161 years, who formerly belonged to the father of General Washington. She has been a member of the Baptist Church 116 years, and can rehearse many hymns, and sing them according to former custom. She was born near the old Potomac River in Virginia, and has for 90 or 100 years lived in Paris, Kentucky, with the Bowling family. All who have seen this extraordinary woman are satisfied of the truth of the account of her age. The evidence of the Bowling family, which is respectable, is strong, but the original bill of sale of Augustine Washington, in his own handwriting, and other evidences which the proprietor has in his possession, will satisfy even the most incredulous. A lady will attend at the hall during the afternoon and evening for the accommodation of those ladies who may call. Mr. Bartram told him, moreover, that he had sold out his interest in the woman to R. W. Lindsay, of Jefferson County, Kentucky, who was then exhibiting her as a curiosity, but was anxious to sell her. Mr. Barnum had seen in some of the New York papers an account of Joyce Haight, and was so much interested in her that he at once proceeded to Philadelphia to see her and Mr. Lindsay. How he was impressed by her he has himself told. Joyce Haight, he says, was certainly a remarkable curiosity, and she looked as if she might have been far older than her age as advertised. She was apparently in good health and spirits, but from age or disease, or both, was unable to change her position. She could move one arm at will, but her lower limbs could not be straightened. Her left arm lay across her breast and she could not remove it. The fingers of her left hand were drawn down so as nearly to close it, and were fixed. The nails on that hand were almost 4 inches long and extended above her wrist. The nails on her large toes had grown to the thickness of 1/4 of an inch. Her head was covered with a thick bush of gray hair, but she was toothless and totally blind, and her eyes had sunk so deeply in the sockets as to have disappeared altogether. Nevertheless she was pert and sociable, and would talk as long as people would converse with her. She was quite garrulous about her protégé, dear little George, at whose birth she declared she was present, having been at the time a slave of Elizabeth Atwood, a half-sister of Augustine Washington, the father of George Washington. As nurse she put the first clothes on the infant, and she claimed to have raised him. She professed to be a member of the Baptist Church, talking much in her way on religious subjects, and she sang a variety of ancient hymns. In proof of her extraordinary age and pretensions, Mr. Lindsay exhibited a bill of sale, dated February 5, 1727, from Augustine Washington, County of Westmoreland, Virginia, to Elizabeth Atwood, a half-sister and neighbor of Mr. Washington, conveying one Negro woman named Joyce Haight, aged 54 years, for and in consideration of the sum of £33 lawful money of Virginia. It was further claimed that she had long been a nurse in the Washington family. She was called in at the birth of George and clothed the newborn infant. The evidence seemed authentic, and in answer to the inquiry why so remarkable a discovery had not been made before, a satisfactory explanation was given in the statement that she had been carried from Virginia to Kentucky, had been on the plantation of John S. Bowling so long that no one knew or cared how old she was, and only recently the accidental discovery by Mr. Bowling, son of the old bill of sale in the record office in Virginia, had led to the identification of this Negro woman as the nurse of Washington. Everything seemed to Barnum to be entirely straightforward, and he decided, if possible, to purchase the woman. She was offered to him at $1,000, although Lindsay at first wanted $3,000. Barnum had $500 in cash, and was able to borrow $500 more. Thus he secured Joyce Haight, sold out his interest in the grocery business to his partner, and entered upon his career as a showman. He afterward declared that the least deserving of all his efforts in the show line was this one which introduced him to the business. It was a scheme in no sense of his own devising, but it was one which had been for some time before the public, and which he honestly and with good reason believed to be genuine. He entered upon his new work with characteristic enterprise, resorting to posters, transparencies, advertisements, newspaper paragraphs, and everything else calculated to attract the attention of the public, regardless of expense. He exhibited in New York, Boston, Philadelphia, Albany, and many other places, where his rooms were thronged and much money made. But in the following February Joyce Haight died of old age, and was buried at Bethel. A post-mortem examination was made by a surgeon and some medical students, who were inclined to doubt if she really was as old as Lindsay had said. Thus ended Barnum's first enterprise as a showman. It had been profitable to him, and had pointed out to him the path of success. His next venture was entirely genuine and straightforward. He engaged an Italian, who called himself Signor Antonio, and who was a skillful performer on stilts, on the tightrope and at juggling. Barnum engaged him for a year at $12 a week and his expenses, and got him to change his stage name to Signor Vivala. He then resorted to his former means of advertising, and started on his tour. For Vivala's first week of performances Barnum received $50, and for the second week 3 times as much. At the close of the first performance, in response to loud applause, Barnum appeared upon the stage and made a speech to the audience, a performance which he repeated thousands of times in after years. This engagement was at the Franklin Theater in New York. The show next appeared in Boston, with great success. Next it went to Washington and had a most disastrous week, for every night was stormy. Indeed, Barnum found himself literally stranded there, with not enough money to get away. He was driven to pawn his watch and chain for $35, and then met a friend who helped him out of his dilemma. As this was my first visit to Washington, I was much interested, says Barnum, in visiting the Capitol and other public buildings. I also satisfied my curiosity in seeing Clay, Calhoun, Benton, John Quincy Adams, Richard M. Johnson, Polk, and other leading statesmen of the time. I was also greatly gratified in calling upon Anne Royal, author of the Black Book, publisher of a little paper called Paul Pry, and quite a celebrated personage in her day. I had exchanged the Herald of Freedom with her journal, and she strongly sympathized with me in my persecutions. She was delighted to see me, and although she was the most garrulous old woman I ever saw, I passed a very amusing and pleasant time with her. Before leaving her I manifested my showman propensity by trying to hire her to give a dozen or more lectures on government in the Atlantic cities, but I could not engage her at any price, although I am sure the speculation would have been a very profitable one. I never saw this eccentric woman again. She died at a very advanced age, October 1, 1854, at her residence in Washington. From Washington the show went to Philadelphia and appeared at the Walnut Street Theater. The audiences were small and it was evident that something must be done to arouse public interest. And now, says Barnum, that instinct which can arouse a community and make it patronize one, provided the article offered is worthy of patronage, an instinct which served me greatly in later years, astonishing the public and surprising me, came to my relief, and the help, curiously enough, appeared in the shape of an emphatic hiss from the pit. This hiss, I discovered, came from one Roberts, a circus performer, and I had an interview with him. He was a professional balancer and juggler, who boasted that he could do all Vivala had done and something more. I at once published a card in Vivala's name, offering $1,000 to anyone who would publicly perform Vivala's feats at such place as should be designated, and Roberts issued a counter card accepting the offer. I then contracted with Mr. Warren, treasurer of the Walnut Street Theater, for 1/3 of the proceeds, if I should bring the receipts up to $400 a night, an agreement he could well afford to make as his receipts the night before had been but $75. From him I went to Roberts, who seemed disposed to back down, but I told him that I should not insist upon the terms of his published card, and ask him if he was under any engagement. Learning that he was not, I offered him $30 to perform under my direction one night at the Walnut, and he accepted. A great trial of skill between Roberts and Vivala was duly announced by posters and through the press. Meanwhile, they rehearsed privately to see what tricks each could perform, and the business was completely arranged. Public excitement was at fever heat, and on the night of the trial the pit and upper boxes were crowded to the full. The contest between the performers was eager, and each had his party in the house. So far as I could learn, no one complained that he did not get all he paid for on that occasion. I engaged Roberts for a month, and his subsequent contests with Vivala amused the public and put money in my purse. In the spring of 1836 Barnum joined his show with Aaron Turner's traveling circus, himself acting as ticket seller, secretary and treasurer, at $30 a month and 1/5 of the total profits, while Vivala was to get $50 a month. Barnum was himself paying Vivala $80 a month, so that he really had left for himself only his 1/5 share of the profits. The combined show set out from Danbury, Connecticut, for West Springfield, Massachusetts, on April 26. On the first day, Barnum relates, instead of stopping for dinner, Turner simply distributed to the company 3 loaves of rye bread and a pound of butter, which he bought at a farmhouse for 50 cents. On April 28 they began their performances at West Springfield, and as their band of music had not arrived from Providence, as expected, Barnum made a speech to the audience in place of it, which seemed to please everybody. The engagement was successful, and the tour was continued during the summer through numerous towns and cities in New England, the Middle States, Maryland, Virginia and North Carolina. Many incidents, humorous and otherwise, marked their progress. At Cabottville, Massachusetts, on going to bed one night one of the company threw a lighted cigar stump into a box of sawdust, and the result was that, an hour or two later, they all narrowly escaped suffocation from the smoke. At Lenox, Massachusetts, they spent Sunday and Barnum went to church as usual. The sermon was directed against the circus, denouncing it in very abusive terms as an immoral and degrading institution. Thereupon, says Barnum, when the minister had read the closing hymn, I walked up the pulpit stairs and handed him a written request, signed P. T. Barnum, connected with the circus, June 5, 1836, to be permitted to reply to him. He declined to notice it, and after the benediction I lectured him for not giving me an opportunity to vindicate myself and those with whom I was connected. The affair created considerable excitement, and some of the members of the church apologized to me for their clergyman's ill behavior. A similar affair happened afterward at Port Deposit, on the lower Susquehanna, and in this instance I addressed the audience for half an hour, defending the circus company against the attacks of the clergyman, and the people listened, though their pastor repeatedly implored them to go home. Often have I collected our company on Sunday and read to them the Bible or a printed sermon, and one or more of the men frequently accompanied me to church. We made no pretense of religion, but we were not the worst people in the world, and we thought ourselves entitled to at least decent treatment when we went to hear the preaching of the gospel. Turner, the proprietor of the circus, was a self-made man. He had made himself rich through industry, as he believed any other man with common sense could do, and he was very proud of the fact. He was also an inveterate practical joker, and once, at Annapolis, Maryland, he played upon Barnum a trick which came very near having a serious result. They got there on Saturday night, and the next morning Barnum went out for a walk, wearing a fine new suit of black clothes. As he passed through the bar room and out of the hotel, Turner said to some bystanders, who did not know Barnum, "I think it very singular that you permit that rascal to march your streets in open day. It wouldn't be allowed in Rhode Island, and I suppose that is the reason the scoundrel has come down this way." "Why, who is he?" they demanded. "Don't you know?" "Why, that is the Reverend E. K. Avery, the murderer of Miss Cornell." Instantly there was a rush of the whole crowd to the door, eager to get another look at Barnum, and uttering threats of vengeance. This man Avery had only lately been tried in Rhode Island for the murder of Miss Cornell, whose dead body was discovered in a stackyard, and though he was acquitted by the court everybody believed him guilty. Accordingly, Barnum soon found himself overtaken and surrounded by a mob of 100 or more, and his ears saluted with such remarks as, "The lecherous old hypocrite, the sanctified murderer, the black-coated villain, lynch him, tar and feather him," and others still more harsh and threatening. Then one man seized him by the collar, while others brought a fence rail and some rope. "Come," said the man who collared him, "old chap, you can't walk any further. We know you, and as we always make gentlemen ride in these parts, you may just prepare to straddle that rail." His surprise may be imagined. "Good heavens," he exclaimed, as they all pressed around, "gentlemen, what have I done?" "Oh, we know you," exclaimed half a dozen voices, "you needn't roll your sanctimonious eyes, that game don't take in this country. Come, straddle the rail, and remember the stackyard." He grew more and more bewildered. He could not imagine what possible offense he was to suffer for, and he continued to exclaim, "Gentlemen, what have I done? Don't kill me, gentlemen, but tell me what I have done. Come, make him straddle the rail, we'll show him how to hang poor factory girls," shouted a man in the crowd. The man who had him by the collar then remarked, "Come, Martha Avery, it's no use, you see, we know you, and we'll give you a touch of lynch law, and start you for home again." "My name is not Avery, gentlemen, you are mistaken in your man," he exclaimed. "Come, come, none of your gammon, straddle the rail, Ephraim." The rail was brought and Barnum was about to be placed on it, when the truth flashed upon him. "Gentlemen," he exclaimed, "I am not Avery, I despise that villain as much as you can, my name is Barnum, I belong to the circus which arrived here last night, and I am sure old Turner, my partner, has hoaxed you with this ridiculous story." "If he has, we'll lynch him," said one of the mob. "Well, he has, I'll assure you, and if you will walk to the hotel with me, I'll convince you of the fact." This they reluctantly assented to, keeping, however, a close hand upon him. As they walked up the main street, the mob received a reinforcement of some 50 or 60, and Barnum was marched like a malefactor up to the hotel. Old Turner stood on the piazza ready to explode with laughter. Barnum appealed to him for heaven's sake to explain this matter, that he might be liberated. He continued to laugh, but finally told them he believed there was some mistake about it. "The fact is," said he, "my friend Barnum has a new suit of black clothes on and he looks so much like a priest that I thought he must be Avery." The crowd saw the joke and seemed satisfied. Barnum's new coat had been half torn from his back, and he had been very roughly handled. But some of the crowd apologized for the outrage, declaring that Turner ought to be served in the same way, while others advised Barnum to get even with him. Barnum was very much offended, and when the mob dispersed he asked Turner what could have induced him to play such a trick. "My dear Mr. Barnum," he replied, "it was all for our good. Remember, all we need to ensure success is notoriety. You will see that this will be noised all about town as a trick played by one of the circus managers upon the other, and our pavilion will be crammed tomorrow night." It was even so, the trick was told all over town, and every one came to see the circus managers who were in a habit of playing practical jokes upon each other. They had fine audiences while they remained at Annapolis, but it was a long time before Barnum forgave Turner for his rascally joke. Chapter 6. Incidents of a Circus Tour. At almost every place visited by the traveling company, some notable incident occurred. At Hanover Court House, Virginia, for example, it was raining so heavily that they could not give a performance, and Turner therefore decided to start for Richmond immediately after dinner. Their landlord, however, said that as their agent had engaged 3 meals and lodgings for the whole troupe, the whole bill must be paid whether they went then or stayed until next morning. No compromise could be made with the stubborn fellow, and Turner was equally stubborn in his determination both to go at once and also to have the worth of his money. The following program was accordingly carried out, Turner insisting upon every detail. Dinner was ordered at 12 o'clock and was duly prepared and eaten. As soon as the table was cleared, supper was ordered, at 12:30. After eating as much of this as their dinner had left room for, the whole company went to bed at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Each man insisted upon taking a lighted candle to his room, and the whole 36 of them undressed and went to bed as though they proposed to stay all night. Half an hour later they arose and dressed again and went down to breakfast, which Turner had ordered served at 2 o'clock sharp. They could eat but little of this meal, of course, but they did the best they could, and at 2:30 in the afternoon were on their way to Richmond. Throughout the whole absurd proceedings the landlord was furiously angry. Turner was as solemn as a corpse, and the rest of the company were convulsed with laughter. After the performance one evening at Richmond, Barnum tried to pay Turner for that practical joke about the Reverend Mr. Avery. A score of the company were telling stories and singing songs in the sitting room of the hotel. Presently somebody began propounding some amusing arithmetical problems. Then Turner proposed one, which was readily solved. Barnum's turn came next, and he offered the following, for Turner's especial benefit. Suppose a man is 30 years of age, and he has a child 1 year of age, he is 30 times older than his child. When the child is 30 years old, the father, being 60, is only twice as old as his child. When the child is 60 the father is 90, and therefore only 1/3 older than the child. When the child is 90 the father is 120, and therefore only 1/4 older than the child. Thus you see, the child is gradually but surely gaining on the parent, and as he certainly continues to come nearer and nearer, in time he must overtake him. The question therefore is, suppose it was possible for them to live long enough, how old would the father be when the child overtook him and became of the same age? The company generally saw the catch. But Turner was very much interested in the problem, and although he admitted he knew nothing about arithmetic, he was convinced that as the son was gradually gaining on the father he must reach him if there was time enough, say, 1,000 years, or so, for the race. But an old gentleman gravely remarked that the idea of a son becoming as old as his father while both were living, was simply nonsense, and he offered to bet a dozen of champagne that the thing was impossible, even, in figures. Turner, who was a betting man, and who thought the problem might be proved, accepted the wager, but he was soon convinced that however much the boy might relatively gain upon his father, there would always be 30 years difference in their ages. The champagne cost him $25, and he failed to see the fun of Barnum's arithmetic, though at last he acknowledged that it was a fair offset to the Avery trick. From Richmond they went to Petersburg, and thence to Warrenton, North Carolina, and there, on October 30th, Barnum and Turner separated, Barnum's engagement having expired with a clear profit to himself of about $1,200. Barnum took Vivalla, a Negro singer and dancer named James Sanford, several musicians, horses and wagons, and a small canvas tent. With these he proposed to carry on a traveling show of his own. His first stop was on Saturday, November 12, 1836, at Rocky Mount Falls, North Carolina. The next day, being Sunday, Barnum set out for church. I noticed, he says, a stand and benches in a grove nearby, and determined to speak to the people if I was permitted. The landlord who was with me said that the congregation, coming from a distance to attend a single service, would be very glad to hear a stranger, and I accordingly asked the venerable clergyman to announce that after service I would speak for half an hour in the grove. Learning that I was not a clergyman, he declined to give the notice, but said that he had no objection to my making the announcement, which I did, and the congregation, numbering about 300, promptly came to hear me. I told them I was not a preacher, and had very little experience in public speaking, but I felt a deep interest in matters of morality and religion, and would attempt in a plain way, to set before them the duties and privileges of man. I appealed to every man's experience, observation and reason, to confirm the Bible doctrine of wretchedness in vice and happiness in virtue. We cannot violate the laws of God with impunity, and he will not keep back the wages of well-doing. The outside show of things is of very small account. We must look to realities and not to appearances. Diamonds may glitter on a vicious breast, but the soul's calm sunshine and the heartfelt joy is virtue's prize. The rogue, the passionate man, the drunkard, are not to be envied even at the best, and a conscience hardened by sin is the most sorrowful possession we can think of. Barnum proceeded in this strain with various scriptural quotations and familiar illustrations, for 3/4 of an hour. At the end of his address several persons came up to shake hands with him, saying that they had been greatly pleased and edified by his remarks and asking to know his name. He went away feeling that possibly he had done some good by means of his impromptu preaching. The Negro singer and dancer, Sanford, abruptly deserted the show at Camden, South Carolina, and left Barnum in a bad plight. An entertainment of Negro songs had been advertised, and no one was able to fill Sanford's place. Barnum was determined, however, that his audience should not be disappointed, and so he blackened his own face and went on the stage himself, singing a number of plantation melodies. His efforts were received with great applause, and he was recalled several times. This performance was repeated for several evenings. One night after thus personating a Negro, Barnum heard a disturbance outside the tent. Hastening to the spot, he found a man quarreling with one of his company. He interfered, whereupon the man drew a pistol and pointing it at Barnum's head, exclaimed, "You black scoundrel! How dare you use such language to a white man?" He evidently took Barnum for a real Negro, and in another moment would have blown his brains out. But quick as a flash the showman exclaimed, "I am as white as you," and at the same moment rolled up his sleeves showing the white skin of his arm. The other man dropped his pistol in consternation and humbly begged Barnum's pardon. "On 4 different occasions in my life," said Mr. Barnum not long before his death, "I have had a loaded pistol pointed at my head, and each time I have escaped death by what seemed a miracle. I have also often been in deadly peril by accidents, and when I think of these things I realize my indebtedness to an all-protecting Providence. Reviewing my career, too, and considering the kind of company I kept for years and the associations with which I was surrounded and connected, I am surprised as well as grateful that I was not ruined. I honestly believe that I owe my preservation from the degradation of living and dying a loafer and a vagabond, to the single fact that I was never addicted to strong drink. To be sure, I have in times past drank liquor, but I have generally wholly abstained from intoxicating beverages, and for many years, I am glad to say, I have been a strict teetotaler." At Camden, Barnum also lost one of his musicians, a Scotchman named Cochrane. This man was arrested and, in spite of Barnum's efforts to save him, imprisoned for many months for advising a Negro barber who was shaving him to run away to the Free States or to Canada. To fill up his ranks Barnum now hired Bob White, a Negro singer, and Joe Pentland, a clown, ventriloquist, comic singer, juggler, and sleight-of-hand performer, and also bought 4 horses and 2 wagons. He called this enlarged show Barnum's Grand Scientific and Musical Theater. At Raleigh, North Carolina, Barnum had sold a half-interest in his show to a man called Henry, not his real name. The latter now acted as treasurer and ticket-taker. When they reached Augusta, Georgia, the sheriff served a writ upon Henry for a debt of $500. As Henry had $600 of the company's money in his pockets, Barnum at once secured a bill of sale of all his property in the exhibition. Armed with this he met Henry's creditor and his lawyer, who demanded the key of the stable, so that they might levy on the horses and wagons. Barnum asked them to wait a little while until he could see Henry, to which they agreed. Henry was anxious to cheat his creditor, and accordingly was glad to sign the bill of sale. Then Barnum returned and told the creditor and his lawyer that Henry would neither pay nor compromise the claim. The sheriff thereupon demanded the stable key, so that he might attach Henry's share of the property. "Not yet," said Barnum, pulling out the bill of sale, "I am in possession as entire owner of this property. I have already purchased it, and you have not yet levied on it. You will touch my property at your peril." The creditor and the sheriff were thus baffled, but they immediately arrested Henry and took him to prison. The next day Barnum learned that Henry really owed $1,300, and that he had promised his creditor that he would pay him $500 of the company's money and a bill of sale of his interest in the show at the end of the Saturday night performance, in consideration of which the creditor was to allow him to take one of the horses and run away, leaving Barnum in the lurch. Learning this, Barnum was not disposed to help Henry any further. Finding that Henry had entrusted the $500 to Vivala, to keep it from the sheriff, Barnum secured it from Vivala on Henry's order, under pretense of securing bail for the prisoner. Then he paid the creditor the full amount obtained from Henry as the price of his half-interest and received in return an assignment of $500 of the creditor's claim and a guarantee that he should not be troubled by Henry for it. Thus his own promptness rescued Barnum from one of the most unpleasant situations in which he was ever placed. After this they got into one of the most desolate parts of Georgia. One night their advance agent, finding it impossible to reach the next town, arranged for the whole show to spend the night at a miserable and solitary hovel owned by an old woman named Hayes. The horses were to be picketed in a field, and the company were to sleep in the tent and the outhouses. Posters were scattered over the country, announcing that a performance would be given there the next day, the agent thinking that, as a show was a rarity in that region, a considerable number of small farmers would be glad to attend. Meanwhile, says Barnum, our advertiser, who was quite a wag, wrote back informing us of the difficulty of reaching a town on that part of our route, and stating that he had made arrangements for us to stay overnight on the plantation of Lady Hayes, and that although the country was sparsely settled, we could doubtless give a profitable performance to a fair audience. Anticipating a fine time on this noble plantation, we started at 4 o'clock in the morning so as to arrive at 1 o'clock, thus avoiding the heat of the afternoon. Towards noon we came to a small river where some men, whom we afterwards discovered to be down-east Yankees, from Maine, were repairing a bridge. Every flooring plank had been taken up, and it was impossible for our teams to cross. Could the bridge be fixed so that we could go over? I inquired. No. It would take half a day, and meantime, if we must cross, there was a place about 16 miles down the river where we could get over. But we can't go so far as that, we are under engagement to perform on Lady Hayes's place tonight, and we must cross here. Fix the bridge and we will pay you handsomely. They wanted no money, but if we would give them some tickets to our show they thought they might do something for us. I gladly consented, and in 15 minutes we crossed that bridge. The cunning rascals had seen our posters and knew we were coming, so they had taken up the planks of the bridge and had hidden them till they had levied upon us for tickets, when the floor was relaid in a quarter of an hour. Towards dinner time we began to look out for the grand mansion of Lady Hayes, and seeing nothing but little huts we quietly pursued our journey. At 1 o'clock, the time when we should have arrived at our destination, I became impatient, and riding up to a poverty-stricken hovel and seeing a ragged, barefooted old woman, with her sleeves rolled up to her shoulders, who was washing clothes in front of the door, I inquired, "Hello. Can you tell me where Lady Hayes lives?" The old woman raised her head, which was covered with tangled locks and matted hair, and exclaimed, "Hey. No, Hayes, Lady Hayes, where is her plantation?" "This is the place," she answered. "I'm Widder Hayes, and you are all to stay here tonight." We could not believe our ears or eyes, but after putting the dirty old woman through a severe cross-examination she finally produced a contract, signed by our advertiser, agreeing for board and lodging for the company, and we found ourselves booked for the night. It appeared that our advertiser could find no better quarters in that forlorn section, and he had indulged in a joke at our expense by exciting our appetites and imaginations in anticipation of the luxuries we should find in the magnificent mansion of Lady Hayes. Joe Pentland grumbled, Bob White indulged in some very strong language, and Signor Vivalla laughed. He had traveled with his monkey and organ in Italy and could put up with any fare that offered. I took the disappointment philosophically, simply remarking that we must make the best of it and compensate ourselves when we reached a town next day. The next forenoon we arrived at Macon, and congratulated ourselves that we had reached the regions of civilization. In going from Columbus, Georgia, to Montgomery, Alabama, we were obliged to cross a thinly settled, desolate tract, known as the Indian Nation, and as several persons had been murdered by hostile Indians in that region, it was deemed dangerous to travel the road without an escort. Only the day before we started, the mail stage had been stopped and the passengers murdered, the driver alone escaping. We were well armed, however, and trusted that our numbers would present too formidable a force to be attacked, though we dreaded to incur the risk. Vivalla alone was fearless and was ready to encounter 50 Indians and drive them into the swamp. Accordingly, when we had safely passed over the entire route to within 14 miles of Montgomery, and were beyond the reach of danger, Joe Pentland determined to test Vivalla's bravery. He had secretly purchased at Empty Meg's, on the way, an old Indian dress with a fringed hunting shirt and moccasins, and these he put on, after coloring his face with Spanish brown. Then shouldering his musket he followed Vivalla and the party, and, approaching stealthily leaped into their midst with a tremendous whoop. Vivalla's companions were in the secret, and they instantly fled in all directions. Vivala himself ran like a deer and Pentland after him, gun in hand and yelling horribly. After running a full mile the poor little Italian, out of breath and frightened nearly to death, dropped on his knees and begged for his life. The Indian leveled his gun at his victim, but soon seemed to relent, and signified that Vivala should turn his pockets inside out, which he did, producing and handing over a purse containing $11. The savage then marched Vivala to an oak, and with a handkerchief tied him in the most approved Indian manner to the tree, leaving him half dead with fright. Pentland then joined us, and washing his face and changing his dress, we all went to the relief of Vivala. He was overjoyed to see us, and when he was released his courage returned. He swore that after his companions left him, the Indian had been reinforced by 6 more, to whom, in default of a gun or other means to defend himself, Vivala had been compelled to surrender. We pretended to believe his story for a week, and then told him the joke, which he refused to credit, and also declined to take the money which Pentland offered to return, as it could not possibly be his since 7 Indians had taken his money. We had a great deal of fun over Vivala's courage, but the matter made him so cross and surly that we were finally obliged to drop it altogether. From that time forward, however, Vivala never boasted of his prowess. At the end of February, 1837, they reached Montgomery, and there Barnum sold a half-interest in his show to Henry Hawley, a sleight-of-hand performer. He was a very clever fellow and was never known to be nonplussed or embarrassed in his tricks, except upon one occasion. This was when he was performing the well-known egg and bag trick, which he did with great success, taking egg after egg from the bag and finally breaking one to show that they were genuine. "Now," said he, "I will show you the old hen that laid them." But it happened that the Negro boy to whom had been entrusted the duty of supplying properties, had made a slight mistake. The result was that Hawley triumphantly produced not the old hen that laid the eggs, but a most palpable and evident rooster. The audience roared with laughter, and Hawley, completely taken aback, fled in confusion to his dressing room, uttering furious maledictions upon the boy who was the author of his woe. The show visited various places in Alabama, Tennessee and Kentucky, and finally disbanded at Nashville in May, 1837. Vivala went to New York and gave some performances on his own account before sailing for Cuba. Hawley remained in Tennessee, and Barnum went home to his family. Early in July, however, he formed a new company and went back to rejoin Hawley. But they were not successful, and in August they parted again, Barnum forming a new partnership with 1Z. Graves. He then went to Tiffin, Ohio, where he re-engaged Joe Pentland and got together the nucleus of a new company. During his short stay at Tiffin, Barnum got into a discussion with various gentlemen on religious subjects, and in response to their invitation lectured, or preached, in the schoolhouse on Sunday afternoon and evening. He also went to the neighboring town of Republic and delivered 2 lectures. On his way back to Kentucky, just before he reached Cincinnati, he met a drove of hogs. One of the drivers made an insolent remark because the circus wagons interfered with the driving of the hogs, and Barnum responded angrily. Thereupon the fellow jumped from his horse, pointed a pistol at Barnum's breast and swore he would shoot him if he did not apologize. Barnum asked permission to speak first to a friend in the next wagon, after which, he said, he would give the man full satisfaction. The friend proved to be a loaded double-barreled gun, which Barnum leveled at the hog driver's head, saying, "Now, sir, you must apologize, or have your brains blown out. You drew a weapon upon me for a careless remark. You seem to hold human life at a cheap price. Now you have the choice between a load of shot and an apology." The man apologized promptly, a pleasant conversation ensued, and they parted excellent friends. On this tour they exhibited at Nashville, where Barnum visited General Jackson at the Hermitage, at Huntsville, Tuscaloosa, Vicksburg and various other places, generally doing well. At Vicksburg they bought a steamboat and went down the river, stopping at every important landing to exhibit. At Natchez their cook deserted them, and Barnum set out to find another. He found a white woman who was willing to go, only she expected to marry a painter in that town, and did not want to leave him. Barnum went to see the painter and found that he had not fully made up his mind whether to marry the woman or not. Thereupon the enterprising showman told the painter that if he would marry the woman the next morning he would hire him for $25 a month as painter, and his bride at the same wages as cook, give them both their board and add a cash bonus of $50. There was a wedding on the boat the next day, and they had a good cook and a good dinner. During one evening performance at Francisville, Louisiana, a man tried to pass Barnum at the door of the tent, claiming that he had paid for admittance. Barnum refused him entrance, and as he was slightly intoxicated, he struck Barnum with a slung shot, mashing his hat and grazing what phrenologists call the organ of caution. He went away and soon returned with a gang of armed and half-drunken companions, who ordered the showman to pack up their traps and plunder, and to get on board their steamboat within an hour. The big tent speedily came down. No one was permitted to help, but the company worked with a will, and within 5 minutes of the expiration of the hour they were on board and ready to leave. The scamps who had caused their departure escorted them and their last load, waving pine torches, and saluted them with a hurrah as they swung into the stream. The New Orleans papers of March 19, 1838, announced the arrival of the steamer series, Captain Barnum, with a theatrical company. After a week's performance, they started for the Attakapas country. At Opelousas they exchanged the steamer for sugar and molasses. The company was disbanded, and Barnum started for home, arriving in New York. June 4, 1838. Chapter 7. Hard Times. Looking around now for some permanent business, Barnum at last resorted to the expedient of advertising for a partner, stating that he had $2,500 to invest, and was willing to add his entire personal attention to the business. He was immediately overwhelmed with answers, the most of them coming from sharpers. One was a counterfeiter who wanted $2,500 to invest in paper, ink, and dyes. One applicant was a sedate individual dressed in sober drab. He proposed to buy a horse and wagon and sell oats in bags, trusting that no one would be particular in measuring after a Quaker. "Do you mean to cheat in measuring your oats?" asked Barnum. "Well," said the Quaker, with a significant leer, "I shall probably make them hold out." Finally Barnum decided to go into business with a good-looking, plausible German, named Proler, who was a manufacturer of paste blacking, cologne, and bear's grease. They opened a store at No. 101½ Bowery, where Proler manufactured the goods, and Barnum kept accounts and attended to sales in the store. The business prospered, or appeared to, until the capital was exhausted, and early in 1840 Barnum sold out his interest to Proler, taking the German's note for $2,600, which was all he ever got, Proler shortly afterward running away to Rotterdam. Barnum had formed the acquaintance of a very clever young dancer named John Diamond, and soon after leaving the paste-blacking enterprise, he gathered together a company of singers, etc., which, with the dancer, Diamond, he placed in the hands of an agent, not caring to have his name appear in the transaction. He hired the Vauxhall Garden Saloon in New York and gave a variety of performances. This, however, proved unprofitable, and was abandoned after a few months. Much as Barnum dreaded resuming the life of an itinerant showman, there seemed nothing else to be done, so January 2d, 1841, found him in New Orleans, with a company consisting of C. D. Jenkins, an excellent Yankee character artist, Diamond, the dancer, a violinist, and one or two others. His brother-in-law, John Hallett, acted as advance agent. The venture was fairly successful, though after the first 2 weeks in New Orleans, the manager and proprietor of the show was obliged to pledge his watch as security for the board bill. A dancing match between Diamond and a Negro from Kentucky put nearly $500 into Barnum's pocket, and they continued to prosper until Diamond, after extorting as much money as possible from his manager, finally ran away. The other members of the troupe caused considerable trouble later. Jenkins, the Yankee character man, went to St. Louis, and having enticed Francis Lynch, an orphan protégé of Barnum's into the scheme, proceeded to the museum, where he exhibited Lynch as the celebrated dancer, John Diamond. Barnum poured out his wrath at this swindler in a letter, for which Jenkins threatened suit, and actually did instigate R. W. Lindsay to bring an action against Barnum for a pipe of brandy, alleged to have been included in his contract. Being among strangers, Barnum had some difficulty in procuring the $500 bond required, and was committed to jail until late in the afternoon. As soon as he was released, he had Jenkins arrested for fraud, and then went on his way rejoicing. After an absence of 8 months, Barnum found himself back in New York, resolved never again to be a traveling showman. Contracting with the publisher, Robert Sears, for 500 copies of Sears' Pictorial Illustrations of the Bible, and accepting the United States agency for the book, he opened an office at the corner of Beekman and Nassau Streets. He advertised widely, had numerous agents, and sold thousands of books, but for all that, lost money. While engaged in this business, the Vauxhall Saloon was reopened, under the management of John Hallett, Mrs. Barnum's brother. At the end of the season they had cleared about $200. This sum was soon exhausted, and for the rest of the winter Barnum managed to eke out a living by writing for the Sunday papers, and getting up unique advertisements for the Bowery Amphitheater. His ambition received a stimulus at last from a friend in Danbury, who held a mortgage on a piece of property owned by Mr. Barnum. Mr. Whittlesey wrote that as he was convinced of Mr. Barnum's inability to lay up money, he thought he might as well demand the $500 then as at any time. Barnum's flagging energies were aroused, and he began in earnest to look for some permanent investment. In connection with the Bowery Amphitheater, the information came to him that the collection of curiosities comprising Scudder's American Museum, at the corner of Broadway and N Streets, was for sale. The original proprietor had spent $50,000 on it, and at his death had left a large fortune as the result of the speculation. It was now losing money, and the heirs offered it for sale, at the low price of $15,000. Realizing that with tact, energy, and liberality, the business might be made as profitable as ever, Barnum resolved to buy it. "You buy the American Museum," exclaimed a friend to whom he confided the scheme. "What will you buy it with?" "With brass," answered Barnum, "for silver and gold have I none." And buy it with brass he did, as the story of the transaction testifies. The museum building belonged to Mr. Francis W. Olmsted, a retired merchant, to whom he wrote, stating his desire to buy the collection, and that although he had no means, if it could be purchased upon reasonable credit, he was confident that his tact and experience, added to a determined devotion to business, would enable him to make the payments when due. Barnum therefore asked him to purchase the collection in his own name, to give a writing securing it to Barnum, provided he made the payments punctually, including the rent of his building, to allow Barnum $12.50 a week on which to support his family, and if at any time he failed to meet the installment due, he would vacate the premises, and forfeit all that might have been paid to that date. In fact, Mr. Olmsted, Barnum continued, earnestly, "you may bind me in any way, and as tightly as you please, only give me a chance to dig out, or scratch out, and I will do so or forfeit all the labor and trouble I may have incurred." In reply to this letter, which Barnum took to his house himself, Mr. Olmsted named an hour when he could call on him. Barnum was there at the exact moment, and Olmsted was pleased with his punctuality. He inquired closely as to Barnum's habits and antecedents, and the latter frankly narrated his experiences as a caterer for the public, mentioning his amusement ventures in Vauxhall Garden, the circus, and in the exhibitions he had managed at the South and West. "Who are your references?" Olmsted inquired. "Any man in my line," Barnum replied, "from Edmund Simpson, manager of the Park Theatre, or William Niblo, to Messrs. Welch, June, Titus, Turner, Angevin, or other circus or menagerie proprietors, also Moses Y. Beach, of the New York Sunday. Can you get any of them to call on me?" Barnum told him that he could, and the next day Mr. Niblo rode down and had an interview with Mr. Olmsted, while Mr. Beach and several other gentlemen also called. The following morning Barnum waited upon him for his decision. "I don't like your references, Mr. Barnum," said Mr. Olmsted, abruptly, as soon as he entered the room. Barnum was confused, and said, he regretted to hear it. "They all speak too well of you," Olmsted added, laughing, "in fact, they all talk as if they were partners of yours, and intended to share the profits." "Nothing could have pleased me better," says Barnum. He then asked me what security I could offer in case he concluded to make the purchase for me, and it was finally agreed that, if he should do so, he should retain the property till it was entirely paid for, and should also appoint a ticket-taker and accountant, at my expense, who should render him a weekly statement. I was further to take an apartment hitherto used as a billiard room in his adjoining building, allowing therefore $500 a year, making a total rental of $3,000 per annum, on a lease of 10 years. He then told me to see the administrator and heirs of the estate, to get their best terms, and to meet him on his return to town a week from that time. I at once saw Mr. John Heath, the administrator, and his price was $15,000. I offered $10,000, payable in 7 annual installments, with good security. After several interviews, it was finally agreed that I should have it for $12,000, payable as above, possession to be given on the 15th of November. Mr. Olmsted assented to this, and a morning was appointed to draw and sign the writings. Mr. Heath appeared, but said he must decline proceeding any further in my case, as he had sold the collection to the directors of Peale's Museum, an incorporated institution, for $15,000, and had received $1,000 in advance. I was shocked, and appealed to Mr. Heath's honor. He said that he had signed no writing with me, was in no way legally bound, and that it was his duty to do the best he could for the heirs. Mr. Olmsted was sorry but could not help me, the new tenants would not require him to incur any risk, and my matter was at an end. Of course I immediately informed myself as to the character of Peale's Museum Company. It proved to be a band of speculators who had bought Peale's collection for a few $1,000s, expecting to unite the American Museum with it, issue and sell stock to the amount of $50,000, pocket $30,000 profits, and permit the stockholders to look out for themselves. I went immediately to several of the editors, including Major M. Noah, M. Y. Beach, my good friends West, Herrick, and Ropes, of the Atlas, and others, and stated my grievances. Now, said I, if you will grant me the use of your columns, I'll blow that speculation sky high. They all consented, and I wrote a large number of squibs, cautioning the public against buying the museum stock, ridiculing the idea of a board of broken-down bank directors engaging in the exhibition of stuffed monkeys and gander skins, appealing to the case of the Zoological Institute, which had failed by adopting such a plan as the one now proposed. And finally, I told the public that such a speculation would be infinitely more ridiculous than Dickens's Grand United Metropolitan Hot Muffin and Crumpet Baking and Punctual Delivery Company. The stock was as dead as a herring. I then went to Mr. Heath and asked him when the directors were to pay the other $14,000. On the 26th day of December, or forfeit the $1,000 already paid, was the reply. I assured him that they would never pay it, that they could not raise it, and that he would ultimately find himself with the museum collection on his hands, and if once I started off with an exhibition for the South, I could not touch the museum at any price. Now, said I, if you will agree with me confidentially, that in case these gentlemen do not pay you on the 26th of December I may have it on the 27th for $12,000, I will run the risk, and wait in this city until that date. He readily agreed to the proposition, but said he was sure they would not forfeit their $1,000. Very well, said I, all I ask of you is, that this arrangement shall not be mentioned. He assented. On the 27th day of December, at 10 o'clock a.m., I wish you to meet me in Mr. Olmsted's apartments, prepared to sign the writings, provided this incorporated company do not pay you $14,000 on the 26th. He agreed to this, and by my request put it in writing. From that moment I felt that the museum was mine. I saw Mr. Olmsted, and told him so. He promised secrecy, and agreed to sign the document if the other parties did not meet their engagement. This was about November 15th, and I continued my shower of newspaper squibs at the new company, which could not sell $1's worth of its stock. Meanwhile, if any one spoke to me about the museum, I simply replied that I had lost it. This newspaper war against the Peales was kept up unceasingly until one morning in December, I received a letter from the secretary of that company, now calling itself the New York Museum Company, requesting me to meet the directors at the museum on the following Monday morning. I went, and found the directors in session. The venerable president of the board, who was also the ex-president of a broken bank, blandly proposed to hire me to manage the United Museums, and though I saw that he merely meant to buy my silence, I professed to entertain the proposition, and in reply to an inquiry as to what salary I should expect, I specified the sum of $3,000 a year. This was at once acceded to, the salary to begin January 1, 1842, and after complimenting me on my ability, the president remarked, "Of course, Mr. Barnum, we shall have no more of your squibs through the newspapers." To which I replied that I should ever try to serve the interests of my employers, and I took my leave. It was as clear to me as noonday that, after buying my silence so as to appreciate their stock, these directors meant to sell out to whom they could, leaving me to look to future stockholders for my salary. They thought, no doubt, that they had nicely entrapped me, but I knew I had caught them. For, supposing me to be out of the way, and having no other rival purchaser, these directors postponed the advertisement of their stock to give people time to forget the attacks I had made on it, and they also took their own time for paying the money promised to Mr. Heath, December 26. Indeed, they did not even call on him at the appointed time. But on the following morning, as agreed, I was promptly and hopefully at Mr. Olmsted's apartments with my legal adviser. At 9:30, Mr. Heath came with his lawyer at 10, and before 2 o'clock that day I was in formal possession of the American Museum. My first managerial act was to write and dispatch the following complimentary note. American Museum, New York, December 27, 1841. To the President and Directors of the New York Museum. Gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to inform you that you are placed upon the free list of this establishment until further notice. P. T. Barnum, Proprietor. It is unnecessary to say that the President of the New York Museum was astounded, and when he called upon Mr. Heath, and learned that I had bought and was really in possession of the American Museum, he was indignant. He talked of prosecution, and demanded the $1,000 paid on his agreement, but he did not prosecute, and he justly forfeited his deposit money. Chapter 8. The American Museum. With great hopes for the success of his project, Barnum entered upon the management of the museum. It was a new epoch in his career. He felt that the opportunity of his life had presented itself, in the show business, to be sure, but in a permanent, substantial phase of it. He must pay for the establishment within the stipulated time, or forfeit all he had paid on account. A rigid plan of economy was determined upon, his wife agreeing to support the family on $600 a year, or even on $400 if necessary. Barnum himself made every possible personal retrenchment. One day, some 6 months after the purchase had been made, Mr. Olmsted happened into the ticket office, while the proprietor was eating his lunch of cold corned beef and bread. "Is that all you eat for dinner?" asked Mr. Olmsted. "I have not eaten a warm dinner, except on Sundays, since I bought the museum," was the reply, "and I don't intend to, until I am out of debt." "That's right," said Mr. Olmsted, heartily, "and you'll pay for the museum before the year is out." And he was right. The nucleus of this establishment, Scudder's Museum, was formed in 1810. It was begun in Chatham Street, and was afterward transferred to the old City Hall, and from small beginnings, by purchases, and to a considerable degree by presents, it had grown to be a large and valuable collection. People in all parts of the country had sent in relics and rare curiosities. Sea captains for years had brought and deposited strange things from foreign lands. And besides all these gifts, the previous proprietor had actually expended, as was stated, $50,000 in making the collection, which, valuable as it was when Barnum bought it, was only the beginning of its subsequent greatness. In 1842 the entire contents of Peale's museum was purchased, and in 1850 the Peale collection of Philadelphia was added. In 1865 the space occupied for museum purposes was more than twice as large as in 1842. The lecture room, originally narrow, ill-contrived, and inconvenient, was so enlarged and improved that it became one of the most commodious and beautiful amusement halls in the city of New York. At first the attractions and inducements were merely the collection of curiosities by day, and an evening entertainment, consisting of such variety performances as were current in ordinary shows. Then Saturday afternoons and, soon afterward, Wednesday afternoons, were devoted to entertainments, and the popularity of the museum grew so rapidly that it was presently found expedient and profitable to open the great lecture room every afternoon, as well as every evening, on every weekday in the year. The first experiments in this direction more than justified expectations, for the day exhibitions were always more thronged than those of the evening. Holidays, of course, were made the most of, and there is a record of 12 performances, to as many audiences, being given in one day. By degrees the character of the stage performances were changed. The transient attractions of the museum were constantly diversified, and educated dogs, industrious fleas, automatons, jugglers, ventriloquists, living statuary, tableaux, gypsies, albinos, fat boys, giants, dwarfs, rope dancers, live, Yankees, pantomime, instrumental music, singing and dancing in great variety, dioramas, panoramas, models of Niagara, Dublin, Paris, and Jerusalem, Hannington's dioramas of the creation, the deluge, fairy grotto, storm at sea. The first English Punch and Judy in this country, Italian fantosini, mechanical figures, fancy glass-blowing, knitting machines, and other triumphs in the mechanical arts, dissolving views, American Indians, who enacted their warlike and religious ceremonies on the stage, these, among others, were all exceedingly successful. No man ever understood the art of advertising better than Barnum. Knowing that Mammon is ever caught with glare, he took pains that his posters should be larger, his transparencies more brilliant, his puffing more persistent than anybody else's. And if he resorted to hyperbole at times in his advertisements, it was always his boast that no one ever went away from his museum, without having received the worth of his money. It used to amuse Mr. Barnum later in life, to relate some of the unique advertising dodges which his inventive genius devised. Here is a fair sample, as he once told it. One morning a stout, hardy-looking man came into my ticket office and begged some money. I asked him why he did not work and earn his living. He replied that he could get nothing to do, and that he would be glad of any job at $1 a day. I handed him $0.25, told him to go and get his breakfast and return, and I would employ him, at light labor, at $1.50 a day. When he returned I gave him 5 common bricks. Now, said I, go and lay a brick on the sidewalk, at the corner of Broadway and N Street, another close by the museum, a third diagonally across the way, at the corner of Broadway and Vesey Street, by the Astor House, put down the 4th on the sidewalk, in front of St. Paul's Church opposite, then, with the 5th brick in hand, take up a rapid march from one point to the other, making the circuit, exchanging your brick at every point, and say nothing to any one. What is the object of this? Inquired the man. No matter, I replied, all you need to know is that it brings you 15 cents wages per hour. It is a bit of my fun, and to assist me properly you must seem to be as deaf as a post, wear a serious countenance, answer no questions, pay no attention to any one, but attend faithfully to the work, and at the end of every hour, by St. Paul's clock, show this ticket at the museum door, enter, walking solemnly through every hall in the building. Pass out, and resume your work. With the remark that, it was all one to him, so long as he could earn his living, the man placed his bricks, and began his round. Half an hour afterward, at least 500 people were watching his mysterious movements. He had assumed a military step and bearing, and, looking as sober as a judge, he made no response whatever to the constant inquiries as to the object of his singular conduct. At the end of the first hour, the sidewalks in the vicinity were packed with people, all anxious to solve the mystery. The man, as directed, then went into the museum, devoting 15 minutes to a solemn survey of the halls, and afterward returning to his round. This was repeated every hour until sundown, and whenever the man went into the museum a dozen or more persons would buy tickets and follow him, hoping to gratify their curiosity in regard to the purpose of his movements. This was continued for several days, the curious people who followed the man into the museum considerably more than paying his wages, till finally the policeman, to whom Barnum had imparted his object, complained that the obstruction of the sidewalk by crowds, had become so serious that he must call in his brick man. This trivial incident excited considerable talk and amusement, it advertised Barnum, and it materially advanced his purpose of making a lively corner near the museum. Barnum realized above all that to have people pleased with his attractions was the best advertisement he could possibly have, and he tried honestly to keep the museum supplied with every novelty. A curiosity which possessed some merit and considerable absurdity was the celebrated model of Niagara, with real water. One day the enterprising proprietor was called before the Board of Water Commissioners, and informed that he must pay a large extra compensation for the immense amount of water that supplied his Niagara. To the astonishment of the board, Mr. Barnum gave his assurance that a single barrel of water per month served to run the machine. Apropos of this wonderful model, Barnum used to tell how he got even with his friend, Lewis Gaylord Clark, editor of the Knickerbocker, an inveterate joker, and who was fond of guying the museum. The first time Clark viewed Niagara, he assumed great admiration. "Well, Barnum, I declare, this is quite an idea. I never saw the like of this before in all my life." "No?" inquired Barnum, quite pleased. "No," said Clark, fervently, "and I hope to the Lord, I never will." Barnum might have forgiven this, but Clark's next joke was too much to bear. He came in one day and asked Barnum if he had the club with which Captain Cook was killed. The museum boasted a large collection of Indian curiosities, and Barnum showed one warlike weapon which he assured Clark was the identical club, and he had all the documents to prove it. "Poor Cook." "Poor Cook," said Clark, musingly. "Well, Mr. Barnum," he continued, with great gravity, at the same time extending his hand, "I am really very much obliged to you for your kindness. I had an irrepressible desire to see the club that killed Captain Cook, and I felt quite confident you could accommodate me. I have been in half a dozen smaller museums, and as they all had it, I was sure a large establishment like yours would not be without it." But Barnum's turn came. A few weeks afterward, he wrote to Clark that if he would come to his office he was anxious to consult him on a matter of great importance. He came, and Barnum said, "Now, I don't want any of your nonsense, but I want your sober advice." Clark assured him that he would serve him in any way in his power, and Barnum proceeded to tell him about a wonderful fish from the Nile, offered for exhibition at $100 a week, the owner of which was willing to forfeit $5,000, if, within 6 weeks, this fish did not pass through a transformation in which the tail would disappear and the fish would then have legs. "Is it possible?" asked the astonished Clark. Barnum assured him that there was no doubt of it. Thereupon Clark advised Barnum to engage the wonder at any price, that it would startle the naturalists, wake up the whole scientific world, draw in the masses, and make $20,000 for the museum. Barnum told him that he thought well of the speculation, only he did not like the name of the fish. "That makes no difference whatever," said Clark. "What is the name of the fish?" "Tadpole," Barnum replied, with becoming gravity, "but it is vulgarly called pollywog." "Sold, by thunder!" exclaimed Clark, and he left. Another story is illustrative of some of the trials incident to theatrical management. An actor named La Rue presented himself as an imitator of celebrated histrionic personages, including Macready, Forrest, Kemble, the elder Booth, Kean, Hamblin, and others. Taking him into the green room for a private rehearsal, and finding his imitations excellent, Barnum engaged him. For 3 nights he gave great satisfaction, but early in the 4th evening he staggered into the museum so drunk that he could hardly stand, and in half an hour he must be on the stage. Barnum called an assistant, and they took La Rue and marched him up Broadway as far as Chambers Street, and back to the lower end of the park, hoping to sober him. At this point they put his head under a pump and gave him a good ducking, with visible beneficial effect, then a walk around the park and another ducking, when he assured them that he should be able to give his imitations, to a charm. "You drunken brute," said Barnum, "if you fail, and disappoint my audience, I will throw you out of the window." He declared that he was all right, and Barnum led him behind the scenes, where he waited with considerable trepidation to watch his movements on the stage. La Rue began by saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, I will now give you an imitation of Mr. Booth, the eminent tragedian." His tongue was thick, his language somewhat incoherent, and Barnum had great misgivings as he proceeded. But as no token of disapprobation came from the audience, He began to hope he would go through with his parts without exciting suspicion of his condition. But before he had half finished his representation of Booth, in the soliloquy in the opening act of Richard III, the house discovered that he was very drunk, and began to hiss. This only seemed to stimulate him to make an effort to appear sober, which, as is usual in such cases, only made matters worse, and the hissing increased. Barnum lost all patience, and, going on the stage and taking the drunken fellow by the collar, apologized to the audience, assuring them that he should not appear before them again. Barnum was about to march him off, when he stepped to the front, and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Booth has often appeared on the stage in a state of inebriety, and I was simply giving you a truthful representation of him on such occasions. I beg to be permitted to proceed with my imitations." The audience at once supposed it was all right, and cried out, go on, which he did, and at every imitation of Booth, whether as Richard, Shylock, or Sir Giles Overreach, he received a hearty round of applause. Barnum was quite delighted with his success, but when he came to imitate Forrest and Hamblin, necessarily representing them as drunk also, the audience could be no longer deluded, the hissing was almost deafening, and Barnum was forced to lead the actor off. It was his last appearance on that stage. Barnum always denied that the Fiji Mermaid, which attained such lasting notoriety, was an invention of his own. It was first exhibited in London in 1822, where it was purchased by Mr. Moses Kimball, of the Boston Museum, who sold it to Barnum. The creature was really most ingeniously constructed, probably by some Japanese. It drew like magic, and afterwards served as a good advertisement, sent throughout the country for exhibition, the posters reading, "From Barnum's Great American Museum, New York." Barnum believed in making his place of exhibition as attractive as possible, and the building was decorated with flags and banners. The posters were of the most sensational character, and the first Drummond lights ever seen in New York were placed on top of the museum, flooding the streets around with brilliance. Chapter 9. Increased popularity of the museum. The fame of the American Museum rose higher and higher. It is doubtful if any place of entertainment ever attracted such enthusiastic crowds. It was the first place visited by strangers in the city. The small lecture room had been converted into a large and beautiful theater, and in it many afterwards celebrated actors and actresses made their first appearance, Southern, Barney Williams, and the charming Mary Garman. On holidays there were lecture performances every hour. The actors kept on their stage clothes from 11 o'clock in the morning until 10 at night, their meals were served in the green room, and the company received extra pay. The 4th of July, 1842, was a great day in the history of the museum. Barnum had planned a magnificent display of American flags, as one of the outside attractions, and applied to the vestrymen of St. Paul's Church, opposite the museum, for permission to attach his flag rope to a tree in the churchyard. Their reply was an indignant refusal. Returning to the museum, Barnum directed that his original order concerning the disposition of the flags be carried out to the letter. The morning dawned, and the crowds on Broadway were admiring the display, when two representatives of the baffled vestry rushed into the office and demanded that the ropes be taken down. The Church of St. Paul's, where Washington worshipped, attached to a museum. Sacrilege. Barnum assumed a conciliatory tone, reminding them that he always stopped his band playing during their weekday services, and suggesting the fairness of the obligation being made mutual. "If those flags are not down in 10 minutes, cried one of the vestrymen, I will cut them down." Then Barnum sprang to his feet and exclaimed loudly enough for the crowd to hear. "Well, mister, I should just like to see you dare to cut down the American flag on the 4th of July, you must be a Britisher to make such a threat as that, but I'll show you 1,000 pairs of Yankee hands in 2 minutes, if you dare to attempt to take down the stars and stripes on this great birthday of American freedom." "What's that John Bull saying?" asked a brawny fellow, placing himself in front of the irate vestryman. "Look here, old fellow," he continued, "if you want to save a whole bone in your body, you had better slope, and never dare to talk again about hauling down the American flag in the city of New York." Throngs of excited, exasperated men crowded around, and the vestryman, seeing the effect of the ruse, smiled faintly and said, "Oh, of course it is all right," and he and his companion quietly edged out of the crowd. By 1 o'clock that day, the museum was so densely packed that no more visitors could be admitted, and the proprietor saw with despair the crowds being turned away from the door. Rushing downstairs, he directed the carpenter to cut down the partition and floor in the rear and to put in a temporary flight of stairs. The egress was ready by 3 o'clock, and people poured out into N Street, while the crowd from Broadway poured in. After that, the egress was always ready on holidays. One of Barnum's most amusing reminiscences related to this egress. Early in the following March I received notice from some of the Irish population that they meant to visit me in great numbers on St. Patrick's Day in the morning. "All right," said I to my carpenter, "get your egress ready for March 17th, and I added, to my assistant manager, "If there is much of a crowd, don't let a single person pass out at the front, even if it were St. Patrick himself. Put every man out through the egress in the rear." The day came, and before noon we were caught in the same dilemma as we were on the 4th of July, the museum was jammed, and the sale of tickets was stopped. I went to the egress and asked the sentinel how many hundreds had passed out. "Hundreds," he replied, "why only 3 persons have gone out by this way, and they came back, saying that it was a mistake and begging to be let in again." "What does this mean?" I inquired. "Surely thousands of people have been all over the museum since they came in." "Certainly," was the reply, "but after they have gone from one saloon to another, and have been on every floor, even to the roof, they come down and travel the same route over again." At this time I espied a tall Irish woman with 2 good-sized children whom I had happened to notice when they came in early in the morning. "Step this way, madam," said I, politely. "You will never be able to get into the street by the front door without crushing these dear children. We have opened a large egress here, and you can thus pass by these rear stairs into N Street, and thus avoid all danger." "Sure," replied the woman, indignantly, "and I'm not going out at all, nor the children either, for we've brought our dinners and we are going to stay all day." Further investigation showed that pretty much all of the visitors had brought their dinners with the evident intention of literally making a day of it. No one expected to go home till night, the building was overcrowded, and hundreds were waiting at the front entrance to get in when they could. In despair, I sauntered upon the stage behind the scenes, biting my lips with vexation, when I happened to see the scene painter at work, and a happy thought struck me. "Here," I exclaimed, "take a piece of canvas 4 feet square and paint on it, as soon as you can, in large letters, 'To the Egress.'" Seizing his brush, he finished the sign in 15 minutes, and I directed the carpenter to nail it over the door leading to the back stairs. He did so, and as the crowd, after making the entire tour of the establishment, came pouring down the main stairs from the 3rd story, they stopped and looked at the new sign, while some of them read audibly, "To the Egress." "The Egress," said others, "sure that's an animal we haven't seen," and the throng began to pour down the back stairs only to find that the egress was the elephant, and that the elephant was all out doors, or so much of it as began with N Street. Meanwhile, I began to accommodate those who had long been waiting with their money at the Broadway entrance. Barnum had planned to expend the entire profits of the first year in advertising, but so fast did the money pour in, that he was often embarrassed to devise means to get rid of it, according to his first idea. One of the most expensive advertisements consisted of a large number of oil paintings of every animal in zoology. These paintings were prepared secretly, and were put between the windows of the building at night. The town was paralyzed with astonishment, and the daily receipts took an upward jump of nearly $100. Flower shows, dog shows, poultry and bird shows, with prizes to the best specimens, had long been features of the museum, and at last Barnum rashly decided on a baby show. There was a prize of $100 attached, and a committee of ladies were appointed to decide on the best baby. The unsuspecting Barnum stepped into the circle and announced the prize winner, but to his astonishment the verdict did not suit anybody but the mother of one baby. The other 99 indignant mothers jumped on to Mr. Barnum and the committee, and denounced the whole proceeding as impartial and unjust. Barnum offered to let them select a new committee, and even agreed to give another $100 prize, but the storm raged with unabating fury. There were baby shows after that, but the verdict was delivered in writing, and Mr. Barnum never gave the prize in person. In June, 1843, a herd of yearling buffaloes was on exhibition in Boston. Barnum bought the lot, brought them to New Jersey, hired the racecourse at Hoboken, chartered the ferry boats for one day, and advertised that a hunter had arrived with a herd of buffaloes, and that August 31st there would be a grand buffalo hunt on the Hoboken racecourse. All persons to be admitted free of charge. The appointed day was warm and delightful, and no less than 24,000 people crossed the North River in the ferry boats to enjoy the cooling breeze and to see the grand buffalo hunt. The hunter was dressed as an Indian, and mounted on horseback. He proceeded to show how the wild buffalo is captured with a lasso, but unfortunately the yearlings would not run till the crowd gave a great shout, expressive at once of derision and delight at the harmless humbug. This shout started the young animals into a weak gallop, and the lasso was duly thrown over the head of the largest calf. The crowd roared with laughter, listened to the balcony band, which was also furnished, free, and then started for New York, little dreaming who was the author of this sensation, or what was its object. Mr. N. P. Willis, then editor of the Home Journal, wrote an article illustrating the perfect good nature with which the American public submit to a clever humbug. He said that he went to Hoboken to witness the buffalo hunt. It was nearly 4 o'clock when the boat left the foot of Barclay Street, and it was so densely crowded that many persons were obliged to stand on the railings and hold on to the awning posts. When they reached the Hoboken side, a boat equally crowded was coming out of the slip. The passengers just arriving cried out to those who were coming away, "Is the buffalo hunt over?" To which came the reply, "Yes, and it was the biggest humbug you ever heard of." Willis added that passengers on the boat with him instantly gave 3 cheers for the author of the humbug, whoever he might be. After the public had enjoyed their laugh over the buffalo hunt, Barnum let it become known that he was the author of the joke. Of course, their cry of "charlatan," "humbug," and "swindler" was louder than ever from that time, but Barnum never objected to being sold names. The more advertising the better. About this time Barnum engaged a band of Indians from Iowa. The party comprised large and noble specimens of the untutored savage, as well as several very beautiful squaws, with 2 or 3 interesting papooses. They lived and lodged in a large room on the top floor of the museum, and cooked their own victuals in their own way. They gave their war dances on the stage in the lecture room with great vigor and enthusiasm, much to the satisfaction of the audiences. But these wild Indians seemed to consider their dances as realities. Hence, when they gave a real war dance, it was dangerous for any parties, except their manager and interpreter, to be on the stage, for the moment they had finished their war dance, they began to leap and peer about behind the scenes in search of victims for their tomahawks and scalping knives. Indeed, lest in these frenzied moments they might make a dash at the orchestra or the audience, Barnum had a high rope barrier placed between them and the savages on the front of the stage. Barnum counted one incident in connection with his Indian show as notable, being one of the few occasions when he played the losing card. After they had been a week in the museum, he said, "I proposed a change of performance for the week following by introducing new dances. Among these was the Indian wedding dance. At that time I printed but one set of posters, large bills, per week, so that whatever was announced for Monday was repeated every day and evening during that week. Before the wedding dance came off on Monday afternoon, I was informed that I was to provide a large, new, red woolen blanket at a cost of $10, for the bridegroom to present to the father of the bride. I ordered the purchase to be made, but was considerably taken aback when I was informed that I must have another new blanket for the evening, inasmuch as the savage old Indian chief, father-in-law to the bridegroom, would not consent to his daughter's being approached with the wedding dance unless he had his blanket present. I undertook to explain to the chief, through the interpreter, that this was only a make-believe wedding. But the old savage shrugged his shoulders, and gave such a terrific "ugh," that I was glad to make my peace by ordering another blanket. As we gave 2 performances per day, I was out of pocket $120 for 12 wedding blankets that week. One of the beautiful squaws named Duhum died in the museum. She had been a great favorite with many ladies. Duham was buried on the border of Sylvan Water, at Greenwood Cemetery, where a small monument erected by her friends, designates her last resting place. The poor Indians were very sorrowful for many days, and desired to get back again to their western wilds. The father and the betrothed of Duham cooked various dishes of food and placed them upon the roof of the museum, where they believed the spirit of their departed friend came daily for its supply. And these dishes were renewed every morning during the stay of the Indians at the museum. Chapter 10. Giants and Dwarfs. Barnum would never submit to being outdone by a rival. In poker parlance, he would see him and go one better. His chief competitor now was Peale, who was running Peale's museum, and proudly proclaiming it to be a more scientific institution than Barnum's. Thus, he said, he was catering to a higher class of patrons. Science, indeed, said Barnum. I'll give him science to his heart's content. Mesmerism was then a great novelty, and Peale was given exhibitions of it. He had one subject on whom he operated daily, with most surprising results, though at times she was unimpressionable, and the people who had paid to come in and see her performances complained loudly that they were being swindled. Barnum saw here a great opportunity to squelch a rival and increase his own fame at a single stroke. He engaged a bright little girl who was exceedingly susceptible to such mesmeric influences as he could induce. That is, she learned her lesson thoroughly, and when he had apparently put her to sleep with a few passes and stood behind her, she seemed to be duly impressed, as he desired, raised her hands as he willed, fell from her chair to the floor, and if he put candy or tobacco into his own mouth, she was duly delighted or disgusted. She never failed in these routine performances. Strange to say, believers in mesmerism used to witness her performances with the greatest pleasure, and adduce them as positive proofs that there was something in mesmerism, and they applauded tremendously, up to a certain point. That point was reached when, leaving the girl asleep, Barnum called up someone in the audience, promising to put him in the same state within 5 minutes or forfeit $50. Of course, all his passes would not put a man in the mesmeric state. At the end of 3 minutes he was as wide awake as ever. Never mind, Barnum would say, looking at his watch, I have 2 minutes more, and meantime, to show that a person in this state is utterly insensible to pain, I propose to cut off one of the fingers of the little girl who is still asleep. He would then take out a knife and feel of the edge, and when he turned around to the girl whom he left on the chair, she had fled behind the scenes, to the intense amusement of the greater part of the audience, and to the amazement of the mesmerists who were present. Why? Where's my little girl? He asked, with feigned astonishment. Oh. She ran away when you began to talk about cutting off fingers. Then she was wide awake, was she? Of course she was, all the time. I suppose so. And, my dear sir, I promise that you should be, in the same state, at the end of 5 minutes, and as I believe you are so, I do not forfeit $50. Barnum kept up this performance for several weeks, till he quite killed Peale's genuine mesmerism in the rival establishment. At the end of 6 months he bought Peale's museum, and the whole, including the splendid gallery of American portraits, was removed to the American Museum, and he immediately advertised the great card of a double attraction, and 2 museums in one, without extra charge. Barnum was now devoting all his attention and energy to this enterprise, and was achieving great success. He made everything contribute to its popularity. When a politician asked him for what candidate he was going to vote, he would answer, for the American Museum, and this was an index of his whole demeanor. Among the genuine and literally great features of his show were several giants. They often gave both the showman and his patrons food for much amusement as well as wonder. The Quaker giant, Hales, was quite a wag in his way. He went once to see the new house of an acquaintance who had suddenly become rich, but who was a very ignorant man. When he came back he described the wonders of the mansion, and said that the proud proprietor showed him everything from basement to attic, parlors, bedrooms, dining room, and, said Hales, what he calls his study, meaning, I suppose, the place where he intends to study his spelling book. He had at one time two famous men, the French giant M. Bihan, a very slim man, and the Arabian giant, Colonel Goshen. These men generally got on together very well, though, of course, each was jealous of the other, and of the attention the rival received, or the notice he attracted. One day they quarreled, and a lively interchange of compliments ensued, the Arabian calling the Frenchman a Shanghai, and receiving in return the epithet of nigger. From words both were eager to proceed to blows, and both ran to the collection of arms, one seizing the club with which Captain Cook, or any other man, might have been killed, if it were judiciously wielded, and the other laying hands on a sword of the terrific size which is supposed to have been conventional in the days of the Crusades. The preparations for a deadly encounter, and the high words of the contending parties, brought a dozen of the museum attachés to the spot, and these men threw themselves between the gigantic combatants. Hearing the disturbance, Barnum ran from his private office to the dueling ground, and said, "Look here. This is all right, if you want to fight each other, maiming and perhaps killing one or both of you, that is your affair, but my interest lies here. You are both under engagement to me, and if this duel is to come off, I and the public have a right to participate. It must be duly advertised, and must take place on the stage of the lecture room. No performance of yours would be a greater attraction, and if you kill each other, our engagement can end with your duel." This proposition, made in apparent earnest, so delighted the giants that they at once burst into a laugh, shook hands, and quarreled no more. From giants to dwarfs. None of Barnum's attractions has been more famous than Tom Thumb. The story of his discovery and engagement is dated in November, 1842. Barnum was then at Bridgeport, Connecticut. One day he heard that there belonged in one of the families of the place a phenomenally small child, and he got his brother, Philo F. Barnum, to bring the little fellow to his hotel. He was, Barnum afterward said, not 2 feet high. He weighed less than 16 pounds, and was the smallest child I ever saw that could walk alone. He was a perfectly formed bright-eyed little fellow, with light hair and ruddy cheeks, and he enjoyed the best of health. He was exceedingly bashful, but after some coaxing, he was induced to talk with me, and he told me that he was the son of Sherwood E. Stratton, and that his own name was Charles S. Stratton. After seeing him and talking with him, I at once determined to secure his services from his parents and to exhibit him in public. I engaged him for 4 weeks, at $3 a week, with all traveling and boarding charges for himself and his mother at my expense. They came to New York Thanksgiving Day, December 8, 1842, and I announced the dwarf on my museum bills as General Tom Thumb. Barnum took the greatest pains to educate and train the diminutive prodigy, devoting many hours to the task by day and by night, and he was very successful, for the boy was an apt pupil, with a great deal of native talent, and a keen sense of the ludicrous. Barnum afterward re-engaged him for 1 year, at $7 a week with a gratuity of $50 at the end of the engagement, and the privilege of exhibiting him anywhere in the United States, in which event his parents were to accompany him and Barnum was to pay all traveling expenses. He speedily became a public favorite, and long before the year was out, Barnum voluntarily increased his weekly salary to $25, and he fairly earned it. For 2 years Barnum had been the owner of the museum. He had enjoyed great prosperity. Long ago he had paid every dollar of the purchase money out of the profits of the place. All rivals had been driven from the field. He was out of debt, and had a handsome balance in the bank. The experimental stage was past, and the enterprise was an established success. It was, indeed, in such perfect order that Barnum felt safe in leaving it to his lieutenants, while he went forth to seek new realms of conquest. Accordingly he made an agreement for General Tom Thumb's services for another year, at $50 a week and all expenses, with the privilege of exhibiting him in Europe. He proposed to test the curiosity of men and women on the other side of the Atlantic. After arranging his business affairs for a long absence, and making every preparation for an extended foreign tour, on Thursday, January 18, 1844, he went on board the new and fine sailing ship Yorkshire, Captain D.G. Bailey, bound for Liverpool. The party included General Tom Thumb, his parents, his tutor, and Professor Galaudu, a French naturalist. They were accompanied by several personal friends, and the city brass band kindly volunteered to escort them to Sandy Hook. They were met at Liverpool by a large crowd of sightseers, who had been attracted thither by the fame of Tom Thumb. The curiosity of the populace was not gratified, however, for Barnum had the child smuggled ashore unseen, under his mother's shawl. "My letters of introduction," said the showman, "many excellent families, and I was induced to hire a hall and present the general to the public, for a short season in Liverpool. I had intended to proceed directly to London, and begin operations at headquarters, that is, in Buckingham Palace, if possible, but I had been advised that the royal family was in mourning for the death of Prince Albert's father, and would not permit the approach of any entertainments. Meanwhile, confidential letters from London informed me that Mr. Maddox, manager of Princess's Theatre, was coming down to witness my exhibition, with a view to making an engagement. He came privately, but I was fully informed as to his presence and object. A friend pointed him out to me in the hall, and when I stepped up to him, and called him by name, he was taken all aback, and avowed his purpose in visiting Liverpool. An interview resulted in an engagement of the general for 3 nights at Princess's Theatre. I was unwilling to contract for a longer period, and even this short engagement, though on liberal terms, was acceded to only as a means of advertisement. So soon, therefore, as I could bring my short, but highly successful, season in Liverpool to a close, we went to London. Chapter 11. Tom Thumb in London. The first public appearance of Tom Thumb in London occurred soon after the arrival of the party there, at the Princess's Theatre. A short engagement only had been made, but it was exceedingly successful. The spectators were delighted, the manager overjoyed, and Barnum himself pleased beyond measure. This brief engagement answered his purpose, in arousing public interest and curiosity. That was all the shrewd showman wanted for the present. Accordingly, when the manager of the theatre urged a renewal of the engagement, at a much higher price, Barnum positively declined it. He had secured the desired advertising, now he would exhibit on his own account and in his own way. He therefore took a splendid mansion in Grafton Street, Bond Street, in the fashionable and aristocratic West End of London. Lord Talbot had lived in it, and Lord Brougham lived close by. It was an audacious stroke for the Yankee showman to invade this select and exclusive region, but it was successful. In response to his invitations, members of the nobility came eagerly flocking to the house to see the wonderful child. Barnum showed himself as exclusive as any of them, for he gave orders to his servants that no callers were to be received who did not present cards of invitation. This procedure, he afterward explained, was entirely proper. He had not yet announced himself as a public showman. He was simply an American citizen visiting London, and it was incumbent upon him to maintain the dignity of his position. His servants, of course, exercised proper tact, and no offense was given, although many of the nobility and gentry, who drove to his door in carriages adorned with crests and coats of arms, were thus turned away. Among the early callers was the Honourable Edward Everett, the American minister to England. He was much pleased with Mr. Barnum and his tiny ward, and had them dine with him the next day. He also promised that they should, if possible, be received by the Queen at Buckingham Palace. A few evenings afterward the Baroness Rothschild sent her carriage for them. They were received by half a dozen servants, and were ushered up a broad flight of marble stairs to the drawing-room, where they met the Baroness and a party of 20 or more ladies and gentlemen. In this sumptuous mansion of the richest banker in the world, they spent about 2 hours, and when they took their leave a well-filled purse was quietly slipped into Mr. Barnum's hand. The golden shower had begun to fall. Mr. Barnum now thought the time ripe for beginning his public exhibitions. He engaged Egyptian Hall, Piccadilly, and announced that Tom Thumb was to be seen there. The rush of visitors was tremendous. The aristocracy of London thronged the hall night after night, and a phenomenal success was assured. Barnum did not look beyond such work. True, Everett had spoken of an audience with the Queen, but Barnum had no idea that it would ever be granted. One day, however, he met Mr. Murray, master of the Queen's household, at Everett's at breakfast, and that gentleman asked him what were his plans for the future. Barnum replied that he expected presently to go to the continent, but he would most gladly stay in London if he could get the favour of an audience with Her Majesty. Mr. Murray kindly offered his good offices in the case, and the next day one of the Life Guards, a tall, noble-looking fellow, bedecked as became his station, brought a note, conveying the Queen's invitation to General Tom Thumb and his guardian Mr. Barnum, to appear at Buckingham Palace on an evening specified. Special instructions were the same day orally given by Mr. Murray, by Her Majesty's command, to suffer the General to appear before her, as he would appear anywhere else, without any training in the use of the titles of royalty, as the Queen desired to see him act naturally and without restraint. Determined to make the most of the occasion, Mr. Barnum put a placard on the door of the Egyptian Hall, "Closed this evening, General Tom Thumb being at Buckingham Palace by command of Her Majesty." When they arrived at the palace, a lord-in-waiting met them, and began coaching them on points of court etiquette. Mr. Barnum, especially, was told that he must in no event speak directly to Her Majesty, but through the medium of the aforesaid lord. He must also keep his face constantly turned toward the Queen, and so, in retiring from the royal presence, must walk backward. Having thus been instructed in the ways of royalty, Mr. Barnum and the diminutive general were led to the presence of the Queen. They passed through a long corridor to a broad flight of marble steps, which led to the picture gallery, and there the Queen and Prince Albert, the Duchess of Kent, the Duke of Wellington, and others were awaiting their arrival. They were standing at the further end of the room when the doors were thrown open, and the general walked in, looking like a wax doll gifted with the power of locomotion. Surprise and pleasure were depicted on the countenances of the royal circle at beholding this remarkable specimen of humanity so much smaller than they had evidently expected to find him. The general advanced with a firm step, and, as he came within hailing distance, made a very graceful bow, and exclaimed, "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen." A burst of laughter followed this salutation. The Queen then took him by the hand, led him about the gallery, and asked him many questions, the answers to which kept the party in an uninterrupted strain of merriment. The general familiarly informed the Queen that her picture gallery was first-rate, and told her he should like to see the Prince of Wales. The Queen replied that the Prince had retired to rest, but that he should see him on some future occasion. The general then gave his songs, dances, and imitations, and after a conversation with Prince Albert, and all present, which continued for more than an hour, they were permitted to depart. But before this Mr. Barnum had broken the instructions in etiquette which had been so carefully impressed upon him by the lord-in-waiting. When the Queen began asking him questions, he answered her, as she addressed him, through the lordly medium, as he had been told. That was inconvenient and irksome, however, and presently Barnum addressed his reply directly to her. The lord-in-waiting was horror-struck, but the Queen did not appear to be displeased, for she instantly followed her guest's example, and spoke thereafter directly to him. In a few minutes Her Majesty and the Yankee showman were talking together with the greatest ease and freedom. "I felt," said Mr. Barnum afterward, entirely at ease in her presence, and could not avoid contrasting her sensible and amiable manners with the stiffness and formality of upstart gentility at home or abroad. The Queen was modestly attired in plain black, and wore no ornaments. Indeed, surrounded as she was by ladies arrayed in the highest style of magnificence, their dresses sparkling with diamonds, she was the last person whom a stranger would have pointed out in that circle as the Queen of England. The lord-in-waiting was perhaps mollified toward me when he saw me following his illustrious example in retiring from the royal presence. He was accustomed to the process, and therefore was able to keep somewhat ahead, or rather aback, of me, but even I stepped rather fast for the other member of the retiring party. We had a considerable distance to travel in that long gallery before reaching the door, and whenever the general found he was losing ground, he turned around and ran a few steps, then resumed his position of backing out, then turned around and ran, and so continued to alternate his methods of getting to the door, until the gallery fairly rang with the merriment of the royal spectators. It was really one of the richest scenes I ever saw. Running, under the circumstances, was an offence sufficiently heinous to excite the indignation of the Queen's favourite poodle dog, and he vented his displeasure by barking so sharply as to startle the general from his propriety. He, however, recovered immediately, and with his little cane, commenced an attack on the poodle, and a funny fight ensued, which renewed and increased the merriment of the royal party. This was near the door of exit. We had scarcely passed into the anteroom, when one of the Queen's attendants came to us with the expressed hope of Her Majesty that the general had sustained no damage, to which the lord-in-waiting playfully added, that in case of injury to so renowned a personage, he should fear a declaration of war by the United States. The visitors were then escorted about the palace, and treated to refreshments. Before leaving Mr. Barnum bethought him of the court circular, in which the doings of the royal family were chronicled to the world. Would his reception by the Queen be mentioned in it? Certainly. Well, then, would it not be possible to secure something more than mere mention, some words of special commendation, a free advertisement, in fact? He would try it. So he inquired where he could find the gentleman who prepared the circular, and was informed that that functionary was in the palace at that very moment. He was sent for, related Mr. Barnum, by my solicitation, and promptly acceded to my request for such a notice as would attract attention. He even generously desired me to give him an outline of what I sought, and I was pleased to see afterward, that he had inserted my notice verbatim. This notice of my visit to the Queen wonderfully increased the attraction of Tom Thumb, and compelled me to obtain a more commodious hall for my exhibition. I accordingly moved to a larger room in the same building. On their second visit to the Queen, they were received in what is called the Yellow Drawing Room, a magnificent apartment. It is on the north side of the gallery, and is entered from that apartment. It was hung with drapery of rich yellow satin damask, the couches, sofas, and chairs being covered with the same material. The vases, urns, and ornaments were all of the most exquisite workmanship. The room was panelled in gold, and the heavy cornices beautifully carved and gilt. The tables, pianos, etc., were mounted with gold, inlaid with pearl of various hues, and of the most elegant designs. They were ushered into this gorgeous drawing-room before the Queen and royal circle had left the dining-room, and, as they approached, the general bowed respectfully, and remarked to Her Majesty, that he had seen her before, adding, "I think this is a prettier room than the picture gallery. That chandelier is very fine." The Queen smilingly took him by the hand, and said she hoped he was very well. "Yes, ma'am," he replied, "I am first-rate." "General," continued the Queen, "this is the Prince of Wales." "How are you, Prince?" said the general, shaking him by the hand, and then standing beside the Prince, he remarked, "The Prince is taller than I am, but I feel as big as anybody," upon which he strutted up and down the room as proud as a peacock, amid shouts of laughter from all present. The Queen then introduced the Princess Royal, and the general immediately led her to his elegant little sofa, which he took with him, and with much politeness sat down beside her. Then, rising from his seat, he went through his various performances, and the Queen handed him an elegant and costly souvenir, which had been expressly made for him by her order, for which, he told her, he was very much obliged, and would keep it as long as he lived. The Queen of the Belgians, daughter of Louis Philippe, was present on this occasion. She asked the general where he was going when he left London. "To Paris," he replied. "Whom do you expect to see there?" she continued. Of course all expected he would answer, "The King of the French," but the little fellow replied, "Monsieur Galaudou." The two queens looked inquiringly, and when Mr. Barnum informed them that Galaudou was his French naturalist, they laughed most heartily. On their third visit to Buckingham Palace, Leopold, King of the Belgians, was also present. He was highly pleased, and asked a multitude of questions. Queen Victoria desired the general to sing a song, and asked him what song he preferred to sing. "Yankee Doodle," was the prompt reply. This answer was as unexpected to Mr. Barnum as it was to the royal party. When the merriment it occasioned had somewhat subsided, the Queen good-humouredly remarked, "That is a very pretty song, General, sing it, if you please." The general complied, and soon afterward retired. The Queen sent to Barnum a handsome fee for each of his visits, but that was only a small part of the benefits which his acquaintance with her brought to him. Such was the force of court example that it was now deemed unfashionable, almost disloyal, not to have seen Tom Thumb. Carriages of the nobility, 50 or 60 at a time, were to be seen at Barnum's door in Piccadilly. Egyptian Hall was crowded at every exhibition, and the net profits there were on the average more than $500 per day from March 20th to July 20th. Portraits of the tiny general were for sale everywhere, and were eagerly purchased by thousands. Musical compositions were dedicated to him, and songs were sung in his honor. Week after week he was the subject of Punch's wittiest cartoons, and of course all this was just so much free advertising. Besides his 3 public performances per day, the little general attended 3 or 4 private parties per week, for which they were paid 8 to 10 guineas each. Frequently he would visit 2 parties in the same evening, and the demand in that line was much greater than the supply. The Queen Dowager Adelaide requested the general's attendance at Marlborough House one afternoon. He went in his court dress, consisting of a richly embroidered brown silk velvet coat and short breeches, white satin vest with fancy-colored embroidery, white silk stockings and pumps, wig, bagwig, cocked hat, and dress sword. "Why, General," said the Queen Dowager, "I think you look very smart today." "I guess I do," said the general, complacently. A large party of the nobility were present. The old Duke of Cambridge offered the little general a pinch of snuff, which he declined. The general sang his songs, performed his dances, and cracked his jokes, to the great amusement and delight of the distinguished circle of visitors. "Dear little general," said the kind-hearted queen, taking him upon her lap, "I see you have no watch. Will you permit me to present you with a watch and chain?" "I would like them very much," replied the general, his eyes glistening with joy as he spoke. "I will have them made expressly for you," responded the Queen Dowager. And at the same moment she called a friend and desired him to see that the proper order was executed. A few weeks thereafter they were called again to Marlborough House. A number of the children of the nobility were present, as well as some of their parents. After passing a few compliments with the general, Queen Adelaide presented him with a beautiful little gold watch, placing the chain around his neck with her own hands. This watch, also, served the purpose of an advertisement, and a good one, too. It was not only duly heralded, but was placed upon a pedestal in the Hall of Exhibition, together with the presents from Queen Victoria, and covered with a glass vase. These presents, to which were soon added an elegant gold snuff-box mounted with turquoise, presented by His Grace the Duke of Devonshire, and many other costly gifts of the nobility and gentry, added to the attraction of the exhibition. The Duke of Wellington called frequently to see the little general at his public levees. The first time he called, the general was personating Napoleon Bonaparte, marching up and down the platform, and apparently taking snuff in deep meditation. He was dressed in the well-known uniform of the Emperor. Barnum introduced him to the Iron Duke, who inquired the subject of his meditations. "I was thinking of the loss of the Battle of Waterloo," was the little general's immediate reply. This display of wit was chronicled throughout the country, and was of itself worth thousands of pounds to the exhibition. General Tom Thumb had visited the King of Saxony and also Ibrahim Pasha, who was then in London. At the different parties he attended, he met, in the course of the season, nearly all of the nobility. Scarcely a nobleman in England failed to see General Tom Thumb at his own house, at the house of a friend, or at the public levees at Egyptian Hall. The general was a decided pet with some of the first personages in the land, among whom were Sir Robert and Lady Peel, the Duke and Duchess of Buckingham, Duke of Bedford, Duke of Devonshire, Count d'Orsay, Lady Blessington, Daniel O'Connell, Lord Adolphus Fitzclarence, Lord Chesterfield, and many other persons of distinction. They had the free entree to all the theatres, public gardens, and places of entertainment, and frequently met the principal artists, editors, poets, and authors of the country. Albert Smith wrote a play for the general, entitled Hop O' My Thumb, which was presented with great success at the Lyceum Theatre, London, and in several of the provincial theatres. Thus the London visit and the tour of England were successful beyond all anticipation, and it was with an overflowing purse that Barnum set out with his charge for the French capital. Chapter 12. In France. Barnum, having returned from a preliminary trip to France, in which all arrangements, even to starting the first paragraphs in the Paris papers were made, now went back accompanied by Tom Thumb. They reached Paris some days before the exhibition was opened, but on the day following their arrival, a special command reached them to appear at the Tuileries on the next Sunday evening. At the appointed hour the general and his manager were ushered into the presence of the king, the queen, the Count de Paris, Prince de Joinville, the Duchess d'Orléans, and a dozen more distinguished persons, among whom was the editor of the Journal de Débats. At the close of the general's performances, which he went through with to the evident delight of all present, the king gave him a large emerald and diamond brooch, at the same time saying to Mr. Barnum, "You may put it on the general, if you please." Which command was obeyed, to the gratification of the king and the immense delight of the general. The king was so condescending and affable that Mr. Barnum at length ventured to ask a favor of him. The Longchamp celebration was close at hand, a day once devoted to religious ceremony, but now conspicuous for the display of court and fashionable equipages in the various drives and parks, and after the king had conversed with Mr. Barnum on various topics in a familiar manner, the diplomatic showman remarked that he had hastened his arrival in Paris for the express purpose of taking part in the Longchamp celebration. The general's carriage, he explained, with its ponies and little coachman and footman, was so small that it would be in great danger in the crowd unless the king would graciously permit it to appear in the avenue reserved for the court and the diplomatic corps. The king smiled, and after a few minutes' consultation with one of the officers of his household, said, "Call on the prefect of police tomorrow afternoon and you will find a permit ready for you." After a 2 hours' visit they retired, the general loaded with presents. The next morning all the newspapers chronicled the royal audience, the Journal de Débats giving a full account of the interview and of the general's performances. Thus all Paris knew that Tom Thumb, in all his glory, was in the city. Longchamp's day arrived, and conspicuous among the splendid equipages on the Grand Avenue, Tom Thumb's beautiful little carriage, with 4 ponies and liveried and powdered coachman and footman, rode along in the line of carriages bearing the ambassadors to the court of France. The air was fairly rent with cheers for Le General Tom Ponce. The first day's receipts were 5,500 francs. Over $300, and this sum might have been doubled had there been room for more visitors. The elite of Paris flocked to the exhibition. There were afternoon and evening performances, and seats were reserved in advance at an extra price for the entire 2 months. The papers were full of praises for the performance. Figaro gave a picture of an immense mastiff running away with the general's horse and carriage in his mouth. Statuettes and pictures of Tom Ponce appeared everywhere. A café on one of the boulevards took the name of Tom Ponce, with a life-size statue of the general for a sign. Eminent painters here, as in London, asked to paint his portrait, but the general's engagements were so pressing that he had little time to sit to artists. All the leading actors and actresses came to see him, and he received many fine presents from them. The daily receipts continued to increase, and the manager had to take a cab to carry home the silver at night. Twice more was the general summoned to appear before the royal family at the Tuileries, and on the king's birthday a special invitation was sent him to view the display of fireworks in honor of the anniversary. The last visit to the court was made at St. Cloud. The papers, in speaking of the general's characterizations, mentioned that there was one costume which Tom Thumb wisely kept at the bottom of his trunk. This was the uniform of Napoleon Bonaparte, and by special request of the king, it was worn at St. Cloud. The affair was quite sub rosa, however, none of the papers mentioning it. At the end of the visit each of the royal company gave the general a magnificent present, overwhelmed him with kisses, wishing him a safe journey through France, and a long and happy life. After making their adieus they retired to another part of the palace to permit the general to change his costume and to partake of a collation which was served them. As they were leaving the palace they passed the sitting room where the royal family were spending the evening. The door was open, and someone spying the general there was a call for him to come in and shake hands once more. They went in, finding the queen and her ladies engaged in embroidering, while one young lady read aloud. They all kissed and petted the general many times around before finally permitting him to depart. After leaving Paris they made a most profitable tour, including the cities of Rouen, Orleans, Brest, and Bordeaux, where they were invited to witness a review of 20,000 soldiers by the Dukes de Nemours and d'Aumale. Thence to Toulon, Montpellier, Nimes, Marseilles, and many other less important places. At Nantes, Bordeaux, and Marseilles the general appeared in the theatres in a part written for him in a French play called Petit Poncet. During their stay in Paris, Barnum made a characteristically profitable investment. A Russian prince, who had lived in great splendor in Paris, died suddenly, and his household effects were sold at auction. There was a magnificent gold tea set, a dinner service of silver, and some rare specimens of Sèvres china, the value of which were impaired by the prince's initials being on them. The initials were P.T., and Mr. Barnum bought them, and adding B to the other letters, had a very fine table service appropriately marked. Chapter 13. In Belgium. The day after the arrival of the party in Brussels they were summoned to the palace. The king and queen had seen the general in London, but they wished their children and the distinguished people of the court to have the same pleasure. After a delightful visit they came away, the general, as usual, laden with gifts. The following day the exhibition opened, and from the first was crowded by throngs of the best people in the city. One day, in the midst of the exhibition, it was discovered that the case containing all the valuable presents Tom Thumb had received from royalty, etc., was missing. The alarm was instantly given, and the police notified. A reward was offered of 2,000 francs, and, after a day or two, the thief was captured and the jewels returned. After that the case of presents was more carefully guarded. Everyone who goes to Brussels is supposed to visit the field of Waterloo. So, before they left, the entire party, Tom Thumb, Barnum, Professor Pinty, tutor, and Mr. Stratton, father of the general, and Mr. H. G. Sherman, went together. After visiting the church in the village of Waterloo and viewing the memorial tablets there, they passed to the house where Lord Uxbridge, Marquis of Anglesey, had had his leg amputated. There is a little monument in the garden over the shattered limb, and a part of the boot that covered it was seen in the house. Barnum procured a 3-inch bit of the boot for his museum, at the same time remarking, that if the lady in charge was as liberal to all visitors, that boot had held out wonderfully since 1815. On approaching the ground they were beset by a dozen or more guides, each one professing to know the exact spot where every man had stood, and each claiming to have himself taken part in the struggle, although most of them were less than 25, and the battle had been fought some 30 years before. They finally accepted one old man, who at first declared that he had been killed in the front ranks, but afterward acknowledged that he had only been wounded and left on the field for dead 3 days. After having the location of Napoleon's guard, the Duke of Wellington, the portion of the field where Blücher entered with the Prussian army, pointed out to them, and the spots where fell Sir Alexander Gordon and other celebrities, they asked the guide if he knew where Captain Tippitywitchet, of Connecticut, was killed. "Oh, oui, monsieur," replied the guide confidently. After pointing out the precise spots where fictitious friends from Coney Island, New Jersey, Cape Cod and Saratoga had received their death wounds, they paid the old humbug and dismissed him. Upon leaving the field they were met by another crowd of peasants with relics of the battle for sale. Barnum bought a large number of pistols, bullets, brass French eagles, buttons, etc., for the museum, and the others were equally liberal in their purchases. They bought also maps, guidebooks, and pictures, until Mr. Stratton expressed his belief that the darned old Battle of Waterloo had cost more since it was fought than it ever did before. Some months afterwards, while they were in Birmingham, they made the acquaintance of a firm who manufactured and sent to Waterloo barrels of these relics every year. 4 or 5 miles on the road home they had the misfortune to break the axle-tree of the carriage. It was past 1 o'clock, and the exhibition was advertised to commence in Brussels at 2. Of course, they could not expect to walk the distance in less than 3 hours, and Barnum was disposed to give up the afternoon performance altogether. But Mr. Stratton could not bear the idea of losing 600 or 800 francs, so, accompanied by the interpreter, Professor Pinty, he rushed down the road to a farmhouse, followed leisurely by the rest of the party. Mr. Stratton asked the old farmer if he had a carriage. He had not. Have you no vehicle? He inquired. Yes, I have that vehicle, he replied, pointing to an old cart filled with manure, and standing in his barnyard. Thunder. Is that all the conveyance you have got? Asked Stratton. Being assured that it was, Stratton concluded that it was better to ride in a manure cart than not to get to Brussels in time. What will you ask to drive us to Brussels in 3/4 of an hour? Demanded Stratton. It is impossible, replied the farmer, I should want 2 hours for my horse to do it in. But ours is a very pressing case, and if we are not there in time we lose more than 500 francs, said Stratton. The old farmer pricked up his ears at this, and agreed to get them to Brussels in an hour for 80 francs. Stratton tried to beat him down, but it was of no use. Oh, go it, Stratton, said Sherman. 80 francs you know is only $16, and you will probably save 100 by it, for I expect a full house at our afternoon exhibition today. But I have already spent about $10 for nonsense, said Stratton, and we shall have to pay for the broken carriage besides. But what can you do better? Chimed in Professor Pinty. It is an outrageous extortion to charge $16 for an old horse and cart to go 10 miles. Why, in old Bridgeport, I could get it done for $3, replied Stratton, in a tone of vexation. It is the custom of the country, said Professor Pinty, and we must submit to it. Well, it's a thundering mean custom, anyhow, said Stratton, and I won't stand such imposition. But what shall we do? Earnestly inquired Mr. Pinty. It may be a high price, but it is better to pay that than to lose our afternoon performance and 500 or 600 francs. This appeal to the pocket touched Stratton's feelings, so, submitting to the extortion, he replied to our interpreter, well, tell the old robber to dump his dung cart as soon as possible, or we shall lose half an hour in starting. The cart was dumped and a large, lazy-looking Flemish horse was attached to it with a rope harness. Some boards were laid across the cart for seats, the party tumbled into the rustic vehicle, a red-haired boy, son of the old farmer, mounted the horse, and Stratton gave orders to get along. Wait a moment, said the farmer, you have not paid me yet. I'll pay your boy when we get to Brussels, provided he gets there within the hour, replied Stratton. Oh, he is sure to get there in an hour, said the farmer, but I can't let him go unless you pay in advance. The minutes were flying rapidly, the anticipated loss of the day exhibition of General Tom Thumb flitted before his eyes, and Stratton, in very desperation, thrust his hand into his pocket and drew forth 16 5-franc pieces, which he dropped, one at a time, into the hand of the farmer, and then called out to the boy, there now, do try to see if you can go ahead. The boy did go ahead, but it was with such a snail's pace that it would have puzzled a man of tolerable eyesight to have determined whether the horse was moving or standing still. To make it still more interesting, it commenced raining furiously. As they had left Brussels in a coach, and the morning had promised a pleasant day, they had omitted umbrellas. They were soon soaked to the skin, but they grinned and bore it a while without grumbling. At length Stratton, who was almost too angry to speak, desired Mr. Pinty to ask the red-haired boy if he expected to walk his horse all the way to Brussels. Certainly, replied the boy, he is too big and fat to do anything but walk. We never trot him. Stratton was terrified as he thought of the loss of the day exhibition, and he cursed the boy, the cart, the rain, the luck, and even the Battle of Waterloo itself. But it was all of no use, the horse would not run, but the rain did. Down their backs. At 2 o'clock, the time appointed for the exhibition, they were yet some 7 miles from Brussels. The horse walked slowly and philosophically through the pitiless storm, the steam majestically rising from the old manure cart, to the no small disturbance of their unfortunate olfactories. It will take 2 hours to get to Brussels at this rate, growled Stratton. Oh, no, replied the boy, it will only take about 2 hours from the time we started. But your father agreed to get us there in an hour, answered Stratton. I know it, responded the boy, but he knew it would take more than 2. I'll sue him for damages, by thunder, said Stratton. Oh, there would be no use in that, chimed in Mr. Pinty, for you could get no satisfaction in this country. But I shall lose more than $100 by being 2 hours instead of 1, said Stratton. They care nothing about that. All they care for is your 80 francs, remarked Pinty. But they have lied and swindled me, replied Stratton. Oh, you must not mind that, it is the custom of the country. The party arrived in Brussels precisely 2 hours and a half from the time they left the farmer's house. Of course it was too late for the afternoon performance, and hundreds of people had been turned away disappointed. Chapter 14. In England again. In London the general again opened his levees in Egyptian Hall, with increased success. His unbounded popularity on the continent, and his receptions by King Louis Philippe, of France, and King Leopold, of Belgium, had added greatly to his prestige and fame. Those who had seen him when he was in London months before came to see him again, and new visitors crowded by thousands to the general's levees. Besides giving these daily entertainments, the general appeared occasionally for an hour, during the intermissions, at some place in the suburbs, and for a long time he appeared every day at the Surrey Zoological Gardens, under the direction of the proprietor, Mr. W. Tyler. This place subsequently became celebrated for its great music hall, in which Spurgeon, the sensational preacher, first attained his notoriety. The place was always crowded, and when the general had gone through with his performances on the little stage, in order that all might see him, he was put into a balloon, which, secured by ropes, was then passed around the ground, just above the people's heads. Some 40 men managed the ropes and prevented the balloon from rising. But, one day, a sudden gust of wind took the balloon fairly out of the hands of half the men who had hold of the ropes, while others were lifted from the ground, and had not an alarm been instantly given, which called at least 200 to the rescue, the little general would have been lost. In October Barnum made a flying visit to America, remaining long enough to renew the lease of the museum building, and to attend to various other business matters. When he returned he was accompanied by his wife and daughters. They took a furnished house, which, during all their 3 months' residence, was the scene of constant hospitality, all the distinguished people in London being entertained there. When the engagement at Egyptian Hall expired they made an extensive tour through England and Scotland, going as far north as Aberdeen. The general's Scotch costumes, his national dances and the bit of dialect, which he had acquired had long been a feature of the performance and was especially admired in Scotland. The party travelled much of the time in Barnum's own carriage, the general's carriage, ponies and other properties being conveyed in a huge van. They found this way of travelling more comfortable than the other, besides enabling them to visit out-of-the-way places, where often the most successful exhibitions were given. There was one occasion when their carriage broke down, and, as they had advertised a performance in Rugby that evening, they decided to take the cars, but on arriving at the station they found the last train gone. Barnum immediately looked up the superintendent and told him that they must have an extra train for Rugby, without an instant's delay. "Extra train?" said he, with surprise and a half-sneer, "extra train? Why you can't have an extra train to Rugby for less than £60. Is that all? Well, get up your train immediately, and here are your £60. What in the world are £60 to me, when I wish to go to Rugby, or elsewhere, in a hurry?" The astonished superintendent took the money, bustled about, and the train was soon ready. He was greatly puzzled to know what distinguished person, he thought he must be dealing with some prince, or, at least, a duke, was willing to give so much money to save a few hours of time, and he hesitatingly asked whom he had the honor of serving. General Tom Thumb. The performance at Rugby netted £160, which not only covered expenses but left a handsome margin. When they were in Oxford, a dozen or more of the students came to the conclusion that, as the general was a little fellow, the admission fee to his entertainments should be paid in the smallest kind of money. They accordingly provided themselves with farthings, and as each man entered, instead of handing in a shilling for his ticket, he laid down 48 farthings. The counting of these small coins was a great annoyance to Mr. Stratton, the general's father, who was ticket seller, and after counting 2 or 3 handfuls, vexed at the delay which was preventing a crowd of ladies and gentlemen from buying tickets, Mr. Stratton lost his temper, and cried out, "Blast your quarter pennies! I am not going to count them. You chaps who haven't bigger money can chuck your copper into my hat and walk in. Mr. Stratton was a genuine Yankee, and thoroughly conversant with the Yankee vernacular which he used freely. In exhibiting the General, Barnum often said to visitors that Tom Thumb's parents, and the rest of the family, were persons of the ordinary size, and that the gentleman who presided in the ticket office was the General's father. This made poor Stratton an object of no little curiosity, and he was pestered with all sorts of questions. On one occasion an old dowager said to him, "Are you really the father of General Tom Thumb?" "Well," replied Stratton, "I have to support him." This evasive answer is common enough in New England, but the literal dowager had her doubts, and promptly rejoined, "I rather think he supports you." Although Barnum was in Europe on business, he made the most of his opportunities for sightseeing, and in his few leisure hours managed to visit nearly every place of interest both in England and on the continent. While in Birmingham, with his friend Albert Smith, then author and afterwards a successful showman, he visited Stratford-on-Avon, where lived and wrote the greatest of English poets, Shakespeare. While breakfasting at the Red House Inn, at Stratford, they called for a guide-book of the town, and to Barnum's great delight the volume proved to be Washington Irving's sketch-book. His pleasure was even more increased when he discovered, on reading the vivid and picturesque description of Stratford, that Irving had stopped at the very same hotel where they were awaiting breakfast. After visiting the house as well as the church where is the tomb of the poet, they took a post-chaise for Warwick Castle, 14 miles away. The Earl of Warwick and his family being absent, the visitors were shown through the apartments. One guide took them over the castle, another escorted them to the top of Guy's Tower, another showed them the famous Warwick vase. They were congratulating themselves on not being called upon for any more tips, when the old porter at the lodge informed them that for a consideration he could show them more interesting things connected with the castle than any they had yet seen. They tossed him his fee, and he produced what purported to be Guy of Warwick's sword, shield, helmet, breastplate, walking staff, etc. The armor must have weighed 200 pounds and the sword alone 100. Barnum listened, and gazed in silence at the horse armor, large enough for an elephant, and a pot called Guy's porridge pot, which could have held 70 gallons, but when the old man produced the ribs of a mastodon which he declared had belonged to a huge dun cow, which had done much injury to many persons before being slain by the dauntless Guy, he drew a long breath, and feelingly congratulated the old porter on his ability to concentrate more lies than anyone had ever before heard in so small a compass. "I suppose," said Barnum, "that you have told these marvelous tales so often that you almost believe them yourself." "Almost," answered the old man, with a broad grin. "Come now, old fellow," continued Barnum, "what will you take for the entire lot of these old traps?" "I want them for my museum in America." "No money would buy these priceless relics of a bygone age," replied the porter, leering. "Never mind," exclaimed the showman. "I'll have them duplicated for my museum, so that Americans can see them without coming here, and in that way I'll burst up your old show." The porter was paralyzed with astonishment at this threat, and Albert Smith was convulsed with laughter. He afterwards told Barnum that he first derived his idea of becoming a showman from this day at Warwick, and Barnum's talk about his doings and adventures in the business. They visited that same day Kenilworth and Coventry, in which latter place Barnum discovered the exhibition known as the Happy Family, about 200 birds and animals of opposite natures, dwelling in one cage in perfect harmony. He was so delighted with it that he bought it on the spot, and hired the manager to accompany the exhibition to New York, where it became a famous feature of the museum. Albert Smith afterwards published a chapter in Bentley's magazine, entitled A Day with Barnum, in which he said they accomplished business with such rapidity that, when he attempted to write out the accounts of the day, he found the whole thing so confused in his brain that he came near locating Peeping Tom in the house of Shakespeare, while Guy of Warwick would stick his head above the ruins of Kenilworth, and the Warwick vase appeared in Coventry. With the exception of 2 brief trips to America, Barnum had been abroad with General Tom Thumb 3 years. The season had been one of unbroken pleasure and profit. They had visited nearly every city and town in France, Belgium, England, Scotland, and the cities of Belfast and Dublin in Ireland. After this truly triumphant tour, they set sail in February, 1847, for New York. Barnum was a man who never could bear to see injustice done. On one of his business trips to America he took passage on a Cunard steamer, commanded by a Captain Judkins. Among the passengers was the celebrated preacher, Robert Baird. One Sunday after dinner Barnum asked Mr. Baird if he would be willing to preach to the passengers in the forward cabin. The captain had read the Episcopal service that morning, but it was done as a mere matter of form, without the slightest suggestion of devotion in its observance. Mr. Baird consented to preach, and Barnum, after mentioning it to the other passengers, who were delighted at the prospect, went to the captain and said, "Captain, the passengers desire to have Dr. Baird conduct a religious service in the forward cabin. I suppose there is no objection." The rest of the story may as well be told in Barnum's own words. To his inquiry, the captain replied gruffly, "Decidedly there is, and it will not be permitted." "Why not?" "It is against the rules of the ship." "What? To have religious services on board?" "There have been religious services once today, and that is enough. If the passengers do not think that is good enough, let them go without," was the captain's hasty and austere reply. "Captain," Barnum replied, "do you pretend to say you will not allow a respectable and well-known clergyman to offer a prayer and hold religious services on board your ship at the request of your passengers?" "That, sir, is exactly what I say." "So, now, let me hear no more about it." By this time a dozen passengers were crowding around his door, and expressing their surprise at his conduct. Barnum was indignant, and used sharp language. "Well," said he, "this is the most contemptible thing I ever heard of on the part of the owners of a public passenger ship. Their meanness ought to be published far and wide." "You had better shut up," said Captain Judkins, with great sternness. "I will not shut up," he replied. "For this thing is perfectly outrageous. In that out-of-the-way forward cabin you allow, on weekdays, gambling, swearing, smoking and singing till late at night, and yet on Sunday you have the impudence to deny the privilege of a prayer meeting, conducted by a gray-haired and respected minister of the gospel. It is simply infamous." Captain Judkins turned red in the face, and, no doubt feeling that he was monarch of all he surveyed, exclaimed in a loud voice, "If you repeat such language, I will put you in irons." "Do it, if you dare," said Barnum, feeling his indignation rising rapidly. "I dare and defy you to put your finger on me. I would like to sail into New York Harbor in handcuffs, on board a British ship, for the terrible crime of asking that religious worship may be permitted on board. So you may try it as soon as you please, and, when we get to New York, I'll show you a touch of Yankee ideas of religious intolerance." Turning on his heel, he walked over to Mr. Baird and told him how matters stood, adding, with a laugh, "Doctor, it may be dangerous for you to tell of this incident when you get on shore, for it would be a pretty strong draught upon the credulity of many of my countrymen if they were told that my zeal to hear an orthodox minister preach was so great that it came near getting me into solitary confinement. But I am not prejudiced, and I like fair play." The old doctor replied, "Well, you have not lost much, and, if the rules of this ship are so stringent I suppose we must submit." The captain afterwards came to Barnum and apologized for the rude manner in which he had carried out the rules of the ship. Barnum was not at the time a teetotaler, and the two men washed down their differences in a bottle of champagne, and were excellent friends from that moment. Chapter 15. At home. One of Barnum's principal objects in returning to America at this time was to ensure the permanence of his American Museum. He had a lease of the property, which had yet 3 years to run. But he wanted to make sure of it after that term had expired. Mr. Olmsted, the former owner, was now dead, and it was not certain that the new proprietor would renew the lease. If not, another home for the great show must be secured, and Barnum decided that in that event he would buy land on Broadway and erect a building to suit him. The new owner of the old property was persuaded, however, to renew the lease for a term of 25 years. The building covered an area of 56 by 100 feet and was 4 stories high. Barnum agreed to pay for it a rental of $10,000 a year in addition to the taxes and all assessments. Then, as the place was not large enough for his purposes, he rented and connected with it the upper floors of several adjacent buildings. The museum was at this time enormously prosperous, and was thronged with visitors from morning to late at night. Tom Thumb's European reputation was of course a great advertisement, and it worked for all it was worth. He appeared at the museum daily for 4 weeks, and drew such crowds of visitors as had never been seen there before. He afterward spent a month in Bridgeport with his kindred. To prevent being annoyed by the curious, who would be sure to throng the houses of his relatives, he exhibited 2 days at Bridgeport, and the receipts, amounting to several $100s, were presented to the Bridgeport Charitable Society. Barnum's contract with Tom Thumb had expired on January 1, 1845, while they were in England, and they had then formed a partnership, dividing equally between them the profits of their enterprise. Excepting during the first 4 weeks of their return to New York, during which time the General waived his partnership rights and exhibited himself for a salary of $50 a week. Mr. Stratton, Tom Thumb's father, was now a rich man, and he settled a handsome fortune upon his tiny son. Soon a tour of America was arranged, the party consisting of Mr. Barnum and Tom Thumb and his parents. They began at Washington, in April, 1847, where they visited President and Mrs. Polk at the White House. Thence they went to Richmond, to Baltimore, and to Philadelphia, where they took in $5,594.91 in 12 days. Next they visited Boston and Lowell, Providence, where they received nearly $1,000 in a day, New Bedford, Fall River, Salem, Worcester, Springfield, Albany, Troy, Niagara Falls, Buffalo and various other places. During the whole year's tour their receipts averaged from $400 to $500 per day, and their expenses only from $25 to $30. On their way back to New York they stopped at all large towns along the Hudson River, and then went to New Haven, Hartford, Portland and some other New England cities. Absence did not make them forgotten in New York, however, but only increased public interest in them. When he returned to his museum Mr. Barnum found that he himself had come to be regarded as one of its chief curiosities. If I showed myself about the museum, or wherever else I was known, I found eyes peering and fingers pointing at me, and could frequently overhear the remark, "There's Barnum." On one occasion, soon after my return, I was sitting in the ticket office, reading a newspaper. A man came and purchased a ticket of admission. "Is Mr. Barnum in the museum?" he asked. The ticket seller, pointing to me, answered, "This is Mr. Barnum." Supposing the gentleman had business with me, I looked up from the paper. "Is this Mr. Barnum?" he asked. "It is," I replied. He stared at me for a moment, and then, throwing down his ticket, exclaimed, "It's all right, I have got the worth of my money," and away he went, without going into the museum at all. In the fall of 1847 they went south, visiting and giving exhibitions at Charleston, Columbia, Augusta, Savannah, Milledgeville, Macon, Columbus, Montgomery, Mobile and New Orleans. At the last named place they spent 3 weeks, including the Christmas holidays. After New Year's they went to Cuba, and were received at Havana by the Captain General and the aristocracy of the city. For a month they gave exhibitions in Havana and Matanzas with great success. The only serious drawback was the hotels, which they did not find good. Indeed, it was difficult for them to get enough to eat. The Washington House, at Havana, where they lived for some time, was characterized by Mr. Barnum as first-rate bad. From Cuba they returned to New Orleans, and thence to New York by way of the Mississippi River, St. Louis, Louisville, Cincinnati and Pittsburgh. And then, in May, 1848, it was agreed that Barnum should travel no more with the little general. "I had," says Barnum, "competent agents who could exhibit him without my personal assistance, and I preferred to relinquish a portion of the profits rather than continue to be a traveling showman." I had now been a straggler from home most of the time for 13 years, and I cannot describe the feelings of gratitude with which I reflected that, having by the most arduous toil and deprivation succeeded in securing a satisfactory competence, I should henceforth spend my days in the bosom of my family. Barnum had selected the city of Bridgeport, Connecticut, for his home, and thither he now repaired. He wanted to be near New York, and he considered the northern shore of Long Island Sound the most beautiful country he had ever seen. Bridgeport was about the right distance from New York, and was well situated. It was also an enterprising place, with the promise of a prosperous future. Some 3 or 4 years before this time Barnum had purchased 17 acres of land at the western side of the city, and for 2 years had been building a palace upon it, the famous Iraniston, which was now nearly ready for him to occupy. In telling how he came to erect this gorgeous and eccentric home, Barnum once said that in visiting Brighton, England, he had been greatly pleased with the pavilion built there by George IV. It was at that time the only specimen of Oriental architecture in England, and the style had not been introduced into America. I concluded to adopt it, and engaged a London architect to furnish me a set of drawings after the general plan of the pavilion, differing sufficiently to be adapted to the spot of ground selected for my homestead. On my second return visit to the United States, I brought these drawings with me and engaged a competent architect and builder, giving him instructions to proceed with the work, not by the job, but by the day, and to spare neither time nor expense in erecting a comfortable, convenient, and tasteful residence. The work was thus begun and continued while I was still abroad, and during the time when I was making my tour with General Tom Thumb through the United States and Cuba. Elegant and appropriate furniture was made expressly for every room in the house. I erected expensive waterworks to supply the premises. The stables, conservatories and outbuildings were perfect in their kind. There was a profusion of trees set out on the grounds. The whole was built and established literally regardless of expense, for I had no desire even to ascertain the entire cost. Into this splendid place he moved on November 14, 1848, nearly 1,000 fellow citizens of Bridgeport, rich and poor alike, participating in the housewarming as his guests. The estate was called, in reference to its oriental appearance, Iraniston, which being interpreted means, a Persian home. This name was the subject of many a joke, as the place itself was of much wonderment and admiration. The next 2 years were spent by Mr. Barnum chiefly at home with his family, though he paid frequent visits to his various places of business and amusement, business for him, amusement for the world. He had for several years a fine museum in Baltimore, which was afterward the property of John E. Owens, the actor. In 1849 he also opened a museum in Philadelphia, at the corner of Chestnut and 7th Streets. He spent some time in Philadelphia, until the museum was profitably established, and then turned it over to a manager. 2 years later he sold it for a good price. While he was running it, however, his old rival, Peale, conducted a strong opposition show in Masonic Hall, nearby. The competition between them proved disastrous to Peale, who failed and was sold out by the sheriff. Barnum and his friend, Moses Kimball, purchased most of his effects and divided them between Barnum's American Museum in New York and Kimball's museum in Boston. Barnum took an active interest in the affairs of Bridgeport and of the state of Connecticut. In 1848, soon after settling in Iraniston, he was elected president of the Fairfield County Agricultural Society. He was not much of a practical farmer, although he had bought 100 or more acres of farm land near his residence and felt a deep interest in agricultural affairs. He had imported a lot of choice livestock, which he had at Iraniston, and had gone pretty deeply into fancy poultry raising. So he was considered eligible to the office of President of the Agricultural Society. In 1849 the society insisted that he should deliver the annual address. I begged to be excused on the ground of incompetency, he said, but my excuses were of no avail, and as I could not instruct my auditors in farming, I gave them the benefit of several mistakes which I had committed. Among other things, I told them that in the fall of 1848 my head gardener reported that I had 50 bushels of potatoes to spare. I thereupon directed him to barrel them up and ship them to New York for sale. He did so, and received $2 per barrel, or about 67 cents per bushel. But, unfortunately, after the potatoes had been shipped, I found that my gardener had selected all the largest for market, and left my family nothing but small potatoes to live on during the winter. But the worst was still to come. My potatoes were all gone before March, and I was obliged to buy, during the spring, over 50 bushels of potatoes, at $1.25 per bushel. I also related my first experiment in the arboricultural line, when I cut from 2 thrifty rows of young cherry trees any quantity of what I supposed to be suckers, or sprouts, and was thereafter informed by my gardener that I had cut off all his grafts. A friend of Barnum's, Mr. J. D. Johnson, had a fine place near Iraniston, and Barnum owned a couple of acres just beyond and adjoining his property. This plot Barnum presently converted into a deer park, stocking it with fine animals from the Rocky Mountains. From its location, however, everybody supposed it to be a part of Johnson's estate, and to confirm this notion, in a waggish spirit, a member of Johnson's family put up in the park a conspicuous sign, which every passer-by on the street could read. All persons are forbid trespassing on these grounds, or disturbing the deer. J. D. Johnson. Barnum acknowledged the corn, and was much pleased with the joke. Johnson was delighted, and bragged considerably of having got ahead of Barnum, and the sign remained undisturbed for several days. It happened, at length, that a party of friends came to visit him from New York, arriving in the evening. Johnson told them that he had got a capital joke on Barnum. He would not explain, but said they should see it for themselves the next morning. Bright and early he led them into the street, and, after conducting them a proper distance, wheeled them around in front of the sign. To his dismay he discovered that I had added directly under his name the words, gamekeeper to P. T. Barnum. Thereafter Mr. Johnson was known among his friends and acquaintances as Barnum's gamekeeper. Johnson had his revenge, however. Some time afterward Barnum became president of the Pequonnock Bank, and gave each year a grand dinner at Iraniston to the directors. In preparing for these banquets he would send to the West for some boxes of prairie chickens and other choice game. So, one day, Johnson saw a big case at the railroad station, addressed to Barnum, and marked, game. "See here," said he to the station master, "I am Mr. Barnum's gamekeeper, and I'll take charge of that." And he did so, taking it to his house, and then notifying Barnum that it could only be redeemed at cost of a new hat. He knew very well that Barnum would rather give him a dozen hats than lose the box, and he added that unless he got the hat very soon he would give a game dinner on his own account. Barnum sent an order for the hat in a hurry, and recovered his game, enjoying the whole joke as much as Johnson did. In 1848, Mr. Frank Leslie, afterward famous as a publisher, came to America, bringing letters of introduction to Barnum from friends in England, and Barnum gave him a start in business by employing him to prepare an elaborate illustrated catalogue of the American Museum. This he did in an admirable manner, and hundreds of thousands of copies of it were distributed throughout the country. Chapter 16. Jenny Lind. The next enterprise undertaken by Barnum was an entirely new departure. It was justly regarded by him as bold in its conception, complete in its development, and astounding in its success. To the end of his days he looked upon it with pride and satisfaction. Probably it did more than anything else in all his career to give him a permanent and supreme position in the esteem of the public. This enterprise was the bringing of Jenny Lind to America for a concert tour. Miss Lind, often called the Swedish Nightingale, was one of the most remarkable singers of the world, in that or any generation. All Europe was enraptured by her art, and her fame had encircled the globe. Barnum had never heard her, as she had not visited London until a few weeks after his return to America. But her reputation was enough to determine him to engage her, if possible, for an American tour. So he sent Mr. J. H. Wilton, an English musician, who was visiting New York, back to London to negotiate terms with her. Barnum agreed to pay Wilton his expenses if he had to return without her, but a handsome sum if he succeeded in bringing the songstress to America with him. He told Wilton to engage her on shares if possible. If not, to engage her for any sum up to $1,000 a night, for any number of nights up to 150, besides paying all her expenses, including servants, carriages, etc. And not more than 3 musical assistants. He also offered to secure her by placing the whole $150,000 in the hands of her London bankers in advance. Wilton went to London, had some correspondence with her, and then went to Lubeck, where she was singing. She told him frankly that she had, since he first wrote to her, been busy making inquiries about Barnum's character, trustworthiness, etc., and that she was perfectly satisfied with what she had found out. There were, however, 4 other men negotiating with her to the same end. One of these gentlemen was a well-known opera manager in London, another, a theatrical manager in Manchester, a third, a musical composer and conductor of the orchestra of Her Majesty's Opera in London, and the fourth, Chevalier Wyckoff, who had conducted a successful speculation some years previously by visiting America in charge of the celebrated danseuse, Fanny Elsler. She also insisted that, under whatever auspices she should go to America, she should have as an accompanist Mr., afterwards Sir, Julius Benedict, the composer, and Signor Belletti, an eminent Italian singer. Finally, on January 9, 1850, Wilton succeeded in his mission. Miss Lind agreed to come to America under Barnum's management, and an elaborate contract was drawn up and signed. This historic document was as follows. Memorandum of an agreement entered into this 9th day of January, in the year of our Lord 1850, between John Hall Wilton, as agent for Phineas T. Barnum, of New York, in the United States of North America, of the one part, and Mademoiselle Jenny Lind, vocalist, of Stockholm, in Sweden, of the other part, wherein the said Jenny Lind doth agree. First, to sing for the said Phineas T. Barnum in 150 concerts, including oratorios within, if possible, 1 year or 18 months from the date of her arrival in the city of New York, the said concerts to be given in the United States of North America and Havana. She, the said Jenny Lind, having full control as to the number of nights or concerts in each week, and the number of pieces in which she will sing in each concert, to be regulated conditionally with her health and safety of voice, but the former never less than 1 or 2, nor the latter less than 4, but in no case to appear in operas. Second, in consideration of said services, the said John Hall Wilton, as agent for the said Phineas T. Barnum, of New York, agrees to furnish the said Jenny Lind with a servant as waiting maid, and a male servant to and for the sole service of her and her party, to pay the traveling and hotel expenses of a friend to accompany her as a companion, to pay also a secretary to superintend her finances, to pay all her and her party's traveling expenses from Europe, and during the tour in the United States of North America and Havana. To pay all hotel expenses for board and lodging during the same period, to place at her disposal in each city a carriage and horses with their necessary attendants, and to give her in addition the sum of £200 or $1,000, for each concert or oratorio in which the said Jenny Lind shall sing. Third, and the said John Hall Wilton, as agent for the said Phineas T. Barnum, doth further agree to give the said Jenny Lind the most satisfactory security and assurance for the full amount of her engagement, which will be placed in the hands of Messrs. Baring Brothers, of London, previous to the departure, and subject to the order of the said Jenny Lind, with its interest due on its current reduction by her services in the concerts or oratorios. Fourth, and the said John Hall Wilton, on the part of the said Phineas T. Barnum, further agrees, that should the said Phineas T. Barnum, after 75 concerts, have realized so much as shall, after paying all current expenses, have returned to him all the sums disbursed either as deposits at interest, for securities of salaries, preliminary outlay, or monies in any way expended consequent on this engagement, and in addition, have gained a clear profit of at least £15,000, then the said Phineas T. Barnum will give the said Jenny Lind, in addition to the former sum of $1,000 current money of the United States of North America, nightly, 1/5 part of the profits arising from the remaining 75 concerts or oratorios, after deducting every expense current and appertaining thereto, or the said Jenny Lind agrees to try, with the said Phineas T. Barnum, 50 concerts or oratorios on the aforesaid and first-named terms, and if then found to fall short of the expectations of the said Phineas T. Barnum, then the said Jenny Lind agrees to reorganize this agreement, on terms quoted in his first proposal, as set forth in the annexed copy of his letter. But should such be found necessary, then the engagement continues up to 75 concerts or oratorios, at the end of which, should the aforesaid profit of £15,000 have not been realized, then the engagement shall continue as at first, the sums herein, after expenses for Julius Benedict and Giovanni Belletti, to remain unaltered, except for advancement. 5th. And the said John Hall Wilton, agent for the said Phineas T. Barnum, at the request of the said Jenny Lind, agrees to pay to Julius Benedict, of London, to accompany the said Jenny Lind, as musical director, pianist, and superintendent of the musical department, also to assist the said Jenny Lind in 150 concerts or oratorios, to be given in the United States of North America and Havana, the sum of £5,000, L5,000, sterling, to be satisfactorily secured to him with Messrs. Baring Brothers, of London, previous to his departure from Europe, and the said John Hall Wilton agrees further, for the said Phineas T. Barnum, to pay all his traveling expenses from Europe, together with his hotel and traveling expenses during the time occupied in giving the aforesaid 150 concerts or oratorios, he, the said Julius Benedict, to superintend the organization of oratorios if required. 6th. And the said John Hall Wilton, at the request, selection, and for the aid of the said Jenny Lind, agrees to pay to Giovanni Belletti, baritone vocalist, to accompany the said Jenny Lind during her tour and in 150 concerts or oratorios in the United States of North America and Havana, and in conjunction with the aforesaid Julius Benedict, the sum of £2,500, L2, 500 sterling, to be satisfactorily secured to him previous to his departure from Europe, in addition to all his hotel and traveling expenses. 7th. And it is further agreed that the said Jenny Lind shall be at full liberty to sing at any time she may think fit for charitable institutions, or purposes independent of the engagement with the said Phineas T. Barnum, with a view to mutually agreeing as to the time and its propriety, it being understood that in no case shall the first or second concert in any city selected for the tour be for such purpose, or wherever it shall appear against the interests of the said Phineas T. Barnum. 8th. It is further agreed that should the said Jenny Lind, by any act of God, be incapacitated to fulfill the entire engagement before mentioned, that an equal proportion of the terms agreed upon shall be given to the said Jenny Lind, Julius Benedict, and Giovanni Belletti, for services rendered to that time. 9th. It is further agreed and understood, that the said Phineas T. Barnum shall pay every expense appertaining to the concerts or oratorios before mentioned, excepting those for charitable purposes, and that all accounts shall be settled and rendered by all parties weekly. 10th. And the said Jenny Lind further agrees that she will not engage to sing for any other person during the progress of this said engagement with the said Phineas T. Barnum, of New York, for 150 concerts or oratorios, excepting for charitable purposes as before mentioned, and all traveling to be first and best class. In witness hereof to the within written memorandum of agreement we set hereunto our hand and seal. L.S. John Hall Wilton, agent for Phineas T. Barnum, of New York, U.S. L.S. Jenny Lind. T.S. Julius Benedict. L.S. Giovanni Belletti. In the presence of C. Achilling, Consul of His Majesty the King of Sweden and Norway. Extract from a letter addressed to John H. Wilton by Phineas T. Barnum, and referred to in paragraph number 4 of the annexed agreement. New York, November 6, 1849. Mr. J. Hall Wilton. Sir. In reply to your proposal to attempt a negotiation with MLLE Jenny Lind to visit the United States professionally, I propose to enter into an arrangement with her to the following effect. I will engage to pay all her expenses from Europe, provide for and pay for one principal tenor, and one pianist, their salaries not exceeding together $150 per night, to support for her a carriage, 2 servants, and a friend to accompany her and superintend her finances. I will furthermore pay all and every expense appertaining to her appearance before the public, and give her half of the gross receipts arising from concerts or operas. I will engage to travel with her personally, and attend to the arrangements, provided she will undertake to give not less than 80, nor more than 150 concerts or nights performances. Phineas T. Barnum. I certify the above to be a true extract from the letter. J. H. Wilton. There was no Atlantic cable in those days, and Barnum did not know the result of Wilton's embassy until the latter returned to America. Barnum was in Philadelphia when Wilton landed in New York, on February 19. Wilton at once telegraphed to him that he had secured the singer, who was to come over and begin her concerts in September. The great showman was startled, and felt pretty nervous, and as so long a time was to elapse before she came over, he thought it best to keep the whole matter a secret for a time. When we reflect how thoroughly Jenny Lind, her musical powers, her character, and wonderful successes, were subsequently known by all classes in this country as well as throughout the civilized world, it is difficult to realize that, at the time this engagement was made, she was comparatively unknown on this side the water. We can hardly credit the fact that millions of persons in America had never heard of her, that other millions had merely read her name, but had no distinct idea of who or what she was. Only a small portion of the public were really aware of her great musical triumphs in the Old World, and this portion was confined almost entirely to musical people, travelers who had visited the Old World, and the conductors of the press. Barnum telegraphed to Wilton to keep the matter secret, and next morning set out for New York. But it was too late. When he got to New York, he found the news of the engagement in full in all the papers. Everybody was talking about it, and wondering who Jenny Lind was, and Barnum soon perceived that he must improve the time, from then to September, in educating the public up to an approximate appreciation of her worth. His first act was to send, as per agreement, the sum of $187,000 to Miss Lind's bankers in London. It was not altogether easy for him to do this. After he had scraped together all his available cash he was still short a large sum. He had plenty of securities in the form of second mortgages that were perfectly good, but no one in Wall Street would lend him $1 on them. In his extremity, he at last went to the president of the bank where he had transacted his business for the past 8 years. I offered him, said Barnum afterward, as security for a loan, my second mortgages, and, as additional security, I offered to make over to him my contract with Jenny Lind, with a written guarantee that he should appoint a receiver, who, at my expense, should take charge of all the receipts over and above $3,000 per night and appropriate them toward the payment of my loan. He laughed in my face, and said, Mr. Barnum, it is generally believed in Wall Street that your engagement with Jenny Lind will ruin you. I do not think you will ever receive so much as $3,000 at a single concert. I was indignant at his want of appreciation, and answered him that I would not at that moment take $150,000 for my contract, nor would I. I found, upon further inquiry, that it was useless in Wall Street to offer the Nightingale in exchange for goldfinches. I finally was introduced to Mr. John L. Aspinwall, of the firm of Messrs. Howland and Aspinwall, and he gave me a letter of credit from his firm on Baring Brothers, for a large sum on collateral securities, which a spirit of genuine respect for my enterprise induced him to accept. After disposing of several pieces of property for cash, I footed up the various amounts, and still discovered myself $5,000 short. I felt that it was indeed the last feather that breaks the camel's back. Happening casually to state my desperate case to the Reverend Abel C. Thomas, of Philadelphia, for many years a friend of mine, he promptly placed the requisite amount at my disposal. I gladly accepted his proffered friendship, and felt that he had removed a mountain weight from my shoulders. And now nothing remained to do but to arouse public curiosity and interest. Barnum was a master hand at that work, and never did he show himself more of a master than on this occasion. He kept the press literally teeming with notices in one form or another. Here is a sample of the strain in which he wrote. Perhaps I may not make any money by this enterprise, but I assure you that if I knew I should not make a farthing profit, I would ratify the engagement, so anxious am I that the United States should be visited by a lady whose vocal powers have never been approached by any other human being, and whose character is charity, simplicity, and goodness personified. Miss Lind has great anxiety to visit America. She speaks of this country and its institutions in the highest terms of praise. In her engagement with me, which includes Havana, she expressly reserves the right to give charitable concerts whenever she thinks proper. Since her debut in England, she has given to the poor from her own private purse more than the whole amount which I have engaged to pay her, and the proceeds of concerts for charitable purposes in Great Britain, where she has sung gratuitously, have realized more than 10 times that amount. And so it came to pass that, before September rolled around, curiosity, interest and enthusiasm over the great singer were at fever heat, and New York thought and dreamed only of her coming. Never, in the history of music or in the history of entertainments in America, has the advent of a foreign artist been hailed with so much enthusiasm. A large share of this public interest was natural and genuine, and would, in any event, have been accorded to Miss Lind. But a considerable portion of it was due to the shrewd and energetic advertising of Mr. Barnum. Under any auspices the great singer's tour in America would have been successful. But under no other management would it have approximated to what it was under Barnum. Chapter 17. Arrival of Jenny Lind. Jenny Lind sailed for America on Wednesday morning, August 21, 1850. She was accompanied by Messrs. Benedict and Belletti, Mr. Wilton, her 2 cousins, and 3 or 4 servants. She also brought with her a piano for her use. Mr. Barnum had engaged the necessary accommodations for the company on the steamship Atlantic, and their departure from England was an event of great public interest. In America their coming was looked upon much as the visit of a royal personage would have been. It was expected that the steamer would reach New York on Sunday, September 1. Mr. Barnum, however, determined to be on hand to meet his distinguished guest at no matter what time she reached the port. He, therefore, went on Saturday to Staten Island, and spent the night at the house of his friend, Dr. Doane, the health officer of the port. The steamship was sighted just before noon on Sunday, and soon afterward Mr. Barnum, who went out with the health officer, was standing on the deck where, for the first time, he met the famous singer. After they had shaken hands and uttered a few commonplace words of greeting, Miss Lind asked him when and where he had heard her sing. "I never had the pleasure of seeing you before in my life," he replied. "How is it possible that you dared risk so much money on a person whom you never heard sing?" she asked in great surprise. "I risked it," answered Barnum, "on your reputation, which in musical matters I would much rather trust than my own judgment." The fact was that, although Barnum did rely largely upon Miss Lind's reputation as an artist, he also took into account her equally great reputation for benevolence, generosity, and general loveliness of disposition. He knew that these traits of character would appeal with a special force to the warm-hearted and enthusiastic American public. Indeed, he afterward confessed that had it not been for this peculiarity of her disposition, he never would have ventured to make the engagement with her, and he always believed that as many people came to see and hear her on this account as on account of her skill as a singer. Seldom has any visitor to New York received a more remarkable greeting than did the Swedish Nightingale. Mr. Barnum's efforts to arouse public interest in her had not been in vain. The whole city was anxious to get the first possible glimpse of her. But beside this bona fide interest in her, Mr. Barnum had seen to it that her landing was made all possible use of as an advertisement. On the wharf at which she landed a bower of green trees, decorated with flags, had been prepared. There were also 2 handsome triumphal arches, on one of which was inscribed, "Welcome, Jenny Lind," and on the other, "Welcome to America." Probably the singer thought, and possibly some of the general public also imagined, that these decorations had been erected by the city government, or at least by some committee of public-spirited citizens. Mr. Barnum, however, never found fault with any one for suspecting that he was chiefly responsible for them, and there is every reason to believe that the cost of them was to be found entered in his books, charged to the account of advertising. Thousands of people were thronged along the water front, on the piers and on the shipping, to greet the Atlantic as it reached its dock. So great was the rush to see the illustrious guest that one man was crowded overboard, an incident which Miss Lind herself witnessed, and at which she was much alarmed. He was rescued with no other harm than a thorough wetting. Barnum's carriage was in waiting for Miss Lind, and the great showman himself, after placing her within it, mounted the box at the driver's side. He took that seat as a legitimate advertisement, and his presence there aided those who filled the windows and sidewalks along the entire way to the Irving house, and there were many thousands of them, in coming to the conclusion that Jenny Lind had really arrived. 5 minutes after Miss Lind had entered the hotel, Barnum invited her to look out of a window opening on Broadway. When she did so, she saw a throng of not less than 20,000 persons gathered to do her honor. And there that throng remained all the rest of the afternoon and until late in the evening. At her request, Barnum took dinner with her that afternoon. According to the European custom, she offered to pledge his health in a glass of wine, and was doubtless much surprised at his response. He said to her, "Miss Lind, I do not think you can ask any other favor on earth which I would not gladly grant. But I am a teetotaler, and must beg to be permitted to drink to your health and happiness in a glass of cold water." Late that night Miss Lind was serenaded by the New York Musical Fund Society, which numbered, on that occasion, 200 musicians. They were escorted to the hotel by about 300 firemen, clad in their picturesque uniform and bearing flaming torches. Fully 30,000 spectators were at this hour gathered about the hotel, and in response to their vociferous calls Miss Lind stepped upon the balcony and bowed to them. Such was the great singer's first day in America, and for several weeks thereafter the public interest in her was scarcely less demonstrative. Her rooms were thronged by visitors, among whom were the most notable people in society, in the learned professions and in public life. The street before the hotel was almost blocked day after day by the carriages of fashionable people, and Barnum's only anxiety was lest the aristocratic part of the community should monopolize her altogether, and thus mar his interest by cutting her off from the sympathy she had excited among the common people. The shopkeepers of the city showered their attentions upon her, sending her cartloads of specimens of their most valuable wares, for which they asked no other return than her acceptance and her autograph acknowledgment. Gloves, bonnets, shawls, gowns, chairs, carriages, pianos, and almost every imaginable article of use or ornament was named for her. Songs and musical compositions were dedicated to her, and poems were published in her honor. Day after day and week after week her doings formed the most conspicuous news in the daily journals. Some weeks before Miss Lind's arrival in America Barnum had offered a prize of $200 for the best ode, to be set to music and sung by her at her first concert. Its topic was to be, "Greeting to America." In response several hundred poems were sent in, mostly pretty poor stuff, though several of them were very good. After a great deal of hard work in reading and considering them, the prize committee selected as the best the one offered by Bayard Taylor. It was set to music by Julius Benedict, and was as follows. Greeting to America. Words by Bayard Taylor, music by Julius Benedict. I greet with a full heart the land of the West, whose banner of stars o'er a world is unrolled, whose empire o'ershadows Atlantic's wide breast, and opens to sunset its gateway of gold. The land of the mountain, the land of the lake, and rivers that roll in magnificent tide, where the souls of the mighty from slumber awake, and hallow the soil for whose freedom they died. Thou cradle of empire! Though wide be the foam, that severs the land of my fathers and thee, I hear, from thy bosom, the welcome of home, for song has a home in the hearts of the free. And long as thy waters shall gleam in the sun, and long as thy heroes remember their scars, be the hands of thy children united as one, and peace shed her light on thy banner of stars. This award gave general satisfaction, although a few disappointed competitors complained. This remarkable competition and the other features of Miss Lind's reception in America, attracted so much attention in England that the London Times in one day devoted several columns of space to the subject. Of course the American press literally teemed with matter about Miss Lind and Barnum. The poetical competition demanded much attention, and presently a witty pamphlet was published, entitled Barnum's Parnassus, being confidential disclosures of the prize committee on the Jenny Lind song. It pretended to give all or most of the poems that had been offered in the competition, though of course none of them were genuine. Many of them, however, contained fine satirical hits on the whole business. Such, for example, as the following. Barnumopsis. A recitative. When to the common rest that crowns his days, dusty and worn the tired pedestrian goes, what light is that whose wide o'erlooking blaze, a sudden glory on his pathway throws? 'Tis not the setting sun, whose drooping lid, closed on the weary world at 6:30, 'tis not the rising moon, whose rays are hid, behind the city's somber piles of bricks. It is the Drummond light, that from the top of Barnum's massive pile, sky mingling there, darts its quick gleam o'er every shadowed shop, and gilds Broadway with unaccustomed glare. There o'er the sordid gloom, whose deepening tracks, furrow the city's brow, the front of ages, thy loftier light descends on cabs and hacks, and on 24 different lines of stages. O twilight sun, with thy far-darting ray, thou art a type of him whose tireless hands, hung thee on high to guide the stranger's way, where, in its pride, his vast museum stands. Him, who in search of wonders new and strange, grasps the wide skirts of nature's mystic robe, explores the circles of eternal change, and the dark chambers of the central globe. He, from the reedy shores of fabled Nile, has brought, thick-ribbed and ancient as old iron, that venerable beast, the crocodile, and many a skin of many a famous lion. Go lose thyself in those continuous halls, where strays the fond papa with son and daughter, and all that charms or startles or appalls, thou shalt behold, and for a single quarter. Far from the Barcan deserts now withdrawn, there, huge constrictors coil their scaly backs. There, cased in glass, malignant and unshorn, old murderers glare in sullenness and wax. There many a varied form the sight beguiles, in rusty broadcloth decked and shocking hat, and there the unwieldy Lambert sits and smiles, in the majestic plenitude of fat. Or for thy gayer hours, the orangutan, or ape salutes thee with his strange grimace, and in their shapes, stuffed as on earth they sprang, thine individual being thou canst trace. And joys the youth in life's green spring, who goes, with the sweet babe and the grey-headed nurse, to see those cosmoramic orbs disclose, the varied beauties of the universe. And last, not least, the marvellous Ethiop, changing his skin by preternatural skill, whom every setting sun's diurnal slope, leaves whiter than the last, and whitening still. All that of monstrous, scaly, strange and queer, has come from out the womb of earliest time, thou hast, O Barnum, in thy keeping here, nor is this all, for triumphs more sublime await thee yet. I, Jenny Lind, who reigned, sublimely throned, the imperial queen of song, would by thy golden harmonies, have deigned, captive to join the heterogeneous throng. Sustained by an unfaltering trust in coin, dealt from thy hand, O thou illustrious man, gladly I heard the summons come to join, myself the immeasurable caravan. A number of complimentary greetings in verse were also sent in to Miss Lind by various writers of more or less eminence, among them being the following from Mrs. Lydia H. Sigourney. The Swedish Songstress and Her Charities. By Mrs. L. H. Sigourney. Blessed must their vocation be who, with tones of melody, charm the discord and the strife and the railroad rush of life. And with Orphean magic move souls inert to life and love. But there's one who doth inherit, angel gift and angel spirit, bidding tides of gladness flow, through the realms of want and woe. Mid lone age and misery's lot, kindling pleasures long forgot, seeking minds oppressed with night, and on darkness shedding light, she the seraph's speech doth know, she hath done their deeds below, so, when o'er this misty strand, she shall clasp their waiting hand, they will fold her to their breast, more a sister than a guest. The first concert was announced for the evening of September 11th, and it was to take place in the Great Hall of Castle Garden, afterward famous as the landing place for emigrants at New York. The tickets for this occasion were sold at auction, and the first one was bid up to the extraordinary figure of $225. This was bid and the ticket was secured by John N. Jenin, a hatter. And the public notice which was thereby attracted to him was such a great advertisement for his business that within a few years thereafter he amassed a fortune. It was afterwards stated that Mr. Jenin was Barnum's brother-in-law, and that his high bid for this ticket was a prearranged job, but there was no truth in this whatever. The auction itself was regarded as an occasion of such public interest that the proprietors of the garden, where it was held, charged a shilling admission fee to it. No less than 3,000 persons paid this fee and attended the auction, and the first day's sale aggregated 1,000 tickets, which brought a total sum of $10,141. A few days after her arrival Barnum told Miss Lind that it would be desirable to make a change in the terms of their contract, if she would consent. She was startled at this, and asked him what the change was to be. "I am convinced," replied Barnum, "that this enterprise will be far more successful than either of us anticipated. So I wish to stipulate that you shall receive not only $1,000 for each concert, beside all expenses, but also that, after taking out $5,500 per night for expenses and for my services, the balance shall be equally divided between you and me." She looked at him in utter bewilderment, unable to understand his proposition. He repeated it, and at last made her realize what it was that he proposed to do. Then she grasped him by the hand and exclaimed, "Mr. Barnum, you are a gentleman of honor. You are generous. It is just as I was told. I will sing for you as long as you please. I will sing for you in America, in Europe, anywhere." The day before the first concert Mr. Barnum told Miss Lind that, judging by appearances, her portion of the proceeds of the first concert, over and above her fee of $1,000, would amount to at least $10,000. She immediately resolved to devote every dollar of it to charity, and forthwith sent for the mayor of the city, under whose advice she acted in selecting the various institutions among which it was to be distributed. The amount of money actually received for tickets for the first concert was $17,864.05. So it appeared that Barnum's estimate had been a little too high, and Miss Lind's portion was too small to realize the $10,000 which she was to give to charity. Barnum therefore proposed to make a similar arrangement for the second concert, and to count neither of these first two in the regular engagement. To this she agreed. The second concert was given on September 13, and the receipts, which amounted to $14,203.03, were disposed of as before, and she was thus enabled to give the $10,000 to charity. The third concert, which was the first of the regular series, was given on September 17. Barnum's arrangements of the concert room for the singer's appearance were very complete. 100 ushers, adorned with rosettes and carrying wands tipped with ribbons, looked after the seating of the audience. In order to prevent confusion, the doors were opened at 5 o'clock, although the concert was not to commence until 8. The result was that the 5,000 persons who attended made their entry without crowding and without confusion. The reception of Jenny Lind, on her first appearance, in point of enthusiasm, was probably never before equaled. As Mr. Benedict led her towards the footlights, the entire audience rose to their feet and welcomed her with 3 cheers, accompanied by the waving of thousands of hats and handkerchiefs. This was perhaps the largest audience to which Jenny Lind had ever sung. She was evidently much agitated, but the orchestra commenced, and before she had sung a dozen notes of "Casta Diva," she began to recover her self-possession, and long before the scena was concluded she was as calm as if she was in her own drawing-room. Towards the last portion of the cavatina, the audience were so completely carried away by their feelings, that the remainder of the air was drowned in a perfect tempest of acclamation. Enthusiasm had been wrought to its highest pitch, but the musical powers of Jenny Lind exceeded all the brilliant anticipations which had been formed, and her triumph was complete. At the conclusion of the concert Jenny Lind was loudly called for, and was obliged to appear 3 times before the audience could be satisfied. Then they called vociferously for Barnum, and he, reluctantly, responded to their demand. On this first night Julius Benedict firmly established with the American people his European reputation as a most accomplished conductor and musical composer, while Signor Belletti inspired an admiration which grew warmer and deeper in the minds of the public, to the end of his career in this country. "The Rubicon was passed," says Barnum. The successful issue of the Jenny Lind enterprise was established. "I think there were 100 men in New York, the day after her first concert, who would have willingly paid me $200,000 for my contract. I received repeated offers for an 1/8, a 10th, or a 16th, equivalent to that price. But mine had been the risk, and I was determined mine should be the triumph." The triumph of Jenny Lind is a legitimate part of Barnum's history, and it will be of interest to the present generation to read what the musical critics of that day thought of that wonderful singer. Here is the New York Tribune's account of her opening concerts in America. "Jenny Lind's first concert is over, and all doubts are at an end. She is the greatest singer we have ever heard, and her success is all that was anticipated from her genius and her fame. As this is something of an era in our history of art, we give a detailed account of all that took place on the occasion. All the preparatory arrangements for the concert were made with great care, and from the admirable system observed, none of the usual disagreeable features of such an event were experienced. Outside of the gate there was a double row of policemen extending up the main avenue of the Battery grounds. Carriages only were permitted to drive up to the gate from the Whitehall side, and pass off into Battery Place. At one time the line of carriages extended to Whitehall and up State Street into Broadway. Everything was accomplished in a quiet and orderly manner. The chief of police, with about 60 men, came on the ground at 5 o'clock, and maintained the most complete order to the end. Mr. Barnum, according to promise, had put up a substantial framework, and thrown an immense awning over the bridge, which is some 200 feet in length. This was brilliantly lighted, and had almost the appearance of a triumphal avenue on entering the gate. There was an immense crowd on the Battery, clustering around the gates during the whole evening, but no acts of disorder occurred. When Jenny Lind's carriage came, but very few persons knew it, and no great excitement followed. The principal annoyance was occasioned by a noisy crowd of boys in boats, who gathered around the outer wall of the castle, and being by their position secure from the police, tried to disturb those within by a hideous clamor of shouts and yells, accompanied by a discordant din of drums and fifes. There must have been more than 200 boats and 1,000 persons on the water. They caused some annoyance to that portion of the audience in the back seats of the balcony, but the nuisance was felt by none in the parquet. By 10 o'clock they had either become tired or ashamed of the contemptible outrage they were attempting, and dispersed. We may here remark that if the river police asked for by Chief Matzel had been in existence this attempt could not have been made. On entering the castle, a company of ushers, distinguished by their badges, were in readiness to direct the visitors to that part of the hall where their seats were located. Colored lamps and hangings suspended to the pillars indicated at a glance the different divisions, and the task of seating the whole audience of near 7,000 persons was thus accomplished without the least inconvenience. The hall was brilliantly lighted, though from its vast extent the stage looked somewhat dim. The wooden partition which was built up in place of the drop curtain, is covered with a painting representing the combined standards of America and Sweden, below which are arabesque ornaments in white and gold. Considering the short time allowed for these improvements, the change was remarkable. The only instance of bad taste which we noticed was a large motto, worked in flowers, suspended over the pillars of the balcony directly in front of the stage. "Welcome, sweet warbler," so ran the words, was not only tame and commonplace, but decidedly out of place. The sight of the grand hall, with its gay decoration, its glittering lamps, and its vast throng of expectant auditors, was in itself almost worth a $5 ticket. We were surprised to notice that not more than 1/8 of the audience were ladies. They must stay at home, it seems, when the tickets are high, but the gentlemen go, nevertheless. For its size, the audience was one of the most quiet, refined and appreciative we ever saw assembled in this city. Not more than 1/3 were seated before 7 o'clock, and when the eventful hour arrived they were still coming in. A few of the seats were not taken when the orchestra had assembled, and Mr. Benedict, who was greeted with loud cheers on his appearance, gave the first flourish of his baton. The musical performance commenced with Jules Benedict's overture to his opera, The Crusaders, himself conducting the orchestra of 60 instruments. It was an admirably balanced and effective orchestra, and notwithstanding that we had to listen as it were round a corner, we felt the unity and full force of its strong chords, and traced the precise and delicate outline of its melodies with a distinctness which proved that a clear musical idea was there, too clearly embodied to be lost even in that vast space. We liked the first half of the composition best. It had the dark shading and wild vigor and pathos of Von Weber. The allegro which set in upon it was more in the light popular manner of Auber and the French. Yet Mr. Benedict has proved his mastery in this work, which the vast audience acknowledged with very hearty plaudits. Signor Belletti was the next mark of expectation. In one of Rossini's most ornate and florid bravura songs, from Maometto II, he produced a baritone of such warm, rich, solid, resonant and feeling quality as we perhaps have never heard in this country, though without closer observation from the less remote position in which a baritone naturally requires to be heard, we hardly dare to place it above BETHEL's, while in refinement of conception and of execution he left little to be desired. Now came a moment of breathless expectation. A moment more, and Jenny Lind, clad in a white dress, which well became the frank sincerity of her face, came forward through the orchestra. It is impossible to describe the spontaneous burst of welcome which greeted her. The vast assembly rose as one man, and for some minutes nothing could be seen but the waving of hands and handkerchiefs, nothing heard but a storm of tumultuous cheers. The enthusiasm of the moment, for a time beyond all bounds, was at last subdued after prolonging itself by its own fruitless efforts to subdue itself, and the divine songstress, with that perfect bearing, that air of all dignity and sweetness, blending a childlike simplicity and half-trembling womanly modesty with the beautiful confidence of genius and serene wisdom of art, addressed herself to song, as the orchestral symphony prepared the way for the voice in Casta Diva. A better test piece could not have been selected for her debut. Every soprano lady has sung it to us, but nearly every one has seemed only trying to make something of it, while Jenny Lind was the very music of it for the time being. We would say no less than that. For the wisest and honestest part of criticism on such a first hearing of a thing so perfect, was to give itself purely up to it, without question, and attempt no analysis of what too truly fills one to have yet begun to be an object of thought. If it were possible, we would describe the quality of that voice, so pure, so sweet, so fine, so whole and all-pervading, in its lowest breathings and minutest fioriture as well as in its strongest volume. We never heard tones which in their sweetness went so far. They brought the most distant and ill-seated auditor close to her. They were tones, every one of them, and the whole air had to take the law of their vibrations. The voice and the delivery had in them all the good qualities of all the good singers. Song in her has that integral beauty which at once proclaims it as a type for all, and is most naturally worshipped as such by the multitude. Of those who have been before her we were most frequently reminded of Madame Bishop's quality, not quantity, of voice. Their voices are of metals somewhat akin. Jenny Lind's had incomparably more power and more at all times in reserve, but it had a shade of that same veiled quality in its lowest tones, consistently with the same, but much more, ripeness and sweetness, and perfect freedom from the crudeness often called clearness, as they rise. There is the same kind of versatile and subtle talent, too, in Jenny Lind, as appeared later in the equal inspiration and perfection of her various characters and styles of song. Hers is a genuine soprano, reaching the extra high notes with that ease and certainty which make each highest one a triumph of expression purely, and not a physical marvel. The gradual growth and sostenuto of her tones, the light and shade, the rhythmic undulation and balance of her passages. The bird-like ecstasy of her trill, the faultless precision and fluency of her chromatic scales, above all, the sure reservation of such volume of voice as to crown each protracted climax with glory, not needing a new effort to raise force for the final blow, and indeed all the points one looks for in a mistress of the vocal art were eminently hers in Casta Diva. But the charm lay not in any point, but rather in the inspired vitality, the hearty, genuine outpouring of the whole. The real and yet truly ideal humanity of all her singing. That is what has won the world to Jenny Lind. It is that her whole soul and being goes out in her song, and that her voice becomes the impersonation of that song's soul if it have any, that is, if it be a song. There is plainly no vanity in her, no mere aim to affect, it is all frank and real and harmoniously earnest. She next bewitched all by the delicate naivete and sparkling espieglerie, interchanged with true love pathos, of her duet with Belletti, from Rossini's I Turchi in Italia, the music being in the same voice with that of his Barber of Seville. The distinct rapidity, without hurry, of many passages, was remarkable in both performers. But perhaps the most wonderful exhibition of her vocal skill and pliancy and of her active intimacy with nature was in the trio concertant, with two flutes, from Meyerbeer's Camp of Silesia. Exquisitely her voice played in echo between the tasteful flute warblings of Messrs. Kyle and Seed. But do not talk of her flute-like voice, the flute tone is not one a real voice need cultivate. Except where it silvers the edges of a dark mass of orchestral harmony, the flute's unmitigated sweetness must and should contrast with the more clarionet and reed-like quality of a voice as rich and human as that of Jenny Lind. Naturally, the favorites of the evening were the two national songs. Her Swedish herdsman's song was singularly quaint, wild and innocent. The odd musical interval, a sharp seventh of the echo, as if her singing had brought the very mountains there, were extremely characteristic. This was loudly encored and repeated, and when again encored was of course answered with her Greeting to America, the national prize song, written by Bayard Taylor, and set to a vigorous and familiar style of music, while harmonizing with the words, by Benedict. The greeting had a soul in it coming from those lips. We have but now to acknowledge the fine style of Belletti's Largo al Factotum, though the Gay Barber's song always requires the stage, and the admirable orchestra performance of Weber's overture to Oberon. We are now sure of Jenny Lind, the singer and the artist. Last night she was herself, and well accompanied, and gloriously responded to. But we have yet to hear her in the kind of music which seems to us most to need and to deserve such a singer. In the Agatha of der Freischütz, and in Mozart and the deep music of the great modern German operas. At the close the audience, who made no movement to leave till the last note had been uttered, broke out in a tempest of cheers, only less vehement than those which welcomed her in Casta Diva. She came forward again, bowed with a bright, grateful face, and retired. The cheers were now mingled with shouts of Barnum, who at last came forward, and with some difficulty obtained sufficient order to speak. "My friends," said he, "you have often heard it asked, where's Barnum?" Amid the cheers and laughter which followed, we only caught the words, "Henceforth, you may say, Barnum's nowhere." Mr. Barnum, after expressing his gratification at the splendid welcome which had been given Lind, stated that he would disclose a piece of news which he could no longer keep secret, and which would show how well that welcome was deserved. Lind on Monday morning informed him that it was her intention to give her share of the net proceeds of the present concert, amounting to considerable more than $10,000, to the various charities in the city. The announcement was a signal for another storm. We did not count the number of cheers given, but we never witnessed such a pitch of enthusiasm. Mr. Barnum then proceeded to read the list of her donations, interrupted at every name by a fresh burst of applause. To the Fire Department Fund $3,000. Musical Fund Society $2,000. Home for the Friendless $500. Society for the Relief of Indigent Females $500. Dramatic Fund Association $500. Home for Colored and Aged Persons $500. Colored and Orphan Association $500. Lying in Asylum for Destitute Females $500. New York Orphan Asylum $500. Protestant Half-Orphan Asylum $500. Roman Catholic Half-Orphan Asylum $500. Old Ladies Asylum $500. Total $10,000. In case the money coming to her shall exceed this sum, she will hereafter designate the charity to which it is to be appropriated. Mr. Barnum was then about retiring, when there was a universal call for Jenny Lind. The songstress, however, had already taken her departure, and the excited crowd, after giving a few more cheers, followed her example, and slowly surged out of the castle door, and down the canopied bridge, in a glow of good humor and admiration. A few disorderly vagrants collected on the bridges leading to the bath houses, hooted at the throng as it passed out, but everybody went home quietly, with a new joy at his heart, and a new thought in his brain. Jenny Lind's second concert was in every respect as complete a triumph as the first. The audience numbered upward of 7,000, filling the vast amphitheater to the topmost circles of the gallery. The sight of that dense sea of heads, from either extremity of the balcony, reminded us of one of Martin's grand, gloomy pictures, and the resemblance was further increased by the semi-oriental appearance of the hall, with its long, light pillars dropping from the center, as well as by the dimness of its illumination, the lamps, many and bright as they were, being lost in the immense area of the building. The concert was a repetition of the first, with the only difference that the orchestra volunteered the Wedding March, from Mendelssohn's Midsummer Night's Dream, whose short, crackling blaze of harmony received full justice from the sure and well-tempered brass instruments. Weber's overture to Oberon was finely rendered, and the composition is as fine a specimen of musical fairyland as could be found before young Mendelssohn dreamed Shakespeare's dream over in his own way. In Jenny Lind we still feel that it is not easy to separate the singer from the person. She sings herself. She does not, like many skillful vocalists, merely recite her musical studies, and dazzle you with splendid feats unnaturally acquired. Her singing, through all her versatile range of parts and styles, is her own proper and spontaneous activity, integral and whole. Her magnificent voice, always true and firm, and as far beyond any instrument as humanity is beyond nature, seems like the audible beauty of her nature and her character. That she is an artist in the highest sense is a question long since settled, and any little incidental variation from the bold and perfect outline of success in any special effort, as the faltering of her voice from natural embarrassment in the commencing of Casta Diva that first night, could not to a true listener at all impede the recognition of the wonderful art which could afford a little to humanity on so trying an occasion. For she was as it were beginning her career anew. Literally to her was this a new world, and she felt for a moment as if in her first blushing maidenhood of song. This second time the hesitation of the voice in that commencement was not felt. The note began soft and timid and scarce audible, as the prayer of Norma might have done, but how it gradually swelled with the influx of divine strength into the soul. The grand difficulty in the opening andante movement of Casta Diva lies in its broad, sustained phrasing, in the long, generous undulation of its rhythm, which with most singers drags or gets broken out of symmetry. Jenny Lind conceived and did it truly. The impassioned energy of the loud pleading syncopated cries in which the passage attains its climax, the celestial purity and penetrating sweetness of that highest note afterward, the exquisite cadenza to the andante, and the inspiring eloquence of the allegro, ah, bello a mi ritorna, were far beyond anything we have had the fortune hitherto to hear. They that sat, or even stood, in Castle Garden, may mark down a white day in their calendar. In point of audience, program, execution and inspiration, it was the greatest concert, so far. If anything more had been needed to confirm the impression which Jenny Lind had previously made on an American public, and to place her continued success beyond the possibility of doubt, last night's experience certainly supplied it. It was foreseen in the morning that the attendance would be greater even than on Friday night. The American Museum and Hall's music store were besieged through the whole day and up to the very hour of commencement. At the former place the crowding for tickets was tremendous, the very sidewalk in front being blockaded most of the time. At 7 o'clock, when we took up the line of march for Castle Garden, both sides of Broadway were thronged, and the main avenue of the Battery was filled with a steady stream of persons pressing into the castle gate. As on the first night, a double line of policemen had been formed, which effectually prevented all disorder. A few more lamps were introduced into the hall, rendering its aspect much more light and cheerful. By 8 o'clock the vast hall was crowded to overflowing. Scarcely a foot of space was unoccupied, from the very edge of the ceiling to the orchestral platform in the center. Around the immense span of the building, there was but one dense mass of heads. We should, at a rough guess, estimate the number in the auditory at 7,000. A much larger proportion than on former nights were ladies, and for the first time we caught glimpses of the fashionable society from above Bleecker. It is worthy of note, that the first and second concerts, immense as they were composed almost entirely of the intelligent and appreciative middle class. Some disturbance was created by a rush to obtain seats, made by those who had promenade tickets for the balcony, the moment the orchestra began to collect. This proceeding, in violation of the specified arrangements, was most disgraceful. The ushers did all they could to prevent it, but in spite of all their efforts many persons who arrived before the hour of commencement were deprived of their seats. It would be a good plan to have a few policemen in the balcony on future occasions. The orchestra commenced with Rossini's overture to William Tell. Perhaps the finest piece of instrumental picture music since Haydn's Creation and the Pastoral Symphony of Beethoven. Its fresh and vivid coloring, its atmospheric changes, its smart alpine vigor and heroic ensemble, were made as present and as real as any 60 instruments could make them. Exquisitely did those 3 violoncellos sketch the first scene of soft, cool sunset on the unruffled lake. The mellow corno anglaise, male partner to the oboe, sweetly woke the flute-like mountain echoes. The low moan and whistle of the storm rose lifelike in the crescendo of the violins, and as it died away the startling quickstep of liberty leaped strong and simultaneous from such a tutti as we have hardly heard from any orchestra. We can believe that Mr. Benedict was quite sincere in telling them he had not conducted a better orchestra in Europe. The other overture to Masaniello was also splendidly played, but the composition is, to our taste, too hackneyed to fill out the program of a Jenny Lind before the largest audience in the world. The accompaniments to the singing were usually given with sympathetic precision, and subdued shading or vigorous seconding, as the case required. We cannot speak too well of M. Benedict's control of his forces. The second piece was the Viraviso, as I view now, from La Somnambula, delivered in the richest and most vibrating baritone that we Americans have heard, by Sig Belletti. Now that we have heard him from a nearer position, we have not a doubt left of his superiority in voice, style, execution to all our Italian favorites of the same register hitherto. He absolutely glorified the cavatina, which rapidly grew commonplace with Braff, and had but half recovered even in the hands of the worthy Italian artists who have since sung it on the stage for us. His crowning achievement last night, however, was the actual singing of a tarantella by Rossini, a kind of movement which we have hitherto heard only from instruments. A whirling, spinning, delirious, top-like movement in which the singer seems galvanized and tyrannized by one too happy and all-mastering idea in spite of himself. The audience too, in spite of themselves, were sucked into its whirling ecstasy, and it was imperatively encored. In Mozart's Non più André, the chaster prototype of Rossini's Largo al factotum, his vocalization was elastic, spirited and elegant, but the effect of such a piece was necessarily lost upon the outer circles of so vast an auditory. For other variety there was a brilliant show duet on themes from La Somnambula for piano and violin by Messrs. Benedict and Knoll, and a solo on the pianoforte by that most promising young artist, Hoffmann. For this he chose de Meyer's Fantasy on Semiramide, decidedly of the modern monster school of pianoforte composition, though quite a vigorous, graceful and redeeming specimen thereof. And now for the Queen of Song, or, if so qualifying it will better suit the Italians, the Northern Queen of Song. She commenced with one of the most tender and graceful, and hereabouts least hackneyed airs of Bellini, the Che voci from I Puritani. Her liquid purity of voice and graceful gliding through its flowery labyrinthine passages was to us not more remarkable than the true but quiet fervor which animated it. Jenny Lind shows no feeling, and excites none, draws no tears. True art supplies the place of tears by touching the emotions which are deeper and serener, and not a whit less human. But of this more fully when we have room. The splendid song from Mozart's Magic Flute, Non Paventar, brought into play the salient diamonds of her highest voice, which arches like the tall shaft of a fountain sparkling in the sun. The introduction, a bold, exhorting strain, in grandiose style, full of large intervals, was given with a glorious fervor, and no lark ever carolled more blithely or more at ease than her voice as it soared to F in alt. Benedict's English ballad, Take This Lute, she sang with a simplicity and pathos that won the audience completely, and no part seemed more genuine or more expressive than the difficult cadenza at its close. The romanza from Robert le Diable was perhaps the most fascinating of her more studied performances. This, like all her brilliant things, if not impassioned in a cheaper superficial sense, was at all events vital, and from the soul. She is never mechanical, whatever you may say about want of passion. Is any tragic pathos, such as is ready on the smallest occasion, or on none, more admirable and more inspiring, more from the inmost soul, than is that gushing up of a full, glad, true heart which is her native mood of song, and which was so glorious last night in the Non Junge from Somnambula. The rapturous encore to this was answered by the Swedish herdsman's song. It was in the song from Mozart's Magic Flute that we first fully knew the voice and art and soul of Jenny Lind. She warmed to that music. It is narrow criticism which imprisons such a singer within the partial scope, albeit classical, of the Italian school, ignores that vital part of her which may exceed the conventional requirements of such a school, and condemns whatever in her is most characteristic, and in contrast with its models. It has been well said by those who make the most intelligent reference to those models and that school, that the style of the Swedish nightingale is sui generis, as marked as her own personality. True, you would not say of her, in the conventional Italian sense of the word, what is often said in first acknowledgment of a good singer: she has style, meaning the one style which is assumed as the standard. If we are to limit style to that sense, Lind has more than style, she has genius. Northern genius, to be sure, which is precisely what she should have to make her greatness genuine. Song is original in her, and from her singing we drink in new life, after long satiety of such passion sweets as have become habits rather than fresh inspirations in the delightful, we may almost say perfected, but yet confined music of the Italians. It is, perhaps, too late to await the advent of a queen of song from the warm South. The South has had its turn, it has fulfilled its mission. The other end of the balance now comes up. The Northern muse must sing her lesson to the world. Her fresher, chaster, more intellectual, and, as they only seem to some, her colder strains come in due season to recover our souls from the delicious languor of a music which has been so wholly of the feelings, that, for the want of some intellectual tonic and some spiritual temper, feeling has degenerated into mere sensibility and a very cheap kind of superficial, skin-deep excitability that usurps the name of passion. We admire and feel and love the melody of Italy. We reverence her native gift of song, her popular sensibility to it. We have been again and again transported by her best vocal artists who have visited these shores, and they are not the best. The worldwide celebrities, we have to confess, are only traditions to us, traditions, however, to which we yield ourselves in full faith. From what we have heard and experienced of Italian singing, we know, as well as if we had heard Grisi, Pasta and Rubini, that it is not in the genius of the Italian school to produce or hardly to appreciate such a new revelation of song as this human nightingale or canary of Sweden. Is this underrating the Italian music? By no means. That is an established fact, and has its characteristic worth. Equally so, but in a contrasted way has the music of the North, which, till this nightingale appeared, had found its utterance mainly through instruments and orchestras. Now it finds worthy utterance in song. But of its peculiar characteristic we must take another time to speak. Chapter 18. Continued Triumph. All of Barnum's inventive powers were called into play effectually to advertise his songbird. Biographies of Jenny Lind were circulated. Foreign correspondents raved over her talents, narratives of her benevolence filled the papers, her pictures and her name were seen everywhere. So when she made her first appearance, it was before an audience already wrought up to a high pitch of enthusiasm in her behalf. Never before, or after for that matter, was any singer so lauded by the press. The following editorial from the New York Herald of September 10, 1850, is a fair sample. What ancient monarch was he either in history or in fable, who offered half his kingdom, the price of box tickets and choice seats in those days, for the invention of an original sensation, or the discovery of a fresh pleasure? That sensation, that pleasure which royal power in the old world failed to discover, has been called into existence at a less price, by Mr. Barnum, a plain Republican, and is now about to be enjoyed by the sovereigns of the New World. Jenny Lind, the most remarkable phenomenon in the musical art which has for the last century flashed across the horizon of the old world, is now among us, and will make her debut tomorrow night to a house of nearly 10,000 listeners, yielding in proceeds by auction, a sum of $40,000 or $50,000. For the last 10 days our musical reporters have furnished our readers with every matter connected with her arrival in this metropolis, and the steps adopted by Mr. Barnum in preparation for her first appearance. The proceedings of yesterday, consisting of the sale of the remainder of the tickets, and the astonishing, the wonderful sensation produced at her first rehearsal on the few persons, critics in musical art, who were admitted on the occasion, will be found elsewhere in our columns. We concur in everything that has been said by our musical reporter, describing her extraordinary genius, her unrivaled combination of power and art. Nothing has been exaggerated, not an iota. 3 years ago, more or less, we heard Jenny Lind on many occasions, when she made the first great sensation in Europe, by her debut at the London Opera House. Then she was great in power, in art, in genius, now she is greater in all. We speak from experience and conviction. Then she astonished, and pleased, and fascinated the thousands of the British aristocracy, now she will fascinate, and please, and delight, and almost make mad with musical excitement, the millions of the American democracy. Tomorrow night, this new sensation, this fresh movement, this excitement excelling all former excitements, will be called into existence, when she pours out the notes of Casta Diva, and exhibits her astonishing powers. Her wonderful peculiarities, that seem more of heaven than of earth, more of a voice from eternity, than from the lips of a human being. We speak soberly, seriously, calmly. The public expectation has run very high for the last week, higher than at any former period of our past musical annals. But high as it has risen, the reality, the fact, the concert, the voice of Jenny Lind, will far surpass all past expectations. Jenny Lind is a wonder, and a prodigy in song, and no mistake. Barnum had not hoped to manage such an enormous enterprise as this one, without some trouble and anxiety, but he soon discovered that in this case, realization far exceeded anticipation. He often declared that from the first concert, September 11, 1850, until the 93rd concert, June 9, 1851, he did not experience a single waking moment that was free from care. Miss Lind was utterly unprepared for the enthusiasm of her American audience, and it is scarcely to be wondered at that she should appear to listen at first to the dishonorable counsels of some of her friends, who constantly besought her to break her contract with Barnum, who, they urged, was coining money out of her genius, and to take the enterprise into her own hands. But whether Miss Lind realized that Mr. Barnum's management was largely responsible for her triumph, or whether she was simply too high-minded to consider such a breach of honor, certain it is that she continued to stand by her contract. John Jay, her lawyer, took every occasion to interfere, and Barnum suffered much from his unreasonable intrusions. The following letter, written to Mr. Joshua Bates of Baring Brothers and Company, London, will show the difficulties which beset the perplexed manager. New York, October 23, 1850. Joshua Bates, Esq. Dear Sir, I take the liberty to write you a few lines, merely to say that we are getting along as well as could reasonably be expected. In this country you are aware that the rapid accumulation of wealth always creates much envy, and envy soon augments to malice. Such are the elements at work to a limited degree against myself, and although Miss Lind, Benedict and myself have never, as yet, had the slightest feelings between us, to my knowledge, except those of friendship, yet I cannot well see how this can long continue in the face of the fact that, nearly every day they allow persons, some moving in the first classes of society, to approach them, and spend hours introducing me. Even her attorney, Mr. John Jay, has been so blind to her interests, as to aid in poisoning her mind against me, by pouring into her ears the most silly twaddle, all of which amounts to nothing and less than nothing, such as the regret that I was a showman, exhibitor of Tom Thumb, etc., etc. Without the elements which I possess for business, as well as my knowledge of human nature, acquired in catering for the public, the result of her concerts here would not have been pecuniarily one half as much as the present. And such men as the Honorable Edward Everett, G. Howland, and others, will tell you that there is no charlatanism or lack of dignity in my management of these concerts. I know as well as any person, that the merits of Jenny Lind are the best capital to depend upon to secure public favor, and I have thus far acted on this knowledge. Everything which money and attention can procure for their comfort, they have, and I am glad to know that they are satisfied on this score. All I fear is, that these continued backbitings, if listened to by her, will, by and by, produce a feeling of distrust or regret, which will lead to unpleasant results. The fact is, her mind ought to be as free as air, and she herself as free as a bird, and being satisfied of my probity and ability, she should turn a deaf ear to all envious and malevolent attacks on me. I have hoped that by thus briefly stating to you the facts in the case, you might be induced for her interests as well as mine to drop a line of advice to Mr. Benedict and another to Mr. J on this subject. If I am asking or expecting too much, I pray you to not give it a thought, for I feel myself fully able to carry through my rights alone, although I should deplore nothing so much as to be obliged to do so in a feeling of unfriendliness. I have risked much money on the issue of this speculation, it has proved successful. I am full of perplexity and anxiety, and labor continually for success, and I cannot allow ignorance or envy to rob me of the fruits of my enterprise. Sincerely and gratefully yours, P. T. Barnum. Miss Lind's benevolence had been so largely extolled that it was not surprising that she should have been continually beset by applicants for charity. In almost all cases she gave liberally in sums varying from $20 to $1,000, and to one Swedish friend, it is said, she actually gave $5,000. On her return from Boston to New York the whole party stopped at Iraniston, Mr. Barnum's Bridgeport place. The next morning Miss Lind was escorted over the grounds, the beauty of which delighted her. "Do you know, Mr. Barnum," she said, "that if you had not built Iraniston, I should never have come to America for you?" Mr. Barnum, much surprised, asked her to explain. "I had received several applications to visit the United States," she continued, "but I did not much like the appearance of the applicants, nor did I relish the idea of crossing 3,000 miles of ocean, so I declined them all. But the first letter which Mr. Wilton, your agent, addressed me, was written upon a sheet headed with a beautiful engraving of Iraniston. It attracted my attention. I said to myself, a gentleman who has been so successful in his business as to be able to build and reside in such a palace cannot be a mere adventurer. So I wrote to your agent and consented to an interview, which I should have declined, if I had not seen the picture of Iraniston." "That, then, fully pays me for building it," replied Barnum. The night after Miss Lind's arrival in Boston, there was a display of fireworks, in her honor, in front of the Revere House, which was followed by a torchlight procession by the Germans of the city. At Philadelphia, they were met by such a dense throng of people that it was with the greatest difficulty that they pressed through the crowds to their hotel. Jenny was suffering from a very severe headache and retired at once to her rooms. Outside, the streets were packed with the thousands that had followed them to the door, and were now clamoring for Jenny Lind. Knowing that the noise would seriously disturb the sensitive songstress, Barnum tried to induce the crowd to disperse, but they declared they would not until Miss Lind appeared on the balcony. In despair he finally put Jenny's bonnet and shawl on her companion, Miss Amanson, who went out on the balcony and bowed gracefully to the multitude, who gave 3 hearty cheers and dispersed. Miss Lind hated crowds, and always wished her arrival in any city kept secret, so as to avoid the excitement of a public reception, but Barnum knew that the success of the enterprise depended in a large measure on this very excitement. One day Miss Lind remarked to Mr. Barnum, "I have just heard that you and I are to be married. Now how do you suppose such a report ever originated?" "Probably from the fact that we are engaged," suggested Barnum, the inveterate punster. Miss Lind always went to church when she could do so without attracting too much attention, always inquiring for the Swedish church wherever it could be found. One Sunday in Baltimore, Miss Caroline Barnum, now Mrs. David W. Thompson, of New York, went with a friend of hers who resided in the city, into the choir, where she joined in the singing. A number of people in the audience had seen her with her father the day previous and supposed her to be Jenny Lind. Like lightning the news that Jenny Lind was in the choir, flew through the church, and when Miss Barnum, whose voice was not at all extraordinary, rose with the rest to sing, the congregation listened breathlessly. "Heavenly! Exquisite! Angelic!" sighed the excited audience. The 2 young ladies, all unconscious of the furor they had inspired, were utterly astonished when, after church, the crowd pressed round them so closely that they had the greatest difficulty in reaching their carriage. The day after their appearance in Washington, President Fillmore called, and left his card, Miss Lind being out. Jenny was very much flurried when she returned, and was prepared to call at the White House immediately, as would have been proper had Mr. Fillmore been the head of any European country. Barnum assured her, however, that etiquette was not so strict in America, and she postponed her visit until the next day, when with Benedict, Belletti and Mr. Barnum she spent several delightful hours in the President's family. The President, the Cabinet and nearly every member of Congress attended both concerts. The great statesman Webster was so pleased with one of her songs that he drew himself up to his full height and bowed profoundly, to Miss Lynn's great gratification. Of all the distinguished men who called upon her in Washington, none impressed her like Webster. She walked up and down in great excitement after he had gone, exclaiming, "Ah! Mr. Barnum, what a man! I have never before seen such a man." Miss Lind was escorted through both houses of Congress and through the Capitol and grounds, by Honorable C. F. Cleveland, representative from Connecticut. She was very much pleased with everything and asked innumerable questions about the American government. During their stay in Washington, they were invited by Colonel Washington, then owner of Mount Vernon, to visit the home and the tomb of the first president. The party first visited the tomb and then proceeded to the house where they were introduced to Mrs. Washington and several other ladies. Much interest was shown by Miss Lind in examining the various mementos of the great man, and when before leaving, Mrs. Washington presented her with a book from the library with Washington's autograph on the title page, she was overwhelmed with emotion. Miss Lind had been through so much excitement in the North that she determined to see no callers during her stay in the South. One young lady, the daughter of a wealthy planter, was so determined to see her, that she bribed a maid to lend her cap and apron, and let her carry in Miss Lind's tea. This incident amused Barnum immensely, but Miss Lind was much vexed, declaring the young lady's motive to be curiosity rather than admiration. The voyage from Wilmington to Charleston had been very rough, the trip requiring over 36 hours. When they arrived at last, the vessel had been given up for lost and the wreck had been telegraphed all over the country. The voyage to Havana was very much pleasanter, however. Arriving there, they found the house which Mr. Barnum had sent a man on to provide for them, anything but comfortable. Miss Lind, especially, was much displeased, and, hiring a carriage, she drove off, accompanied by an interpreter. She was gone 4 hours, to the great alarm of the rest of the party. Returning, she announced that she had hired a charming house in the suburbs, and invited the whole company to be her guests during their stay in Havana. It is needless to say they accepted her invitation. There, freed from all care and annoyance and away from the two zealous counselors, she spent a delightful month, seeing no callers, coming and going as she pleased, and romping like a schoolgirl in the great courtyard back of the house. She used to force Mr. Barnum to play ball with her until he was exhausted and fain to beg off. Then she would laugh and say, "Oh, Mr. Barnum, you are too fat and lazy, you cannot stand it to play ball with me." The celebrated Swedish authoress, Fredrika Bremer, spent a few days with them in their Havana retreat. Chapter 19. Havana. Soon after arriving at Havana, Barnum made a discovery. The habaneros, not accustomed to the high prices which opera tickets command in the States, had determined that they would force Barnum to lower the admission fee. This the manager refused to do, and it soon became evident that although they attended the concerts, they were not disposed to show the singer the least favor. It was, therefore, with much inward trepidation that Barnum watched the curtain rise on the first concert. The following account of that concert is taken from the New York Tribune. Jenny Lind soon appeared, led on by Signor Belletti. Some 300 or 400 persons clapped their hands at her appearance, but this token of approbation was instantly silenced by at least 2,500 decided hisses. Thus having settled the matter that there should be no forestalling of public opinion, and that if applause was given to Jenny Lind in that house it should first be incontestably earned, the most solemn silence prevailed. I have heard the Swedish nightingale often in Europe as well as in America, and have ever noticed a distinct tremulousness attending her first appearance in any city. Indeed, this feeling was plainly manifested in her countenance as she neared the footlights. But when she witnessed the kind of reception in store for her, so different from anything she had reason to expect, her countenance changed in an instant to a haughty self-possession, her eyes flashed defiance, and, becoming immovable as a statue, she stood there perfectly calm and beautiful. She was satisfied that she now had an ordeal to pass and a victory to gain worthy of her powers. In a moment her eyes scanned the immense audience, the music began and then followed. How can I describe it? Such heavenly strains as I verily believe mortal never breathed except Jenny Lind, and mortal never heard except from her lips. Some of the oldest Castilians kept a frown upon their brow and a curling sneer upon their lips, their ladies, however, and most of the audience began to look surprised. The gushing melody flowed on, increasing in beauty and glory. The caballeros, the señoras and señoritas began to look at each other. Nearly all, however, kept their teeth clenched and their lips closed, evidently determined to resist to the last. The torrent flowed deeper and faster, the lark flew higher and higher, the melody grew richer and grander, still every lip was compressed. By and by, as the rich notes came dashing in rivers upon our enraptured ears, one poor critic involuntarily whispered of a brava. This outbursting of the soul was instantly hissed down. The stream of harmony rolled on till, at the close, it made a clean sweep of every obstacle, and carried all before it. Not a vestige of opposition remained, but such a tremendous shout of applause as went up I never before heard. The triumph was most complete. And how was Jenny Lind affected? She who stood a few moments previous like adamant, now trembled like a reed in the wind before the storm of enthusiasm which her own simple notes had produced. Tremblingly, slowly, and almost bowing her face to the ground, she withdrew. The roar and applause of victory increased. Encore! 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 Came from every lip. She again appeared, and courtesying low, again withdrew, but again and again did they call her out, and at every appearance the thunders of applause rang louder and louder. Thus 5 times was Jenny Lind called out to receive their unanimous and deafening plaudits. With tears of joy rolling down his cheeks, Barnum rushed behind the scenes, and met her as she was withdrawing after the 5th encore. "God bless you, Jenny," he cried, "you've settled them." "Are you satisfied?" said the singer, throwing her arms around his neck and weeping for joy. This was the first she had known of the opposition, all hint of it having been kept from her by Mr. Barnum, but she fully sympathized with him in his determination not to lower the prices. The papers continued to cry out for a reduction, and this caused many people to stay away from the concerts, expecting Barnum to yield. But when, after 3 concerts, it was announced that the next one, devoted to charity, was also to be Miss Lind's farewell, they became very much excited. Committees waited on them to request more concerts, which resulted only in refusals. Some of the leading dons offered to guarantee them $25,000, for 3 concerts, but Barnum assured them that there was not money enough in the island of Cuba to induce him to consent. The proceeds of the 4th concert were distributed between 2 hospitals and a convent, besides giving $500 to Barnum's old protégé Vivala, the little Italian plate dancer, whom they had met in Havana. The poor fellow's fortunes were at a very low ebb, having lost the use of his left side from paralysis. He supported himself by exhibiting a performing dog, which turned a spinning wheel and did several other tricks. Miss Lind had heard of his case and was very anxious that part of the benefit money should be given him. The morning after the concert the bell rang and Barnum found, on going to the door, a procession of children from the convent which had received a large sum of money from Miss Lind. The children were attended by 10 or 12 priests in rich vestments. They had come to see the songstress and to thank her in person. But Jenny shrank from appearing before such a stately deputation. "Tell them I cannot see them," she exclaimed. "They have nothing to thank me for. If I have done good it was no more than my duty." And the grand procession with its wreaths and banners, were obliged to depart. The same day, Vivala called and brought her a basket of fruit. With tears of joy, he called down every blessing on the head of the benevolent lady. "I shall go back to Italy. I shall see my brothers and sisters again," he cried. Miss Lind had gone for a drive, but Barnum promised to give her the fruit and the message. As he was passing out the door he hesitated and said, "Mr. Barnum, I should like so much to have the good lady see my dog turn a wheel. It is very nice, he can spin very good, shall I bring the dog and the wheel for her? She is such a good lady, I wish to please her very much." Mr. Barnum told the grateful fellow that Miss Lind had refused to see the priests from the convent that morning, because she never received thanks for favors, and that he was quite welcome to the money. When Miss Lind returned and heard the story, she exclaimed, poor man, do let him come, it's all the good creature can do for me," then with tears rolling down her face, I like that, do let him come and bring his dog. It will make him so happy." "God bless you, it will make him happy," said Barnum. "He shall come tomorrow." And he went himself to tell Vivalla that Jenny Lind would see his dog perform, the next day at 4 precisely. "I will be punctual," said Vivalla, quite overcome with emotion, but I was sure she would like to see my dog perform. For full half an hour before the time appointed did Jenny Lind sit in her window on the second floor and watch for Vivalla and his dog. A few minutes before the appointed hour, she saw him coming. "Ah, here he comes! Here he comes," she exclaimed in delight, as she ran downstairs and opened the door to admit him. A Negro boy was bringing the small spinning wheel, while Vivalla led the dog. Handing the boy a silver coin, she motioned him away, and taking the wheel in her arms, she said, "This is very kind of you to come with your dog. Follow me. I will carry the wheel upstairs." Her servant offered to take the wheel, but no, she would let no one carry it but herself. She called the whole party to her parlor, and for 1 full hour did she devote herself to the happy Italian. She went down on her knees to pet the dog and to ask Vivalla all sorts of questions about his performances, his former course of life, his friends in Italy, and his present hopes and determinations. Then she sang and played for him, gave him some refreshments, finally insisted on carrying his wheel to the door, and her servant accompanied Vivalla to his boarding house. Poor Vivalla! He was probably never so happy before, but his enjoyment did not exceed that of Miss Lind. A few months later, however, the Havana correspondent of the New York Herald announced the death of Vivalla, and stated that the poor Italian's last words were about Jenny Lind and Mr. Barnum. In the party which accompanied Barnum to Havana was a man who had formerly kept the Peel Museum in New York, afterwards managing the establishment for Mr. Barnum. At present he was acting as ticket-taker. He was a curious fellow, at times full of fun and gaiety and at other times melancholy to the verge of insanity. Madness ran in his family, and one of his brothers, in a moment of frenzy had blown his brains out. Barnum knew of Bennett's tendency to melancholy and watched him constantly. When they were on board the steamer Falcon, on their way back to New Orleans, a thrilling incident occurred which Barnum afterwards related in this way. Mr. James Gordon Bennett, editor of the New York Herald, and his wife, were also passengers. After permitting one favorable notice in his paper, Bennett had turned around, as usual, and had abused Jenny Lind and bitterly attacked me. I was always glad to get such notices, for they served as inexpensive advertisements to my museum. Ticket-taker Bennett, however, took much to heart the attacks of editor Bennett upon Jenny Lind. When editor Bennett came on board the Falcon, his violent namesake said to a bystander, "I would willingly be drowned if I could see that old scoundrel go to the bottom of the sea." Several of our party overheard the remark and I turned laughingly to Bennett and said, "Nonsense. He can't harm anyone, and there is an old proverb about the impossibility of drowning those who are born for another fate." That very night, however, as I stood near the cabin door, conversing with my treasurer and other members of my company, Henry Bennett came up to me with a wild air, and hoarsely whispered, "Old Bennett has gone forward alone in the dark, and I am going to throw him overboard." We were all startled, for we knew the man, and he seemed terribly in earnest. Knowing how most effectively to address him at such times, I exclaimed, "Ridiculous! You would not do such a thing." "I swear I will," was his savage reply. I expostulated with him, and several of our party joined me. "Nobody will know it," muttered the maniac, "and I shall be doing the world a favor." I endeavored to awaken him to a sense of the crime he contemplated, assuring him that it could not possibly benefit anyone, and that from the fact of the relations existing between the editor and myself, I should be the first to be accused of his murder. I implored him to go to his stateroom, and he finally did so, accompanied by some of the gentlemen of our party. I took pains to see that he was carefully watched that night, and, indeed, for several days, till he became calm again. He was a large, athletic man, quite able to pick up his namesake and drop him overboard. The matter was too serious for a joke, and we made little mention of it, but more than one of our party said then, and has said since, what I really believe to be true, that James Gordon Bennett would have been drowned that night had it not been for P.T. Barnum. Bennett's end was tragic, as might be expected. Some time after the Havana journey Barnum sent him to London. He conducted the business successfully, wrote up the accounts to a penny, then handing the papers to a mutual friend with directions to give them to Barnum when he should arrive, he went to his lodgings and committed suicide. In New Orleans the wharf was crowded by a great concourse of persons, as the steamer, Falcon, approached. Jenny Lind had enjoyed a month of quiet, and dreaded the excitement which she must now again encounter. "Mr. Barnum, I am sure I can never get through that crowd," she said in despair. "Leave that to me. Remain quiet for 10 minutes and there shall be no crowd here," replied Barnum. Taking his daughter on his arm, she drew her veil over her face and they descended the gangway. "That's Barnum, I know him," called out several persons at the top of their voices. "Open the way, if you please, for Mr. Barnum and Miss Lind," cried Legrand Smith over the railing of the ship, the deck of which he had just reached from the wharf. "Don't crowd her, if you please, gentlemen," said Barnum, and so pushing and squeezing they reached the carriage and drove to Miss Lind's apartments. A few minutes later Jenny and her companion came quietly in a carriage and were in the house before the ruse was discovered. In answer to the calls of the crowd she appeared on the balcony, and bowed to the throng, which gave her 3 cheers and dispersed. A very funny incident occurred in New Orleans. Next to the theater where the concerts were given, was an exhibition in the large open lots of mammoth hogs, grizzly bears and other animals. A gentleman had a son about 12 years old, who had a wonderful ear for music. He could whistle or sing any tune after hearing it once. His father did not know nor care for a single note, but so anxious was he to please his son, that he paid $30 for 2 tickets to the concert. "I liked the music better than I expected," said he the next day, but my son was in raptures. He was so perfectly enchanted that he scarcely spoke the whole evening, and I would on no account disturb his delightful reveries. When the concert was finished we came out of the theater. Not a word was spoken. I knew that my musical prodigy was happy among the clouds, and I said nothing. I could not help envying him his love of music, and considered my $30 as nothing, compared to the bliss which it secured to him. Indeed, I was seriously thinking of taking him to the next concert, when he spoke. We were just passing the numerous shows upon the vacant lots. One of the signs attracted him, and he said, "Father, let us go in and see the big hog." The little scamp. I could have horsewhipped him, said the father, who, loving a joke, could not help laughing at the ludicrous incident. The party took passage to Cairo, Illinois, in the beautiful river steamer, Magnolia. They had made arrangements with the captain to delay in Natchez and in Memphis where concerts were given. The time on board the steamer was pleasantly spent in reading and watching the scenery. One day they had a musicale in the ladies' cabin for the gratification of the passengers, at which Miss Lind volunteered to sing. Barnum amused the passengers with his inexhaustible fund of anecdotes and stories, and the tricks of legerdemain, which he had learned and used in the South under rather different circumstances. Among other tricks, he made a silver piece disappear so mysteriously that the Negro barber who witnessed the feat, came to the conclusion that the great man must be in league with the devil. "The next morning," says Mr. Barnum, "I seated myself in the barber's chair and the darky began to talk. 'Beg pardon, Mr. Barnum, but I have heard a great deal about you, and I saw more than I wanted to see last night. Is it true that you have sold yourself to the devil, so that you can do what you've a mind to?' 'Oh, yes,' was my reply, 'that is the bargain between us. How long did you agree for, was the question next in order. Only 9 years, said I have had 3 of them already. Before the other 6 are out, I shall find a way to nonplus the old gentleman, and I have told him so to his face. At this avowal, a larger space of white than usual was seen in the darkey's eyes, and he inquired, "Is it by this bargain that you get so much money?" "Certainly. No matter who has money, nor where he keeps it, in his box or till, or anywhere about him, I have only to speak the words and it comes." The shaving was completed in silence, but thought had been busy in the barber's mind, and he embraced the speediest opportunity to transfer his bag of coin to the iron safe in charge of the clerk. The movement did not escape me, and immediately a joke was afoot. I had barely time to make 2 or 3 details of arrangement with the clerk, and resume my seat in the cabin, ere the barber sought a second interview, bent on testing the alleged powers of Beelzebub's colleague. "Beg pardon, Mr. Barnum, but where is my money? Can you get it?" "I do not want your money," was the quiet answer. "It is safe." "Yes, I know it is safe, ha. Ha, it is in the iron safe in the clerk's office, safe enough from you." "It is not in the iron safe," said I. This was said so quietly, yet positively, that the colored gentleman ran to the office, and inquired if all was safe. "All right," said the clerk. "Open, and let me see," replied the barber. The safe was unlocked and lo! the money was gone. In mystified terror the loser applied to me for relief. "You will find the bag in your drawer," said I, and there it was found. His curiosity was still great. "Please do another trick," said he. "Very well," I replied, "stand perfectly still." He did so, and I commenced muttering some mysterious words, as if performing an incantation. "What are you doing?" said the barber. "I am changing you into a black cat," I replied, "but don't be afraid. I will change you back again, if I don't forget the words to do it with." This was too much for the terrified darkey. With an awful screech he rushed to the side of the boat resolved to drown rather than undergo such a transformation. He was captured and brought back to me, when I dispelled his fright by explaining the way in which I had tricked him. Relieved and reassured, he clapped his hands and executed an impromptu jig, exclaiming, "Ha! Ha! When I get back to New Orleans won't I come to Barnum over dem niggers." Chapter 20. The Trials of an Impresario. The concerts at Natchez and Memphis were extremely successful. The 61st concert was given in St. Louis, and on the morning of their arrival in the city Miss Lynn's secretary came to Mr. Barnum, commissioned, as he claimed, by the singer, and told the manager that as 60 concerts had already been given, Miss Lynn proposed to avail herself of one of the conditions of the contract and cancel the engagement next morning. Much startled by this sudden complication, but outwardly undisturbed, Barnum asked if Miss Lynn had authorized the notice. "I so understand it," was the secretary's reply. Thinking that it might be another scheme of her advisers and that Miss Lynn herself might possibly know nothing of it, Barnum told the secretary that he would see him again in an hour. He then proceeded to his old friend Sol Smith for legal advice. They went over the contract together, Barnum telling his friend of the annoyances he had suffered from Miss Lynn's advisers, and they both agreed that if she broke the contract thus suddenly, she was bound to pay back all that she had received over the stipulated $1,000, for each concert. As she had been paid $137,000, for 60 concerts, this extra money amounted to something like $77,000. Barnum then went back to the secretary and told him that he was ready to settle with Miss Lynn and to close the engagement. "But," said he, evidently much surprised, "you have already advertised concerts in Louisville and Cincinnati, have you not?" "Yes," answered Barnum calmly, "but you may take the contracts for halls and printing off my hands at cost." He further offered the assistance of his agent and his own personal services to give Miss Lynn a good start on her own account. The secretary, emboldened by this liberality, then made a proposition so extraordinary that Barnum at once saw that Miss Lynn could have had nothing to do with the scheme. "Now suppose," he asked, "Miss Lynn should wish to give some 50 concerts in this country, what would you charge as manager?" $1 million a concert, answered Barnum promptly. Then he added, now see here, I don't believe Miss Lind has authorized you to make this proposition. If she has, just bring me a line to that effect, over her own signature, and her check for the amount due me by the terms of our contract, some $77,000, and we will close our business connection at once. But why not make a new arrangement, persisted the secretary, for 50 more concerts, by which Miss Lind will pay you liberally, say $1,000 a concert. For the simple reason that I hired Miss Lind, and not she me, replied Barnum, and because I ought never to take a farthing less for my risk and trouble than the contract gives me. I have voluntarily given Miss Lind more than twice as much as I originally contracted to give her, or as she expected to receive when she engaged with me. Now if she is not satisfied I wish to settle instantly and finally. If you do not bring me her decision today, I shall ask her for it in the morning. The next morning Barnum asked him again for the written communication from Miss Lind. The secretary replied that it was all a joke, and that he merely wanted to see what the manager would say to the proposition. He begged that nothing would be said to Miss Lind concerning it. So it is altogether likely that she knew nothing of it. The 4 concerts at St. Louis were given and the program as arranged for the other cities was carried out, with no more troublous incidents occurring. To show that Barnum's efforts as manager of the Jenny Lind enterprise were appreciated, we copy the dedication of Sol Smith's autobiography published in 1854. Smith was one of the characters of his time, being celebrated as a comedian, an author, a manager, and a lawyer. To Phineas T. Barnum, proprietor of the American Museum, etc. Great impresario. Whilst you were engaged in your grand Jenny Lind speculation, the following conundrum went the rounds of the American newspapers. Why is it that Jenny Lind and Barnum will never fall out? Answer, because he is always forgetting, and she is always forgiving. I have never asked you the question directly, whether you, Mr. Barnum, started that conundrum, or not, but I strongly suspect that you did. At all events, I noticed that your whole policy was concentrated into one idea, to make an angel of Jenny, and depreciate yourself in contrast. You may remember that in this city, St. Louis, I acted in one instance as your legal advisor, and as such, necessarily became acquainted with all the particulars of your contract with the so-called Swedish Nightingale, as well as the various modifications claimed by that charitable lady, and submitted to buy you after her arrival in this country, which modifications, I suppose it need no longer be a secret, secured to her. Besides the original stipulation of $1,000 for every concert, attendance, carriages, assistant artists, and a pompous and extravagant retinue, fit, only, for a European princess, 1/2 of the profits of each performance. You may also remember the legal advice I gave you on the occasion referred to, and the salutary effect of your following it. You must remember the extravagant joy you felt afterwards, in Philadelphia, when the angel made up her mind to avail herself of one of the stipulations in her contract, to break off at the end of 100 nights, and even bought out 7 of that 100, supposing that she could go on without your aid as well as with it. And you cannot but remember, how, like a rocket stick she dropped, when your business connection with her ended, and how she fizzed out the remainder of her concert nights in this part of the world, and soon afterwards retired to her domestic blicitude in Sweden. You know, Mr. Barnum, if you would only tell, which of the two it was that was forgetting, and which forgiving. And you also know who actually gave the larger portion of those sums which you heralded to the world as the sole gifts of the divine Jenny. Of all your speculations, from the Negro centenarian, who didn't nurse General Washington, down to the bearded woman of Genoa, there was not one which required the exercise of so much humbuggery as the Jenny Lind concerts. And I verily believe there is no man living, other than yourself, who could, or would, have risked the enormous expenditure of money necessary to carry them through successfully, traveling, with 60 artists, 4,000 miles, and giving 93 concerts, at an actual cost of $4,500 each, is what no other man would have undertaken. You accomplished this, and pocketed by the operation but little less than $200,000. Mr. Barnum, you are yourself, alone. I honor you, oh great impresario, as the most successful manager in America or any other country. Democrat, as you are, you can give a practical lesson to the aristocrats of Europe how to live. At your beautiful and tasteful residence, Iraniston, I don't like the name, though, you can and do entertain your friends with a warmth of hospitality only equaled by that of the great landed proprietors of the old country, or of our own sunny south. Whilst riches are pouring into your coffers from your various ventures in all parts of the world, you do not hoard your immense means, but continually cast them forth upon the waters, rewarding labor, encouraging the arts, and lending a helping hand to industry in all its branches. Not content with doing all this, you deal telling blows, whenever opportunity offers, upon the monster intemperance. Your labors in this great cause alone should entitle you to the thanks of all good men, women, and children in the land. Mr. Barnum, you deserve all your good fortune, and I hope you may long live to enjoy your wealth and honor. As a small installment towards the debt, I, as one of the community, owe you, and with the hope of affording you an hour's amusement, if you can spare that amount of time from your numerous avocations to read it. I present you with this little volume, containing a very brief account of some of my journey work in the South and West, and remain, very respectfully, your friend, and affectionate uncle S.O.L. Smith. Shoto Avenue, St. Louis, N.O.V. 1, 1854. Although Barnum never acknowledged it, there was a vast deal of truth in Mr. Smith's statements. Whenever Miss Lind sang for charity she gave what she might have earned at a regular concert. Barnum always insisted upon paying for the hall, orchestra, printing and other expenses. But Miss Lind received the entire credit for liberality and benevolence. It is but just to say, however, that she frequently remonstrated with Barnum and declared that the expenses ought to be deducted from the proceeds of the concert, but he always insisted on doing what he called his share.